announced that he's going to contest elections, and at that point of time, if we can pull that soundbite, he said that you just see that who's going to withdraw soon from Congress party's race. So it seems that everything was well planned. It seems that there's mistrust or there's a communication gap, or the high command is not ready to believe what Mr. Gehlot is saying. That's why you have a situation now that Mr. Gehlot is not going to contest for the top Congress post, and in fact he's going to remain Chief Minister of Rajasthan. But what it comes as a great shock or a great surprise for Sachin Pilot also as to what options does he have now, given the fact that obviously he's not going to become Chief Minister. Majority of the MLAs support Ashok Gehlot. So what way Mr. Pilot is going to take, it is something which is going to be very interesting to watch now.
Right, Rahul, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Mr. Bhatia, a quick word. Ashok Gehlot comes out to apologize, says they never expected a revolt like this, and he's a Gandhi loyalist, would never want to embarrass the Congress High Command, and now he pulls out, withdraws himself from the race to Congress President's polls. Your view on that?
My view would be the view of any citizen. First, this is nothing but a sham, and second, it clearly shows that one family, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra Gandhi, are above the Congress party and all other leaders put together, even the constitution of the Congress party. And third and most importantly, Ashok Gehlot's statement reveals a lot when he says that the decision whether he will continue as the CM or not will be taken by Sonia Gandhi. If a new president is elected, how can Sonia Gandhi take that decision? And when the elections are going on, then also she can't take that decision. But this is the belief system within the Congress, that they serve one parivar, Ala Kaman. And Ala Kaman is more like a Kala Kaman, which is only interest in the benefit that accrue to the family, not to the nation, not to the party workers.
Right. At this point, the Congress says that they are possibly the only party who holds internal election to democratically elect their chief, that who will guide the party in a direction that they want to go. But no other parties, including basically hinting at the BJP never having a poll or an election to elect their BJP president. So, let's not preach.
So to that, I would say that you're a very reputed journalist. Your channel is a very reputable channel. 24 years, how many elections did the Congress party hold? 24 years. Did we not see president from one parivar? And in this span of 24 years, we have seen 9 different presidents in the Bharatiya Janata Party, and none of them belongs to the same family. This is the answer to Ashok Gehlot and all these psycho fans who are trying to create this illusion which has no substance.
All right, Mr. Bhatia, thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to quickly cut across to BJP MLA joining us on the phone line, Rajendra Rathore. Rajendra Rathore, we see that Ashok Gehlot has come out and apologized for all the commotion that's erupted in Rajasthan. He in fact says he withdraws himself from the race of Congress President polls and wants to stay focused on the state of Rajasthan as the Chief Minister. Your take?
देखिए, राजस्थान के अंदर जिस प्रकार की असमंजसता का वातावरण बना हुआ, उसके जनक मुख्यमंत्री थे। ये मुख्यमंत्री जी आला कमान की नजर में कितने योग्य थे। आज से एक सप्ताह पहले केंद्रीय राष्ट्र के लिए नामांकन पत्र भरने के लिए गए और एक झटके में इतने अयोग्य हो गए कि इनको नामांकन पत्र राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भरने से मना कर दिया गया। और जो पहले कहा करते थे कि मेरे सारे साथी एमएलए किसी हालत में इस्तीफा तक दे देंगे, परंतु किसी तरह का नेतृत्व बदलाव नहीं चाहेंगे, आज वही एक तरह से नतमस्तक हो गए कि सरकार सोनिया गांधी चाहेंगे तो मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे, नहीं चाहेंगे तो मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रहेंगे। यानी एक बार फिर राजस्थान में असमंजसता के काले बादल गहरा गए हैं और कांग्रेस टूटन की तरफ बढ़ रही है। क्योंकि अगर सोनिया गांधी जी ने कहा कि आप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रहेंगे, तो कांग्रेस के उन विधायकों ने 81 विधायकों ने, जिनमें सारे मंत्री शामिल है, जिनका त्याग पत्र आज भी विधानसभा अध्यक्ष के पास पेंडिंग है, उस पर क्या निर्णय होगा? एक सवाल ये भी है, विधानसभा अध्यक्ष कब तक इन त्याग पत्रों को लटकाए रखेंगे? एक सवाल ये भी है। एक सवाल ये भी है कि अभी भी मंत्री स्थानांतरण उद्योग में लगे हैं, रोज ट्रांसफर की लिस्ट निकाल रहे हैं, पत्रावलियों पर हस्ताक्षर कर रहे हैं और उधर नैतिकता के आधार पर उन्होंने इस्तीफा भी दे रखा।
जी, अब यहाँ पर जो गहलोत कह रहे हैं कि उनकी इच्छा या उनकी इंटेंशन नहीं थी कि ऐसे क्राइसिस हो जाएगा, ये उनका कमिटमेंट है कि राजस्थान को एकजुट रखने के लिए और राजस्थान के लोगों के लिए काम करने के लिए। अब वो विड्रॉ हो चुके हैं इलेक्शन के रेस से, जो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट पोल के इलेक्शन से, और फोकस करना चाहते हैं राजस्थान के ऊपर। आपका क्या कहना है कि कांग्रेस आएगी ये बार सरकार?
देखिए, इस बार जो कांग्रेस सबसे बड़ी हार की ओर बढ़ेगी। कांग्रेस 2 सीट में आ जाए तो आप मुझे कह देना, मेरा भी एक राजनीतिक अनुभव भी है। और ये बात करते हैं एकजुटता की, वो एकजुटता वहाँ कहाँ चली गई थी? ये आज भी वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, अब तो कभी नकारा का कभी ये पहला मौका था। सितारा 5 सितारा 34 दिन रहने के बाद डर के मारे से हमारे मेरे विधायक पर कुछ उठ नहीं जाएंगे। आज कांग्रेस की एकता की बात नहीं है, कांग्रेस में शासन नहीं है, शासन की बात है। राजस्थान के वो सरकार नदारद है और लूट खसोट में लगी है सरकार, इसका खामियाजा इनको भुगतना ही पड़ेगा।
जी राजेंद्र जी, यहाँ पर जो सचिन पायलट और गहलोत की जो लड़ाई होती है हर बार, हर एक साल में उनकी लड़ाई होती है, वो कैसा अफेक्ट करता है राजस्थान के लोगों को?
देखिए, राजस्थान के लोगों ने इनको बहुत छोटे मतों से मैंडेट दिया था, सिर्फ 0.5 से। ये मैंडेट जिस दिन मिला और जिस दिन मुख्यमंत्री जी ने मुख्यमंत्री की शपथ ली, उसी दिन भी लोगों ने एहतजाज किया, लोग पटरियों पर जा बैठे। और उसके बाद अपमान करने की राजनीति राजस्थान की संस्कृति नहीं रही है। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अपने साथियों को जो नीचा दिखाना प्रारंभ किया, उसी का कारण रहा कि लगातार दूरियां बढ़ती रही और इस दूरियों के कारण से शासन प्रशासन पूरा था। अब अफसरशाही हावी हो गई और अफसरशाही हावी होने के कारण से भ्रष्टाचार का तांडव मच गया और कोई भी नीतिगत फैसले जो सरकार ने लिए, एक को भी कैरी आउट नहीं कर पाए, एक को भी लागू नहीं कर पाए, ना बजटीय घोषणा कर पाए, ना जन घोषणा कर पाए। इसलिए लोग कहते हैं, गली मोहल्ले का राजस्थानी कहता है कि धोखे की सरकार है, ये झूठ और लूट की सरकार है।
जी, अब ये राजेंद्र जी, बहुत आरोप है कि बीजेपी भी ऑपरेशन कमल करने की कोशिश करती है, हर बार उनके कांग्रेस नेताओं को खरीदने की कोशिश करती है। ये आरोप लगाया है गहलोत के MLAs ने कि इतने सालों तक इनकी कोशिश, बीजेपी की कोशिश नाकाम रही क्योंकि ये एकजुट है।
ये बेबुनियाद आरोप है, मैं सिरे से खारिज करता हूँ। इनके पर्यवेक्षक इनके गए, पर्यवेक्षकों को आमंत्रित किया गया उस वक्त जब अशोक गहलोत ने उनको आने के लिए ग्रीन सिग्नल दिया। उसके बाद इनके विधायक मुख्यमंत्री आवास में बैठक हो और मुख्यमंत्री खुद उसका बहिष्कार करवाए। ये अपनी गुरेबा में अपने आप ही बात है कि देख लें, इनकी हर झगड़े का के पीछे ये अपने पीछे खड़ा हुआ भारतीय जनता पार्टी को महसूस करते हैं। मैं समझता हूँ ये फोबिया जरूर इनके दिलो दिमाग में हो सकता है, पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कोई लेना देना नहीं। हम तो कहते हैं कि जब इस्तीफा दिया है तो इस विधानसभा को भंग करने का मंत्रिमंडल फैसला करके जनता के बीच में आए तो दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा।
जी राजेंद्र जी, बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस ऑन दैट। Let me quickly cut across to Rajdeep Sardesai, who is joining us for a little more, India Today's consulting editor. Rajdeep, Gehlot finally out of the race. He's no more going to be in the running there for Congress president's polls. He's withdrawn himself, saying that he is embarrassed, apologizes to Sonia Gandhi, says he's now going to focus on the people of Rajasthan and the state, maybe to win elections in the coming election. What's your take on this?
Well, the fact, Nabila, is that not only has he said that he's not in the race for Congress president, but he has effectively left any decision on his future in the light of what happened a couple of days ago to the Congress president. So Sonia Gandhi has to now decide on Ashok Gehlot's future. I don't think that that Sonia Gandhi will immediately ask Ashok Gehlot in any way to step down as Rajasthan chief minister. That seems unlikely. Because they do not want to open up another front, another crisis, given the fact that Mr. Gehlot still commands the support of a sizable section of MLAs. But post-Diwali, we are told that even that question could be opened up once the Congress president election is decided. So first, the Congress president election to be decided, where Digvijaya Singh ji has already indicated that he is going to file nominations tomorrow. Shashi Tharoor is likely to file. That process will go on for the next 2.5 weeks. Around the 19th of October, we'll know who the new Congress president is. Post that, post Diwali, there is a possibility that we could see a change in guard in Rajasthan as well ahead of next year's election. So Mr. Gehlot clearly seems to have overplayed his hand in his insistence that he would not accept Sachin Pilot in the manner in which his supporters boycotted the Congress Legislature Party meeting, refused to pass a one-line resolution calling Sonia Gandhi to decide who would be the next Rajasthan Chief Minister. So Mr. Gehlot, in a way, appears to have been pushed on the back foot by the refusal of the High Command to accept his demands as they saw it, and thereby there is a question mark now over the future of Mr. Gehlot that will be resolved, I believe, in the next couple of months.
Right. You know, at this point, Rajdeep, there was a lot of talk that Gandhis may just forgive Gehlot and probably push him to contest the Congress president polls, considering that he's possibly the one man who they rest their affection towards. At least the most loyal to the Gandhi family is what Gehlot is viewed as. Now, at this point, when he's pulling out of the race, is there anyone who matches Gehlot's stature and closeness with the Gandhi family?
Well, clearly the plan A, Nabila, was for Ashok Gehlot to become Congress president, move to Delhi, and Jaipur was going to be where Sachin Pilot would move, because apparently the Gandhis had given some kind of an assurance to Mr. Pilot that he would eventually, before the 2023 Rajasthan elections, be made Chief Minister. On your question as to now, what is the plan B now that plan A has not worked, Ashok Gehlot effectively withdrawing himself from the Congress president race, which I can tell you he was reluctant to contest. He was being pushed into it. The plan B as of now would seem to be Digvijaya Singh, who is the only candidate who's filed his nomination. Will there be another candidate in the next 24 hours? Remember, the nomination process closes tomorrow. Shashi Tharoor is going to file 11 a.m. tomorrow. Digvijaya Singh will file sometime tomorrow. We don't know, and there is the possibility not being ruled out of a third candidate also emerging in this fight for Congress president. So clearly, the Congress leadership at the moment doesn't have a ready alternative to Mr. Gehlot, but Digvijay Singh is someone who's organizing the Bharat Jodo Yatra, is a two-time Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, is someone whom has managed to once again win back the favor of Rahul Gandhi in particular. So the possibility exists that Digvijay Singh, if no other candidate emerges in the next 24 hours apart from Mr. Tharoor, would be the front runner to become the next Congress president.
All right. You know, Rajdeep, a quick word. This whole fight between Sachin Pilot and Gehlot, it's really reflected badly on the Congress party in Rajasthan. Quite a shame there. It's brought to the party high command. But what Gehlot says that what he did or what his MLAs did is hardly a mistake when compared to what Sachin Pilot had done in 2020. No action was taken against Pilot then, and why action against us now? That's more or less the tone with which Gehlot entered Sonia Gandhi's residence today.
You know, I think that is an important point, Nabila, because the fact is that Ashok Gehlot is extremely bitter about what he believes was Sachin Pilot's attempt to bring down his government in August of 2020. And therefore, he claims he has simply not forgiven Sachin Pilot, nor have his MLAs. So therefore, there is a sense within the Gehlot camp that the High Command has been partial, excuse Sachin Pilot for what they believe was a far graver misdemeanor. And they are unwilling to accept Mr. Pilot from what one gathers as Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So that tricky question remains. Can the High Command force Sachin Pilot down the Rajasthan Congress Legislature Party is extremely uncertain. Much depends on how Mr. Gehlot now responds in the next few weeks. Is he someone who's going to quit the Chief Minister's post for Sachin Pilot? Unlikely. Could he quit for a third consensus candidate? Possible. Could he just dig his heels in and refuse to quit Rajasthan, where he remains the party's premier leader? Possible. So I think, as I said, two stages. First, the Congress leadership will intend to solve the problems that have emerged in the Congress presidential race. But post-Diwali, I think you will see some movement in Rajasthan towards ensuring that the Congress party, ahead of next year's elections, where they clearly are on the back foot versus the BJP, do they go along with Mr. Gehlot as tried and trusted, or do they find a fresh candidate ahead of those elections? I think that question will be resolved sometime immediately after Diwali.
So then, in that case, what really happens to the future of Sachin Pilot, Rajdeep? Sachin Pilot is also in Delhi right now. He was hoping that maybe after this meeting, possibly Gehlot will be allowed to contest Congress president's polls and then make way for him as the chief minister. Now, it seems like all his hopes have crashed at this point, Sachin Pilot and his future.
Well, not really as yet, Nabila, because we are told that Sachin Pilot is going to meet Sonia Gandhi later today. There are two options available. Either Mrs. Gandhi, as I said, virtually directs her aides to force the Rajasthan Congress MLAs to accept Sachin Pilot, or Sachin Pilot, as is now being suggested, could be moved to Delhi in some kind of a post of a general secretary in charge of specific states. You're right that we are, just as we are uncertain about what happens to Mr. Gehlot next, there is uncertainty over what happens to Mr. Pilot next. I think the meeting where Mr. Pilot will have with Sonia Gandhi could well settle that. But we don't expect an immediate change in guard in Rajasthan while the Congress is going through this presidential process. Because remember, the Congress doesn't have a big majority in Rajasthan. They do not want to lose in any way one of the only two governments that they have. So they will have to handle Mr. Gehlot and his supporters with care. Does that mean that Sachin Pilot could be still kept waiting for a while longer? Possible. So I think we'll have to wait and see what happens post Diwali. But I do expect over the next 4 weeks the status quo to be maintained in Rajasthan before a decision is taken on next moves.
All right. Just as Gehlot got out, he as soon as he started his talk with the media, he says, "I apologize unconditionally." Well, there's no taking that away, that this was shameful and this has brought embarrassment to the party high command. But I wasn't aware of this. You know, he feigns ignorance right from the start. He's been claiming that he wasn't even aware his MLAs wanted to tender their resignation and they wanted to, almost quit the party if he gave up his post to Sachin Pilot. Is this believable, Rajdeep? Could we really take Ashok Gehlot face value, knowing what a shrewd politician he is?
You know, Nabila, I asked this question to someone close to Mr. Gehlot this morning who was insistent that Mr. Gehlot had no control over his MLAs. I said, do you really expect us to believe that? Someone of whom it is said when he's chief minister, patta nahi hilta, leaf doesn't move in Jaipur politically without Mr. Gehlot knowing. Are you seriously telling me that Shanti Dhariwal, Mahesh Joshi organized a parallel meeting, unofficial legislature party meeting without any knowledge of Mr. Gehlot? It seems almost impossible to believe that Mr. Gehlot could not have forced the MLAs to come to his house and hold that legislature party meeting. And I don't think either Sonia Gandhi accepts that, nor do any of the Congress leaders in Delhi accept the version of Ashok Gehlot. So I think while he may say that he had no control over the MLAs, it wasn't his fault, he's apologetic about it, I think that generally the Congress leadership believes that this was Mr. Gehlot drawing a line in the sand, saying, look, I am willing to move to Delhi if I am forced to do so, but I will not accept Sachin Pilot in Jaipur. And while he could not say that officially, he got his MLAs to say that. So I think this was part of a conscious political strategy. Although Mr. Gehlot and his supporters are denying the role of the chief minister, it's just difficult to believe that someone like Mr. Gehlot, who has such deep connections in Rajasthan, would have given up so easily, could not have forced the MLAs to come to his house and fall in line. So I think, we will have to take that with a bucket full of salt when the Gehlot camp says that the chief minister had nothing to do with the events of Sunday.
So in that case, what do you suspect that Gehlot was doing? Was he trying to play smart and keep his feet in two boats? He was trying to stay put as the chief minister of Rajasthan and at the same time contest for Congress presidential polls. And only if he won the post as Congress president will he give up his chief minister's chair. So he didn't want this uncertainty to prevail, neither ka udhar, so therefore he held on to the CM's post. Was that greed then?
No, I think, as I said earlier, I don't think Ashok Gehlot was actually very keen to contest the Congress president's post. Ashok Gehlot is not in that sense someone hankering for this post of Congress president. He's much happier being Rajasthan chief minister. That's his comfort zone. He's been a 3-time Rajasthan chief minister, barring of course spells when he's been a member of parliament and general secretary. His comfort zone lies in Rajasthan. He was being pushed into this role because frankly the Congress has few options. Once Rahul Gandhi insisted on saying that I will not take this post of Congress president again, the Congress had a visible lack of options. That's why, Nabila, for the last 2 years, you've seen this situation where Sonia Gandhi is the interim Congress president. Rahul Gandhi is a kind of non-playing captain. He's a captain, but doesn't have the post. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is not seen to be experienced enough to take up the Congress president's post. No one wanted it. It almost seemed, and the second line of leadership in the Congress outside the Gandhis were cancelling each other out. None of them wanted the other to become. So enter Ashok Gehlot as one of only 2 Congress chief ministers, someone with a track record in organization. He's been general secretary organization, someone who can get resources, someone who's an OBC from North India. All of this went in his favor. But the fact is, Ashok Gehlot himself did not really hanker or want the job. He actually wants to continue as Rajasthan chief minister, or even if he has to step down, no Sachin pilot is what was the chorus within his camp. So I think for Ashok Gehlot, it was, I think the Sunday's events was something where I think he knew at the end of the day he couldn't get his cake and eat it too. I don't think he ever, I think he must have realized that this would be seen as rebellion, but he prefers to be in Rajasthan rather than move to Delhi.
All right, Rajdeep, stay with us. We also have Preeti Chaudhary, who's been tracking those developments in Rajasthan. She was in Jaipur. Preeti, do give us an understanding. Ashok Gehlot finally arrives into Delhi, meets with Sonia Gandhi, apologizes profusely, saying, I did not anticipate this kind of rebellion, and now it's happened. I apologize. I withdraw myself from the race to the Congress president's polls. Now, Gehlot has stepped back. What Rajdeep says that he was never keen on contesting the polls in the first place. Would you agree with that?
You know, I think we'll bring in Rajdeep as well into this conversation. Rajdeep, it's the optics of it all. I apologize is the first thing that Ashok Gehlot says. He goes on to say a one-line resolution is our tradition. Unfortunately, a situation arose. I am opting out of the presidential race. But the fact is, Rajdeep, is it Ashok Gehlot opting out, or was he given no option clearly? This seems to be, at least optics-wise, even if the High Command is weakened, it is the High Command clearly showing its grit, showing maybe Ashok Gehlot his place ultimately, even though he's a strong regional satrap.
You know, Preeti, we will really know exactly what happens to Ashok Gehlot in the next few weeks, and that will decide just how far the High Command can go to rein in a strong regional satrap. Does Ashok Gehlot now continue as Rajasthan Chief Minister? The sense I got, Preeti, is that for Ashok Gehlot, being Congress president was not a priority. This may seem at odds with those who believe that this is such a powerful post, it will give him a national image. Ashok Gehlot's comfort zone is in Rajasthan. And if you gave Ashok Gehlot the choice between Congress president and Sachin Pilot as Rajasthan Chief Minister, I think he would choose not being Congress President but preventing Sachin Pilot from being Rajasthan Chief Minister. So deep is the animosity between the two. Now, whether Sonia Gandhi eventually told him nothing doing, you've gone out of line, and therefore, you lose both the jobs. You won't be Congress President, you won't be Rajasthan Chief Minister. We'll know in the next couple of weeks. Until then, we don't know who's forced whose hand. Has Ashok Gehlot forced Sonia Gandhi's hand to deny him now the option of becoming Congress president, or has Gehlot created a situation where he is someone who is much more comfortable in Rajasthan than being in Delhi? Who said no? What actually happened behind those closed doors of 10 Janpath? We do not know as yet, Preeti.
Well, only right now what we're given to understand is KC Venugopal, Sonia Gandhi and Mukul Vasnikno who were there in that meeting. But Rajdeep, with what Ashok Gehlot has said, at least if you look at it purely optics-wise, him coming out first, apologizing for what went down, then saying he rules himself out of the presidential race, then saying that the one-line resolution has been the tradition of the Congress and he was sorry that it could not happen. Just purely of the kind of messaging that will go down to his MLAs, which till now, till very recently, were publicly muscle flexing, showing Sachin Gehlot and the camp its place. Do you think there will be a certain amount of, they would be disconcerted by what has gone down today?
I think that's a very good question, Preeti, and I think that's exactly what over the next couple of weeks we will unfold. I don't think it's going to happen overnight, but once they know that Ashok Gehlot is no longer Congress president, once they know that he's possibly been admonished by the Congress High Command, that the High Command has in a way reined in Ashok Gehlot, then it's possible that a large number of fence-sitter MLAs, who could be at least 40, 50 out of the 100-odd Congress MLAs, could well, go along with exactly what the High Command wants. Now, whether that's Sachin Pilot or whether that's a third candidate, as often happens in the Congress when you have two candidates battling each other, we don't know. But it is certainly more and more likely that once Mr. Gehlot is out of this Congress president race, his position as Rajasthan Chief Minister becomes vulnerable if the Congress High Command decides to make their displeasure public. Remember, for now, they've spoken through the likes of Ajay Makan, but it is possible that in the days ahead, we'll have more voices coming out and saying Ashok Gehlot crossed a certain Lakshman Rekha. You may have those voices in Jaipur and Delhi. That doesn't necessarily mean Sachin Pilot will become the Chief Minister, but it is possible that Mr. Gehlot could end up losing both jobs post-Diwali.
But, is that even a possibility right now, Rajdeep? Because where optics are concerned, isn't this enough and just about where the Congress High Command is concerned? Where till yesterday he said he was keen on fighting elections. He said that publicly. Now he's gone ahead with that meeting, come out, apologized, ruled himself out. Is this public punishment or whatever limited sense of it is enough? Because Rajasthan is 1 year away from elections. Understandably, right now with what we see, the majority of MLAs lie with Ashok Gehlot. Will the Congress High Command actually rock the boat to just make a point on the superiority or, what is the proverbial High Command here? Do you think they'll just let him go and lead Congress to elections?
I don't think, Preeti, at the moment the Congress High Command can afford to completely isolate and antagonize Ashok Gehlot. I don't think that's going to happen in a hurry. But as I said, post-Diwali, once the new president is in place in Delhi in the next couple of months, it is possible that Rajasthan could see some churning. The elections are October, November next year. So we've got a year before that. It is possible that what the Congress will now do is buy time. Each side now has made its point. Mr. Gehlot made its point on Sunday by drawing a Lakshman Rekha as to what is acceptable and what is not. I think the Congress leadership today has also drawn a line, saying if you are going to defy us in the manner that you did, then we also do not want you here as Congress president. So both sides, Preeti, I think have made their points. And now that the points have been made, I think there will be an effort to buy time, allow the process of Congress president to be complete. And then a month, 2, 3 months down the line, when the dust has settled, I think that decision will have to be taken. Whether Ashok Gehlot leads the Congress into the 2023 election or the Congress goes in with a new face, whoever that be. I don't think that decision has been settled as yet. And while you're right that Ashok Gehlot commands the support of the majority of the MLAs, those MLAs, as you earlier said, could well switch sides once they know that the High Command no longer has confidence in Mr. Gehlot. But I don't think that's going to happen right away. For now, I think Mr. Gehlot will be allowed to go back to Rajasthan as Chief Minister.
Rajdeep, appreciate you joining us. Has Ashok Gehlot cut his nose to spite his face? Did his MLAs play their cards too early? All speculation. What we're given to understand, Nabila, is that just about after 5 o'clock is when Sachin Pilot will be meeting Sonia Gandhi. So that meeting also on the cards. What is it that will go down here? Because at least by the sense that we are getting right now, it seems that Ashok Gehlot clearly ruled out of the presidential race, remains to be CM right now. For how long is that question?
And what really happens to Sachin Pilot? That's what I'm keen on knowing too. But for now, thank you very much, Preeti and Rajdeep. On the other side of a short break, I'm going to take you through the Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra that enters Karnataka. Rahul Gandhi's posters and hoardings all torn apart in Chamarajnagar, Karnataka. Chief Minister Bombay says Gandhi Sayan doing Bharat Todo. More details up next.
You are watching India Today.
खेल पत्रकारिता में करियर बनाने का सुनहरा मौका। ज्वाइन करें इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें।
मंत्रिमंडल ने 1 जुलाई 2022 से देय केंद्र सरकार के कर्मचारियों और पेंशन भोगियों को 4% की दर से महंगाई भत्ते और महंगाई राहत की अतिरिक्त किश्त जारी करने की मंजूरी दी है। सालाना 12,852 करोड़ रुपए का बोझ सरकारी खजाने पर पड़ेगा और 8 महीने के लिए, जो अभी हम जुलाई 2022 से फरवरी 2023 तक देखें तो 8,568 करोड़ रुपए का बोझ वित्तीय वर्ष 2022-23 में पड़ेगा। लेकिन इससे लाखों ऐसे सरकारी कर्मचारी और जो पेंशन धारक हैं उनको लाभ मिलेगा।
For the first time, humanity has demonstrated the ability to autonomously target and alter the orbit of a celestial object. The impact of DART into the asteroid Dimorphos was confirmed at 7:14 p.m. Eastern Time when the DART Mission Operations Center here at APL lost signal with the spacecraft. Now, normally, losing signal from a spacecraft is a very bad thing, but in this case, it was the ideal outcome.
So we're going to be seeing that data come down soon in the next couple of days, and then over the next 2 months we're going to see more information from the investigation team on what period change did we actually make, because that's our number 2 goal. Number 1 was hit the asteroid, which we've done, but now number 2 is really measure that period change and characterize how much ejecta we actually put out.
Karishma, this clearly adds to the fiscal burden. How do you see the government's expenditure position currently in comparison to what was estimated in the budget early this year?
Well, absolutely right. The Union Cabinet today extended the Anna Yojana scheme by another 3 months. The scheme, which was introduced during the pandemic, was extended by 6 months until September 30 and now will be under implementation until December 2022. This has gone through various extensions, to be honest. The whole motive of the scheme was to help people with the 5 kg food grains per person per month, which benefited more than 80 crore people in India to reduce the hardships that were faced by people. But Finance Ministry expressed displeasure in further extension of this scheme because of the kind of burden it would hold on their fiscal estimates. Already it is because of fertilizer subsidy, excise cuts on fuel, and first extension of Anna Yojana in this financial year. We are looking at an additional expenditure close to rupees 2.5 lakh crore. Anna Yojana costed government almost rupees 80,000 crore for the last 6 months, and in total, if you see, the whole scheme has costed an expenditure of close to rupees 3.5 lakh crore. Now, the next 3 months, that is the latest extension, the government will have to shell out close to rupees 44,000 crore. While of course clearly this is more than what government had estimated in its budget, but sources tell us that government is confident that they'll be able to balance it with revenues, and they're also confident that despite inflation, despite this additional expenditure that has come, they will not be going ahead with additional borrowing.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. Jasprit Bumrah, who suffered a back injury and was rested versus South Africa, likely now to miss the World Cup as his back has sustained a fracture. Medical team conducted scans and have suggested no cricket for minimum of 6 months for him. Sources have said now Shami or Deepak Chahar will be making their way into the squad and this call will be taken by selecting committee. Big blow there coming for Team India right ahead of the World Cup, as we see that Bumrah now out of the T20 World Series. Jasprit Bumrah, who suffered a back injury, was rested. He's likely to miss the World Cup now as his back has sustained a fracture. Medical team has conducted scans and have suggested no cricket for a minimum of 6 months for Jasprit Bumrah. In fact, sources have said how now likely Shami or Deepak Chahar will be making their way into the squad. And this will be, a decision on this will be taken by the selection committee. Nikhil Naz joining us live for a little more on that. Nikhil, very tragic. Jasprit Bumrah, one of the finest players for Team India, is now going to be rested for the next 6 months. He will not be participating in the World Cup. How does that affect Team India's prospects?
Well, Nabila, it's a major blow because Jasprit Bumrah is not just the #1 bowler that the Indian team has. In fact, if you were to take a look at world cricket, he'd be probably one of the #1 standout bowlers that you have, an impact performer and just ahead of the T20 World Cup. So that is going to be a big blow for the Indian team. However, the signs were already there. He had been rested just leading up to the T20 World Cup. He'd been out from active cricket for close to 2 months. At that time, speculations were rife that he might might be nearing in on a stress fracture, and just to avoid that, that's why he's been rested. When he made a return to the Indian team and his name was announced in that series versus Australia, there were hopes that maybe he's getting back to full fitness and they might ease him into that Australia series, then followed by the South African series, and by the time the World Cup comes along, he'd be completely fit. However, he missed that first game versus Australia, but came on to play the next two games and then misses the first game versus South Africa. Now, questions would be asked of the BCCI medical team as to why was he then rushed into playing. Was those two games that he played versus the Australian team really responsible for aggravating that injury, or was the BCCI team just hoping against hope and wanted him to get some sort of game time before the T20 World Cup, or they wanted to test waters? Either way, now that the decision is out, he's unlikely to be available for the T20 World Cup. If you're looking at 6 months, then that actually goes past the T20 World Cup. You're looking at a few more crucial matches beyond that, but him being out, it's going to be a major blow. And the problem is made worse by the fact that the backup bowlers that you were looking at, you just mentioned Mohammad Shami's name or Deepak Chahar's name. Deepak Chahar has been along with the team, hasn't got too much game time. Mohammad Shami was expected to get some game time. He was down with COVID and didn't get to play either the Australia series or the South Africa series. Either way, whoever you go in with as a backup would never be close to Jasprit Bumrah, and even if you take that bowler, he's going to be very, very fresh and not really in the flow of things.
All right, thank you very much for joining us on that. Jasprit Bumrah has now been asked to rest for the next 6 months. Unfortunate for Team India, as he will be missing the World Cup. All right, shifting our focus here, a day before Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra reaches Karnataka, we're looking at Rahul Gandhi's hoardings in Chamarajanagar being vandalized by miscreants. Over 40 hoardings of Rahul Gandhi that's been put across that entire district on that highway of Gundlupete has been torn apart late last night. Congress leaders now have alleged that BJP workers have torn these flexes of Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders that were put up on these highways passing through the Gundlupete highway. Bharat Jodo Yatra will be entering Karnataka on the 30th of September at Gundlupete in Chamarajpete district. And ahead of that, this kind of commotion, Congress says it's nothing but BJP fearing that their yatra is receiving traction.
BJP ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ನ ಹರಿದಾಕಿ ಕೆಲವೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವೇನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಹೆದರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಎದುರಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ತಿಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಅವರು ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಏನು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳದೇ ಇರಲಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ವಿಚಾರ ಬಿಡಲಿ.
ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಯಾರೇ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಲಿ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರಿಲ್ಲೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹರಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಯಾರು ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಭಾರತ್ ತೋಡೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದರ ಯಾವುದೂ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ.
BK Hariprasad, it's a political stunt ಮತ್ತು election gimmick and PFI banning.
I mean, what is it that they have found new? This thing has been going on for a couple of years now. So it is quite natural that the timing is suspect. And this is all being done to intimidate us to go easy on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
All right, as we see, days after DK Shivkumar was grilled by the enforcement director in the national capital in connection to the PMLA case, Congress Karnataka chief DK Shivkumar has now alleged that the CBI officials have raided his residence today. And while he spoke exclusively to India Today, the Congress top man has said the probe agency carried out inspection at various properties. Meanwhile, his party colleague BK Hariprasad has linked the CBI searches to Bharat Jodo Yatra, accusing the BJP of targeting the Congress leaders due to rousing reception for Rahul's rally.
I mean, what is it that they have found new? This thing has been going on for a couple of years now. So it is quite natural that the timing is suspect. And this is all being done to intimidate us to go easy on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
All right, cutting across to some more big news coming in. The Supreme Court's landmark judgment on termination of pregnancy. The Supreme Court, basically abortion law, Supreme Court has stated that there is no reason to restrict the provision of abortion only to married women. In fact, abortion has now been allowed until 24 weeks of pregnancy, and no distinction will be made between married or unmarried women. But importantly, the Supreme Court also says that rape will also be included as marital rape. It will be included in if at all there is rape that happens in marriage, it will be considered as marital rape. Supreme Court has now granted interim relief to the 25-year-old petitioner who was unmarried and was denied permission by the Delhi High Court to terminate her 24-week pregnancy, subject to an AIIMS medical concluding that fetus can be aborted without the risk to the life of a woman.
Today is the special day because today is International Safe Abortion Day, and the passing of this judgment on this day in itself is a remarkable and historical in itself, not only for India but for the rest of the world also. Now the discrimination that has been eliminated by the Honorable Supreme Court today, the violation which was prevailing between married and unmarried of Article 14, Article 21, it is eliminated now completely.
One step ahead given the fact that marital rape is now being considered by the Supreme Court. So we now know what is going to come out from the judges. So I'm sure they are going to criminalize marital rape, but it's not for me to say that. But I strongly feel that yes, it is a wonderful judgment, and their lordships have not only gone into unmarried or married women, they have gone into the violence being inflicted by the men on the mental thing. You know, you cannot force it, whether it's force, coercion, pestering, whatever it is. A woman has the right. She has a complete autonomy and independence over her body.
From an abusive marriage, a woman may not want to bear a child, and it is for her to decide if she wants to continue with this pregnancy or not. So for women especially, I mean, the most notable part of this judgment today is that this is entirely right based. They've given you a rights perspective rather than administrative or a medical perspective.
Thanks now to the SC, and yes, the government must put into place all the administrative structures that are required for the execution of this particular verdict.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक बहुत ही अच्छा निर्णय दिया है, बहुत प्रोग्रेसिव निर्णय दिया है कि कोई भी महिला अगर वो अपना अबॉर्शन करवाना चाहे तो वो करवा सकती है। मैं ये मानती हूँ कि ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्रोग्रेसिव निर्णय है और दिल्ली महिला आयोग इसका पूरी तरीके से स्वागत करता है। अभी कुछ समय पहले ही हमने देखा था कि कैसे यूएस की सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा था कि महिलाओं को अबॉर्शन की कोई आज़ादी नहीं है। तो इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में अगर देखा जाए तो हमारे देश के सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक बहुत अच्छा, बहुत प्रोग्रेसिव निर्णय लिया है।
The 5 major takeaways from the judgment will be: first, it actually recognizes the reproductive rights of the women. Second, it has broken the ceiling between married and unmarried women. Thirdly, it certainly talks about the problems that women had to face in the where the concept of marital rape comes. So what about those women and those sufferings that women go through? Then it also talks about the consent of the women in terminating the pregnancy where they have a consensual relationship. So before the marriage, then the idea of live-in relationship it talks about. And lastly, this judgment considers the aspect of the women with respect to Article 14 and says that the reproductive right, it should be acknowledged and it should be accepted under Article 14 of the Constitution, which talks about right to equality.
So this is a very big first step towards marital rape, making it legal, So we are happy that at least Supreme Court could acknowledge that there is a problem existing, and even if, they were not very much keen to make marital rape legal, but at least they have taken this step where the women can choose to keep the child or to abort the child with her wish in case there is a marital rape happening. So I think it's a very big step. It is a history now in making, and I'm pretty sure that in future they will acknowledge the fact of marital rape also.
All right. right, here's some big news coming in. The Ministry of Home Affairs has now increased Ambani's security, Z plus security given by the Ministry of Home Affairs to Mukesh Ambani. Increased security based on Intelligence Bureau reports, threat perception that prevails on the Ambanis. This is an intel report that suggests that there is high threat for Mukesh Ambani. Therefore, Z plus category security has been issued to Mukesh Ambani. Ministry of Home Affairs increases Ambani security. Z plus security given by the Ministry of Home Affairs to Mukesh Ambani. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, Hurricane Ian, one of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the United States, lashed at Florida coast on Wednesday. We bring to you more details on the other side of the short break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The government has extended its flagship Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana by another 3 months until the end of the year. The extension coincides with Gujarat Assembly elections and is expected to cost the central government an extra 44,000 crore rupees and would further dip into food stocks.
For 800 million poor spread across India, this festive season promises some relief. In a big move, the central government has extended the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana for a 7th time till 31st of December. The scheme, launched in March 2020 to help the poor tide over the COVID lockdowns, provides 5 kg of food grains per person every month, free to beneficiaries over and above the normal quota provided under the National Food Security Act at a highly subsidized rate of Rs 2 to 3 per kg. The scheme, originally intended for just 3 months, has already been extended 6 times. Around 3.45 lakh crore rupees has so far been spent on feeding the poor. The fresh 7th extension is expected to cost the exchequer another 44,762 crore rupees.
प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना को अगले 3 महीने के लिए मंजूरी दी है, उसके विस्तार के लिए मंजूरी दी है। 80 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोगों को इसका लाभ मिलता है।
Concerns have also been raised over the depleting levels of food stocks in the country and how the extension of the Anna Yojana will further strain the situation. The central procurement of wheat this year plunged to just 18.7 million tons from 43.3 million tons last year. The current wheat stocks in the country are at a 14-year low of 25 million tons. Rice stocks are also at a low of 24.6 million tons. Against this monthly offtake of this scheme is around 700,000 tons of wheat and 3.3 million tons of rice. This does not include the offtake under the older ration scheme, under which 20 lakh tons of wheat are distributed every month. There is also concern that rice procurement, which begins next month, may fall short of targets, affecting the overall food security of India.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
watching India Today.
All right, Hurricane Ian has lashed the United States Florida coast on Wednesday, unleashing torrential rains and howling winds. Visuals from the hurricane, which is now one of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the United States, have shown reporters being blown away by those gusty winds and sharks occupying the city streets there after they were washed ashore. The Category 4 storm slammed Florida coast, leaving more than 1.8 million people in Florida without electricity. As the storm triggered massive floods everywhere in Florida, United States government has sent 300 ambulances with medical teams and was ready to provide 3.7 million meals, 3.5 million liters of water once the storm passes.
RV might be okay.
All right, here's a quick roundup of the top international stories. Iran has attacked an Iranian Kurdish opposition group in the Kurdish region of northern Iraq. At least 9 people have been killed, several injured. The attacks have come after protests have rocked Iran for the last 11 days. At least 6 people were injured in shooting at a Northern California school campus. The shooting happened on a street where there were multiple schools and houses aligned. 15 people are missing, 3 dead, 14 injured after a bridge collapsed in the northern Brazilian state of Amazonas. The bridge had a crack, had caused a traffic jam before the collapse. The United States will not recognize Russian-annexed areas across Ukraine amid what the White House on Wednesday called as illegal and illegitimate referendums that were manipulated by Moscow and would be challenged internationally. The United States will provide an additional $1.1 billion in aid to Ukraine with funding for about 18 more advanced rocket systems and other weapons to counter drones that Russia has been using against Ukrainian troops. All right, for all that and more, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. News and updates coming up next.
You are watching India Today.
Tell us about the car. Do you think this is the right time to bring in a Tata Tiago EV? You have already sold 425,000 vehicles in the ICE segment. Now this EV is here. Do you think that strategic timing has matched your expectations?
See, for quite some time we have been saying that we have the aspiration of bringing 10 products in the next 5 years. This is the 4th nameplate. We had a Nexon EV, we had a Tigor EV, we had a fleet segment product which was Express T, and we have this 4th product which is coming. We had also said that out of these 10 products will be a different affordability point with more range options and more importantly different body styles, because consumers in India have very nuanced taste and very different tastes, and their preferences for body style is quite different. So we wanted to have all these representative body style already covered. So we had first come with an Nexon EV which was an SUV, then we came with a sedan, and now we have launched a hatch. This hatch is the most accessible vehicle, at the same time ensuring that the premium quotient of electric vehicle and the aspiration that is now around electric vehicle is done full justice. That's why we have come with very premium features which are not seen in hatches, like telematics and automatic climate control. Many features have been given. So I think this is going to really disrupt the market, because this matches the need of the electric vehicle customers. At the same time, it comes at a price which is pretty close to what you would get in this segment in an ICE world also for an automatic car. So I think this is going to really take the benefit of, as you rightly said, the ICE which is already successful, the Tiago ICE, because of its stylish design, best-in-class safety, very agile driving experience. It will build on that. It will take it to the next level. I think it will add to the volumes of Tiago, which is already strong.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Well, welcome viewers. You're watching the latest on India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Just a short while ago, Ashok Gehlot has come out ruling himself out of the presidential race. What does that mean to the Congress conundrum of who will be the next president of the party and what happens to the Rajasthan Chief Minister's chair? Also, what about Sachin Pilot? All those questions answered right here. First up, the headlines. Ashok Gehlot pulls out of the Congress president race, apologizes to Sonia over rebellion by his loyalist MLAs, says Congress chief to decide if he remains Rajasthan chief minister. A day before Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra enters Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi posters and hoardings torn in Chamarajanagar. Chief Minister Bommai says Gandhi's scion doing Bharat Todo. This is a big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar takes note of Bihar IAS officer who asked, "Ab kya condom mangoge?" to girl students seeking affordable sanitary napkins. Bihar Chief Minister assures action on the IAS officer. Shocking Garba jihad from Ahmedabad. Bajrang Dal members thrash Muslim youth for attending Garba event. Allege he was there to lure Hindu women. It is a big setback to Team India's World Cup squad. Jasprit Bumrah sustains back injuries, advised a 6-month break from cricket. Because it's a huge mega twist in the race for the top Congress job. After a meeting with Sonia Gandhi, Rajasthan Chief Minister, a short while ago came back. Once considered the top contender for the post, the most trusted lieutenant of Sonia Gandhi has now opted out of the race. The question, has he been made to opt out because of what went down in Rajasthan over the last 4 days, or he did it of his own volition? Gehlot states that he will no longer contest for the Congress presidential polls, and the decision on whether he will remain the Rajasthan Chief Minister after the rebellion led by his MLAs will remain with Sonia Gandhi. Now, with Gandhi dropping out of the race, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor and senior Congress leader Digvijaya Singh are now front runners for the top post.
मैंने उनसे मिला, कोची में जाकर के रिक्वेस्ट की कि आप अध्यक्ष का चुनाव लड़ें। आखिर में उन्होंने अस्वीकार कर दिया, मैं मेरी बात को कायम हूँ, मैं इलेक्शन लड़ूंगा नहीं। तो मैंने कहा भाई, जो सबकी भावना है कार्यकर्ताओं की, नेताओं की, तो मैं फिर चुनाव लड़ूंगा, ये मैंने कहा था। सुनिए आप, पर अब क्योंकि कल परसों की जो घटना हुई है, और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रस्ताव पार होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा। ये मेरा फैसला है। ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला सोनिया गांधी जी करेगी, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष करेगी। जो घटना हुई परसों के रोज 2 दिन पहले, वो घटना इतना हिला के रख दिया हम सबको। मुझे जो दुख है वो मैं जान सकता हूँ, क्योंकि पूरे देश में मैसेज चला गया जैसे मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना रहना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए सब कुछ हो रहा है। मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफी मांगी है, क्योंकि एक सिंपल प्रस्ताव जो होता है एक लाइन का, वो परंपरा हमारी है कि एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव तो हम करते ही करते हैं, हर मीटिंग के अंदर करते हैं, चाहे चुनाव हो, चाहे मुख्यमंत्री के बारे में कोई फैसला करना हो। एक फैसला करते वक्त में एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव करने का हमारे यहाँ हमेशा से ही कायदा रहा, आप सबको मालूम है। दुर्भाग्य से उस वक्त ऐसी स्थिति बन गई, वो प्रस्ताव पास नहीं हो पाया।
My colleague Jai Kishan Sharma, who's joining us live from Jaipur. Jai Kishan, how is it being taken by especially the loyalists of the Gehlot camp? Because all of them, till about yesterday, were confident that Mr. Gehlot will fight the nominations for president.
See, Preeti, this has come as a big setback for all the Gehlot camp loyalists. We were talking to one of the Gehlot camp MLAs just few minutes ago. They were not saying anything on record, but off the record they said that they were sure that Ashok Gehlot will contest elections of national president. But it is a major blow to the Gehlot camp MLAs, Gehlot faction MLAs. But still, the Gehlot supporters are confident of the fact that he will continue to serve Rajasthan as the chief minister. They are sure that he will not be removed, he will not be sacked from the post of chief minister in Rajasthan. Today, Govind Ram Meghwal, cabinet minister in Rajasthan government, had made it very clear. Yesterday, Prasadi Lal Meena also made it very clear that it's better to go for midterm elections rather than to vote for anybody who sat with BJP in 2020. They say that they are ready for midterm elections, but they will not vote. They are not ready to accept anybody from that camp who went to Manesar in June 2020. On the other hand, Ved Pratap Solanki called the ADs and close persons of Ashok Gehlot as the listener. He used word like dalal. So basically a war of words has broken out in Rajasthan. The Gehlot camp MLAs are taken back by this move that he will not contest the national election post, but they are confident that he will continue to serve as chief minister, and this is what they wanted, and this is what also Mr. Ashok Gehlot wanted. Preeti.
Well, a setback of sorts, but Jai Kishan, now what? What about all those MLAs who were the fence-sitters? Which side of the divide will they join?
See, Preeti, they are clear on their stand that they will continue to support Ashok Gehlot. They want to see Ashok Gehlot as the chief minister of Rajasthan. Today, Govind Ram Meghwal, cabinet minister, said that only Ashok Gehlot can bring a majority and they can repeat the Congress government. Ashok Gehlot government schemes are very popular, especially in the rural pocket, which comprises 70% of the total voters of Rajasthan. So they are confident that it's only Ashok Gehlot which can repeat the Congress government state. They were very clear. Today they showed a video where Ved Pratap Solanki, who is a Sachin Pilot faction MLA, sitting with this BJP chief Satish Punia. So they have launched a scathing attack. They have made serious allegation against Ajay Makhan too. They have leveled serious allegation against Sachin Pilot and his camp MLAs. In a press conference today around 1 p.m. they showed a video where Ved Pratap Solanki met Satish Punia last year, and they made the video public. They said that they had submitted a report to Ajay Makhan last year on 7 September 2021, but still no action was taken against them. They raised the question. Right. They said that they want to spread their voices in front of the high command of the Congress.
All right, Jai Kishan, appreciate you joining us. We're going to continue to get back to you for more updates. Meanwhile, what about the question viewers, who will be the next president of the Congress party? Digvijaya Singh's entry is a surprise move. Last week, when India Today spoke to the Congress MP, he had downplayed the reports of him contesting the elections. But a lot has changed in the last 1 week.
at a time when the Congress most would have thought would put all its energies into the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Guess what? The buzz is Kaun Banega Congress President, and even your name is being now mentioned as a potential Congress President nominee. Are you going to contest in the first instance?
First of all, it doesn't have any impact on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Bharat Jodo Yatra is carrying on, and with huge response each day. Yesterday in Kochi, it was more than 60-70,000 people who were walking and who attended the public meeting. So it doesn't have any impact as such. As such, the election of the President AICC is concerned, the notification has been issued and the forms are to be filed between 24th to 30th of September. So that's it.
No, but are you in the race? Because there was talk that you've flown into Delhi, you will be meeting Sonia Gandhi, that you've said, why can't I also be in the race? Why only Gehlot or Tharoor?
No. It was more of a spin than the facts. I had no appointment with Congress President Sonia Gandhi ji, and I have not sought any appointment with her because there is no issue which I want to discuss with her at the moment.
Meanwhile, a day before Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra enters Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi hoardings in Chamarajnagar vandalized by miscreants. Over 40 hoardings of Rahul Gandhi put up across the district were torn late at night. Congress leaders allege that BJP workers tore the flexes of Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders. Now, Bharat Jodo Yatra will enter Karnataka on the 30th of September at Gundlupet in Chamarajnagar district.
ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ನ ಹರಿದಾಕಿ ಕೆಲವೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವೇನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಹೆದರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಎದುರಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು ತಿಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಅವರು ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಏನು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳದೇ ಇರಲಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ವಿಚಾರ.
ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಯಾರೇ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಲಿ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹರಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಯಾರು ಭಾರತ್ ಜೋಡೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಭಾರತ್ ತೋಡೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದರ ಯಾವುದೂ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ.
BK Hariprasad says it's a political stunt to election gimmick and PFI banning.
I mean, what is it that they have found new? This thing has been going on for a couple of years now. So it is quite natural that the timing is suspect. And this is all being done to intimidate us to go easy on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Meanwhile, days after he was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the capital in connection to the PMLA case, Congress Karnataka Chief D.K. Shivakumar has alleged CBI officials raided his residence today. Speaking exclusively to India Today, Congress's top man in the South state said the probe agency carried out inspection at his properties. Meanwhile, his party colleague B.K. Hariprasad linked the CBI searches to the Bharat Jodo Yatra, accusing the BJP of targeting Congress leaders due to the rousing reception of Rahul's rally.
I had personally requested should just give me time. Our elections and all these programs are over. But in the meantime, yesterday they had with the officials, they have come and visited all my properties in my village. They have gone to the place where my mother stay and all my houses. I don't know, but ultimately my staff members and my local leaders informed me that they had come, they visited, and they had a look at everything. They just wanted some document with the officials and they are gone. They had FIR was been filed some 2 years back on a separate case. 2 years, 3 years are gone. Raid has happened already 6-7 years, 5 years back. After that, I don't know why they are just they are done. They are finished long back itself. Then I came and I requested them, yes, please give us some time. Already from last 2 years, you are just sleeping on it. Now why are you just starting it now? I am too busy with other political work and my constitution.
Shifting focus, the political slugfest between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continues in the national capital. BJP General Secretary for Delhi, Kuljit Singh Chahal, surrounded Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal by questions regarding the RTI filed of the education system, after which the CM was seen getting up. Kuljit Singh, who is a member of NDMC, questioned the Chief Minister regarding the education model. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal got up and left the meeting. Meanwhile, releasing a video of the meeting on social media, BJP launched an attack on the CM. The BJP leader filed an RTI regarding the status of Delhi corporation schools, to which he asked the CM why no meeting was held with the teachers. He questioned the CM over the development in schools.
आरटीआई बताती है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली के नगर पालिका परिषद के स्कूलों में कोई भी दौरा नहीं किया और उसको लेकर फंड नहीं लगाया। ये मैंने ये आरटीआई बता रही है। वो आरटीआई बताती है कि वहां के स्टाफ के अपग्रेडेशन के लिए आप एजुकेशन मॉडल की बात करते हैं, गुजरात में जाके पॉलिटिकल फंड। एक मिनट पूरा सुन लो, आप में अपनी बात सुनने की हिम्मत नहीं है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी एक बोको साथ बिठाकर रखते हैं, इसने करते हैं क्या? ये आरटीआई महज कागज नहीं, ये आपकी कारगुजारी का चिट्ठा है। ये बताती है आपका मॉडल आपकी विधानसभा में फेल है। दूसरा, ये आरटीआई बताती है कि यहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए आरटीआई है, यहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए अपग्रेडेशन के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने पिछले 7 सालों में कुछ भी नहीं किया। एनडीएमसी के बच्चों का विकास नहीं होगा। आपके विधायक कहते हैं कि मुद्दा नहीं है। एनडीएमसी में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी प्रवास मूवमेंट नहीं करेंगे। आपके विधायक कहते हैं मुद्दा नहीं है। आप मान लीजिए कि एनडीएमसी के डेवलपमेंट में, आपके विधानसभा के डेवलपमेंट में अरविंद केजरीवाल फेल है, 0 है, और अगर आपका मुद्दा नहीं है तो हम मान लेंगे।
एक नई फिल्म हमें देखने को मिली है, भाग केजरीवाल भाग, और वो भी तब भाग जब वो जनता के सवाल उनके ऊपर उनसे पूछे जा रहे थे। जब समस्याएं आई तो आपने उनको पीठ दिखाई, यानी भाग गए। उनके कल्याण के लिए करना तो दूर, उनकी बात को सुनना भी वो पसंद नहीं करते हैं। आज दिल्ली की जनता ने ये पहचान लिया है केजरीवाल जी कि आप सिर्फ जनता के सामने प्रचार और प्रचार उसी में मस्त रहते हैं। अपनी फोटो दिखाओ और प्रचार करो, यही एकमात्र एजेंडा केजरीवाल जी आपका है।
विजय नायर, समीर महेंद्रू की अरेस्ट के बाद जो तथ्य सामने आए, जो हम पहले दिन से कह रहे थे, आज वो सारी बातें सीबीआई और ईडी भी मान रही है। अभी तो 2 अरेस्ट हुई हैं, वो आने वाले दिनों में ये नरेंद्र सिंह जैसे लोग, कमिश्नर जो हैं, और मनीष सिसोदिया, सब लोगों को जो दिल्ली में उन्होंने करोड़ों रुपया लूटा, उसका हिसाब देना होगा।
प्रधानमंत्री जी से अगर पूछा जाए कि दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूलों में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कितना फंड दिया है और उनसे बदतमीजी की जाए, तो हर टीवी चैनल पे चलेगा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी से बदतमीजी की। और हमें इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि प्रधानमंत्री जी दिल्ली के स्कूलों में कितना पैसा दे रहे हैं। केंद्र सरकार के स्कूलों में पैसे के लिए आप मुख्यमंत्री से पूछ रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही अजीब बात है। मुझे लगता है कि मर्यादा जो है वो हरेक को उसका पालन करना चाहिए। आप अगर इज्जत चाहते हैं तो इज्जत करना भी सीखनी चाहिए।
The latest viewers, Vijay Nair, who's the AAP's communication head, has been sent to 5-day CBI custody, while Manish Sisodia's close aide Sanjay Mahendru has been sent to the ED custody till October 6th. AAP has claimed political vendetta. The probing agencies have levelled serious charges.
Two big arrests in 2 days. The Delhi liquor gate scandal has blown wide open. While the Aam Aadmi Party's communications in charge, Vijay Nair, is in 5-day custody of the CBI, Sameer Mahendru, a close of Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia, has been sent to ED custody till 6th of October. As Aam Aadmi Party top leadership claims political vendetta, the investigating agencies have levelled some serious charges. The The CBI alleges that Vijay Nair was involved in formulating the 2021 and 22 Delhi excise policy. The agency further claims that Nair also arranged meetings between liquor manufacturers and distributors at hotels in Hyderabad, Mumbai and Delhi. The CBI says Nair also arranged illegal money through Hawala operators. This was done for arranging 6% commission out of 12% profits from wholesale distributors of major brands of liquor in Delhi. The charge is that this 6% commission was alleged for other co-accused in the case, Manish Sisodia and 3 other officials in the excise department. India Today has also accessed details of the Enforcement Directorate probe against Sameer Mahendru, an alleged associate of Manish Sisodia and owner of Indo Spirits. The ED says that Mahendru earned 50 crores in 9 months under the Delhi government's new excise policy. The amount is alleged to be proceeds of crime. It has been alleged that Mahendru was one of the major beneficiaries of violations in the liquor policy. He was not only running a manufacturing unit for a wine cooler called Brocode and a Japanese whiskey called Enso under Indo Spirit, but he was also given a wholesale L1 license and some retail L7 licenses in the name of his relatives. The ED now wants to confront Sameer Mahendru with the seized evidences in the case. With Munish Pandey, New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
A quick break. When we return on the other side, Nitish Kumar takes note of Bihar IAS officer who asked, "Ab kya condom mangoge?" That's more coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, "Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia." So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Well, India's most affordable electric vehicle car has officially been launched by Tata Motors, and I'm right now standing with that vehicle. Tata Tiago EV has been launched officially. Let me just quickly give you a sneak peek inside the vehicle. The vehicle comes with a whole lot of features that you would probably find in an expensive electric vehicle, but yes, Tata Motors has kept in mind about the affordability factor for a common man. Launched at 8.49 lakhs, the price is reserved for about 10,000 first customers, about 4.25 lakh vehicles already sold. Let me just give you a quick look about how the vehicle looks at behind. This Tiago EV badging has been very aggressively put out to ensure the vehicle looks very attractive. About 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds, 315 kilometer range in the higher battery of 24 kWh, and the 19 kVh would offer a range of about 250 kilometers, and about 8-year 1,60,000 kilometer warranty given on the battery and the motor, and you would eventually save up about 90 to 95% of the cost if you would particularly drive this vehicle. So clearly an in-depth review will be given later on when we get to drive this car, but the first looks of it, the Tata Tiago EV would definitely be a hot seller for Tata Motors.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
All right, viewers, the latest news break that is coming in right now. Nitish Kumar has said that he's monitoring the situation and will take action if any wrongdoing. This is regarding the IAS officer who had in fact turned around and in the most belligerent, shocking manner told young girls who were seeking access to better and safer sanitary pads. She said, कि अब क्या तुम condom मांगोगे? To which the Bihar Chief Minister has stepped in and says, will take action if the officer is found guilty. Viewers, there is clearly a video documented which suggests the appalling thing that this IAS officer said.
उन लोगों के लिए तो हम मदद कर ही रहे हैं, महिलाओं के लिए, और मालूम नहीं है, हम लोग भी कई बार जाते रहे, देखते रहे, इसलिए हमको भी अभी यहाँ आ रहे थे, उसी समय मिला, तो हमने तत्काल एक-एक चीज को देख रहे हैं, अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए.
All of this at the back of outrage after top Bihar woman official taunted young girls seeking cheap sanitary pads. The NCW has also taken cognizance of the matter, and Harjot Kaur had said, "Ab kya condom mangoge?" when she was asked if these girls could access cheaper yet safer sanitary napkins. The Commission has also sought a written explanation. The reply must be communicated within 7 days. Leaders across the party lines have condemned the issue. In the video that has gone viral, Harjot Kaur can be seen replying to the students that there any end to their demands. Kaur's shameful tirade did not end there. She went on to say, tomorrow you'll even ask the government to give you jeans, beautiful shoes. In the end, when it comes to family planning, you'll want free condoms too. Soon after the storm, Harjot Kaur issued a clarification stating it's an attempt to malign her reputation.
20 रुपया का ये बिस्कुट ही दे सकते हैं.
अच्छा, ये जो तालियां भी बजा रहे हैं, इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को वो नहीं कर सकते, और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
सबसे पहले तो उस आईएएस को अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए था कि आप खुलकर इस बात को बोल रहे हो. मुझे लगता है कि आईएएस ने बहुत ही गैर जिम्मेदाराना और एक शर्मनाक तरीके का और एक हास्यास्पद जवाब दिया है जो नहीं होना चाहिए था. मुझे लगता है उनको स्क्रीन में सामने आके, वो भी एक महिला है, उनकी भी बच्ची होगी, उनको कहना चाहिए कि मुझसे गलती हो गई.
ये इतनी बेहूदी बात है जो उन्होंने कही, और अब वो कह रहे हैं कि मैंने कही नहीं, जबकि उसका पूरा वीडियो मौजूद है, सबको मालूम उन्होंने कहा. और वो एक बात नहीं कही, उन्होंने कई बातें की. और मुझे तो ये बहुत अच्छा लगा कि वो लड़की उनकी बात से दबी नहीं, वो अपनी बात को कहती रही और उनका जवाब देती रही. लेकिन उनकी बात इतनी संवेदनहीन थी और इतनी बेहूदी थी कि ऐसी जगह पर क्या ऐसे लोगों को होना चाहिए, ये बड़ा सवाल है.
It shows the myopic view of most women in India, yet we absolutely criticize such a careless, heartless, sarcastic comment. We demand that such words be taken back and that the state government take action against such a negligent, careless, sarcastic MD who represents the state government.
ऐसे पद पे पहुंचने के बाद में ऐसे बात करना और ऐसी भावनाएं भड़काना, मुझे लगता है कि ये कहीं संवेदनाहीनता है, उसमें कोई सोशल बात नहीं है. ये बहुत निंदनीय का.
She is an IAS officer, yet she is completely unaware of the reality of this country. Even today in this country, there are hundreds and thousands of girl students who drop out of schools because they do not have access to sanitary pads. The moment they start periods, many of them are forced to drop out of school. And this is the situation in this country. So why is it that free sanitary napkins cannot be provided? And why is it that this lady has answered in such a brutal totally obnoxious manner, I think she needs to be made answerable, and I think she needs to be removed from her post.
All right, a huge uproar where citizens in Bihar and otherwise are concerned, especially at the comment coming in of the IAS officer, where she turned around and said, would you rather in a few months you'd even ask for condoms? Listen in.
कितने बड़े पद पे होके इस तरह का बयान अशोभनीय है। आप इतने बड़े पद पे होकर आप ऐसा बात बोल कैसे सकते हैं? सैनिटरी पैड हो या फिर और कोई भी चीज़, आपसे वो जीन्स टी शर्ट या फिर सिगरेट पीने के लिए नहीं मांग रही थी। आप बीइंग ए वुमन, आपको ये चीज़ पता होनी चाहिए कि महिलाओं का ये बेसिक नीड है, और आप जैसा उच्च अधिकारी, इतनी पढ़ी लिखी महिलाएं जब इस तरह का बात बोलेगी तो फिर एजुकेशन सिस्टम पे ही सवाल है।
ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है। ये गलत वे में बोली हैं वो कि आज सैनिटरी पैड मांग रही, कल को वो मांगेंगी, तो ये गलत है। सैनिटरी पैड तो हम लोग का ज़रूरत है, बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम से हम लोग बचते हैं, ये तो ज़रूरी है, हर लड़की हर लेडीज़ को ज़रूरत है।
Whereas moving on, twin blasts have rocked Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. NIA has been roped in to investigate the twin blast. Jammu Zone Additional DGP Muskesh Singh, in a special conversation with India Today, said, as per the initial investigation, it seems that terrorists may have used sticky IED bombs to carry out the attacks. The probe in the matter is underway. Udhampur witnessed 2 blasts in an hour span of 8 hours. The blast took place in a parked bus at the old bus stand in Udhampur district early Thursday morning. However, no injuries or casualties were reported. Meanwhile, on Wednesday at around 10:45 p.m, a similar mysterious explosion occurred in a bus at Dumail Chowk, in which 2 people sustained injuries.
ऐसे मैं गाड़ी में सोया था, ऐसे धमाका हुआ, मेरे को कोई पता नहीं चला क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ। जैसे मैं ऐसे उठा, देखो तो मेरी गाड़ी में कांच ही मेरे ऊपर कांच पड़ गई थी, ऐसे ब्लड आ गया था। मैंने देखा क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ, मेरे को पता नहीं चला। उसके बाद उन्होंने चेयर पे बिठाया, इधर बैठो, इतने पुलिस वालों की गाड़ी आई, उन्होंने गाड़ी में बिठा के हॉस्पिटल में लाया।
अभी तक जो प्राथमिक जांच हुई है उसमें क्या चीज़ निकल कर आई?
अभी तो बिल्कुल शुरुआती जांच है, और इसमें ऐसा लगता है कि दोनों जो ब्लास्ट हैं उनमें समानताएं हैं। इन समानताओं को हम देख रहे हैं, एनालाइज कर रहे हैं, इन पे विचार कर रहे हैं, और ऐसा और लगता है कि स्टिकी बॉम्ब की संभावना होने की चांसेस हैं। स्टिकी बॉम्ब हो सकता है ये, और टाइमर डिवाइस होगा। जब स्टिकी बॉम्ब यूजुअली टाइमर डिवाइसेस के साथ आते हैं। कई सारे मॉड्यूल्स पे हम पहले से भी काम कर चुके हैं, कई मॉड्यूल्स को हमने एप्रीहेंड भी किया है, उनको ख़त्म भी किया है, और कुछ हो सकता है बचे कुछ मॉड्यूल्स हैं जिनकी जांच चल रही है।
Indian Army's Northern Command's headquarter is located here in Udhampur district, so one can understand the sensitivity of the situation. Security has been tightened not only in Udhampur district but all across Jammu and Kashmir. And here I will just show you some pictures. The bomb disposal squad has collected some evidence, and they are right now trying to find out the nature of the blast that took place in Udhampur. One at the Dumail Chowk, and second here at the old bus stand. So the security agencies are in the process of collecting evidence. They are trying to establish the nature of the blast, but given the past cases, if we look at the past cases that have taken place, terror angle emerged in that. However, it has not been confirmed by the authorities yet. We need to wait for an official confirmation, but the authorities are on their job, the security agencies are on their job, and they are trying to establish the nature of these blasts, and they are trying to find out whether there was a terror angle in this or not. With video journalist Neeraj Kumar, this is Sunil Bhatt reporting from Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir for India Today. Broken glass is scattered all over, and the major portion of the bus was blown into pieces. And as we try and walk through this bus, you can see that broken glass is scattered all over, and there has been massive damage to this bus. I will just ask my camera person to show you the pictures of this side. This is the spot where passengers keep their luggage and bags, and see, it's in tatters. Massive damage has taken place, and this was a major conspiracy of the terrorists to create mayhem in Udhampur district of Jammu and Kashmir just ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit.
Meanwhile, let's get you other top stories from across the nation today. The Telugu Desam Party chief N. Chandrababu Naidu has alleged YSRCP replaced images of Hindu gods and goddesses with party colours in the temple town of Tirupati. A picture surfaced on social media went viral of YSRCP flag painted over a compound wall in Tirupati. Reacting to the news, the officials have said the paintings did not just have blue, green and white patches of YSRCP flag but were done up along with paintings of freedom fighters. Meanwhile, Congress leaders allege that BJP workers tore more than 40 flexes of Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders in Karnataka. Flexes were installed to welcome Rahul Gandhi ahead of the Bharat Jodo Yatra reaching Karnataka. The Bajrang Dal continues to run riot during Garba celebrations this Navratri after saying they will not allow Hindus to take part in Garba celebrations due to love jihad fears. They have been carrying out surprise checks at different venues. Not just that, 4 non-Hindu youth were found by VHP workers at a Garba event in Ahmedabad. 3 succeeded in fleeing while 1 was caught and brutally beaten up. A video of unknown miscreants performing horrific stunts on a moving train has gone viral. In the video, 3 boys can be seen clinging onto a hinge on the train compartment and hanging upside down. All the while, passengers watched in fear. Congress took a swipe at Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann over extra security, claiming 42 vehicles are part of the Punjab Chief Minister's convoy. Adding that Badal had a convoy of just 33 vehicles himself, and he was the chief minister with the maximum security in Punjab. Quick break coming up. Hurricane Ian, on one of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the U.S., lashed out at Florida coast on Wednesday. We bring you details.
Are watching India Today.
Dr. Chinoy, the rupee once again continuing with this consistent depreciation, reaching a new low today. How worried should one be?
Rajdeep, I think one needs to understand what's happening globally. We're seeing market movements that we haven't seen in decades over here. And the genesis of all of this, Rajdeep, is that the US Fed is on course to raise interest rates to, close to 5%. The last time this happened was 2007. An entire generation has grown up with, 0 interest rates and low for long. This is brand new phenomena. Now, what higher US interest rates do is suck away capital from all economies towards the US. And therefore, many currencies are in a tailspin. Just to put this in perspective, the euro is currently today at the lowest level since 2001. The British pound is at the lowest level in more than 5 decades. The Chinese yuan today was at the lowest level since 2007. So this is a phenomena that's affected all currencies, both advanced economies and emerging markets. India is no exception. We will, be at the receiving end of the shock. And I think prudent macro management would suggest that we don't resist this beyond a point. A calibrated, gradual currency depreciation actually is a good safety valve. It's a seatbelt against the shock, and will ensure that at the end of this process, India's exports are not uncompetitive. So this is a necessary response to unprecedented global market movements in the last 2 decades.
But having said that, as you rightly said, the rupee seems to be doing relatively better vis-a-vis the dollar compared to other global currencies. But how far can we go in protecting the rupee? Is there a point at which we should be worried in allowing the rupee to find its own level in the times that we are?
So Rajiv, one thing is that the future is very uncertain because all of this will hinge critically on what happens to the US Fed. If the Fed were to remain hawkish and keep raising interest rates, till the first quarter or second quarter of next year, we need to be realistic that the pressure is going to sustain.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The Supreme Court's landmark judgment on the termination of pregnancy has been a huge boost to women's rights in the country. The Supreme Court stated there is no reason to restrict the provision of abortion only to married women. Abortions have not been allowed until 24 weeks of pregnancy, and no distinction will be made between married or unmarried women. Importantly, the Supreme Court also said that rape will also include marital rape for the purpose of abortion. Supreme Court has granted interim relief to the 25-year-old petitioner who was unmarried and was denied permission by the Delhi High Court to terminate her 24-week pregnancy, subject to an AIIMS medical concluding that the fetus can be aborted without risk to life of the woman.
Today is the special day because today is International Safe Abortion Day. And the passing of this judgment on this day in itself is a remarkable and historical in itself, not only for India, but for the rest of the world also. Now the discrimination that has been eliminated by the Honorable Supreme Court today, the violation which was prevailing between married and unmarried of Article 14, Article 21, it is eliminated now completely.
ये एक अपने आप में बहुत ही अहम फैसला है, बहुत ही मायने रखने वाला, एक नया बदलाव लाने वाला समाज में महिलाओं के लिए, सभी के लिए। अगर आप इसको निचोड़ के तौर पे देखें तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन तरीके से होता है, अगर सही तरीके से किया जाता है, तो आप आने वाले समय में देखेंगे कि समाज में एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आएगा।
One step ahead, given the fact that marital rape is now being considered by the Supreme Court. So we now know what is going to come out from the judges. So I'm sure they are going to criminalize marital rape, but it's not for me to say that. But I strongly feel that yes, it is a wonderful judgment, and their lordships have not only gone into unmarried or married women, they have gone into the violence being inflicted by the men on the mental thing. You know, you cannot force it, whether it's force, coercion, pestering, whatever it is. A woman has the right, she has a complete autonomy and independence over her body.
From an abusive marriage, a woman may not want to bear a child, and it is for her to decide if she wants to continue with this pregnancy or not. So for women especially, I mean, the most notable part of this judgment today is that this is entirely right-based. They've given you a rights perspective rather than administrative or a medical perspective.
Thanks now to the SC, and yes, the government must put into place all the administrative structures that are required for the execution of this particular verdict.
Today, this particular judgment by the Supreme Court, which allows pregnancy of an unmarried woman also to be aborted, I think it's a landmark judgment, and especially when this judgment has come, when the Supreme Court has tried to reverse the judgment of a lower court, which had actually denied an unmarried woman to abort her pregnancy. So I think it's an important judgment, it's a landmark judgment, and I totally welcome it.
Thanks a lot. The 5 major takeaways from the judgment will be: first, it actually recognizes the reproductive rights of the women. Second, it has broken the ceiling between married and unmarried women. Thirdly, it certainly talks about the problems that women had to face in the where the concept of marital rape comes. So what about those women and those sufferings that women go through? Then it also talks about the consent of the women in terminating the pregnancy, where they have a consensual relationship. So before the marriage, then the idea of live-in relationship it talks about. And lastly, this judgment considers the aspect of the women with respect to Article 14, and says that the reproductive right, it should be acknowledged and it should be accepted under Article 14 of the Constitution, which talks about right to equality.
So this is a very big
first step towards marital rape, making it legal, So we are happy that at least Supreme Court could acknowledge that there is a problem existing, and even if, they were not very much keen to make marital rape legal, but at least they have taken this step where the women can choose to keep the child or to abort the child with her wish in case there's a marital rape happening. So I think it's a very big step. It is a history now in making, and I'm pretty sure that in future they will acknowledge the fact of marital rape also.
All right, let's get you the latest now. Hurricane Ian lashing out at the US's Florida coast on Wednesday, unleashing torrential rain and howling winds. Visuals from the hurricane, which is now one of the most powerful storms ever recorded in the US, showed reporters getting blown away by the gust of the wind and sharks occupying the city streets after they were washed ashore. A Category 4 storm slammed the Florida coast, leaving more than 1.8 million people in Florida without electricity. The Hurricane Ian triggered massive floods everywhere in Florida. The U.S. government sent 300 ambulances with medical teams and was ready to provide 3.7 million meals and 3.5 million liters of water once the storm passed. A quick look at all the international stories. Iran's attacked an Iranian Kurdish opposition group in the Kurdish region of northern Iraq. At least 9 people killed, several injured. The attacks come after protests have rocked Iran for the past 11 days. 6 people were injured in a shootout at a Northern California school campus. The shooting happened on a street where there are multiple schools and houses. 15 people are missing, 3 dead and 14 injured after a bridge collapsed in the northern Brazilian state of Amazonas. The bridge had a crack that had caused a traffic jam before the collapse. The United States will not recognize Russia-annexed areas across Ukraine amidst what the White House on Wednesday called illegal and illegitimate referendums that were manipulated by Moscow and would be challenged internationally. The U.S. will provide an additional $1.1 billion aid to Ukraine with funding for about 18 more advanced rocket systems and other weapons to counter drones that Russia has been using against Ukrainian troops. Quick break, gear up for Ponniyin Selvam, first epic film on the Cholas. That's coming up next. Stay with us.
அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலிகொள்ளும் என்றனர் சோதிடர்.
You are watching India Today.
In what could be a defining moment for the aviation industry, an all-electric aircraft took its first flight in the US. The plane is built to carry 9 passengers and 2 pilots. The flight, which lasted 8 minutes, much longer than that of the Wright brothers more than 120 years ago, could herald a major shift in the highly polluting industry.
Alice, the sleek new aircraft, took off at 7:10 a.m. from an airport in Washington state on the northwest corner of the United States. The aircraft sounded a little strange, without the usual scream of jet engines expelling nearly a ton of air per second. All because Alice is powered by 21,500 small Tesla-style battery cells and not by aviation fuel. The plane flew for 8 minutes, reaching an altitude of 3,500 feet, with speed peaking at 275 kilometers per hour. Developed by US and Israeli engineers, the aircraft is built for short hops.
So we're looking at developing an airplane that will fly, 1 to 2 hours, which is typical for that segment. So, 150 to 250 nautical miles with reserve, and that's what we're targeting for our initial entry into service.
According to the company, the aircraft produces no carbon emissions, significantly reduces noise and costs a fraction to operate per flight hour compared to light jets or high-end turboprops. The aviation industry accounts for around 3% of total carbon dioxide emissions. The manufacturers say the charging time will not be a handicap for the aircraft's operators.
We're targeting, call it 30 minutes of charge for an hour of flight time, or about 2C if you're looking at the lingo.
The company already has orders from DHL Express for cargo planes and 2 regional airlines for commuter aircraft. There is, however, no word yet on the cost structure of the aircraft. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, Mughal rulers, their legacies and history have long dominated the world of cinema in India. But with Mani Ratnam's magnum opus, Ponniyin Selvan 1 hitting the screens, the Chola's ancient dynasty is finally getting its due.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும்பால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலிகொள்ளும்.
In an industry that has largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amidst a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest movie makers, Mani Ratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained: that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured and contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of Mani Ratnam's next film know that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers who have preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals, perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say earlier this year.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जग भी झिकराया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी। चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला, मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया, मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे।
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacies. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what is deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan 1 has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
On to some sports now. Team India suffered a huge blow ahead of the T20 World Cup as pace spearhead Jasprit Bumrah has been ruled out of the tournament due to a stress injury. The Indian pacer suffered a back injury before the Asia Cup this year as well, which ruled him out of the tournament. After recuperating at the NCA, Bumrah played 2 T20s against Australia. With Bumrah set to be ruled out for the 4 to 6 months, India might look to add Mohammad Shami or Mohammad Siraj in their side. Although Shami is part of the reserves along with Deepak Chahar, filling Bumrah's void could be tough. India will play their first match of the T20 World Cup on October the 23rd against Pakistan in Melbourne. We leave it at that, but we do leave you with these visuals of a bear entering a chocolate factory in Kunur at night and tasting the chocolate there, taking rounds of the internet at night in the surrounding areas of Kunur, Nilgiri district. The bear enters the Highfield chocolate factory and kept it as it was taken for sale. The video footage of the bear roaming inside the factory and eating chocolate was recorded on CCTV cameras.
Watching India Today.
The rupee collapsed to a new record closing low driven by a soaring dollar. The Indian currency plunged 37 paise to close at 81.94 against the US dollar. The dollar index is at a 2-decade high as people across the globe turn to the greenback to hedge over fears of recession. While the RBI has been intervening to help the rupee, State Bank of India is of the view that it might be better for the Reserve Bank to allow the rupee to depreciate a little and let it find its natural balance. But what will the RBI do next? Take a look at this special report.
As the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee begins its deliberations on whether it should raise the interest rates to rein in inflation, it most certainly has the unprecedented fall in the rupee in its sights as well. The rupee has fallen more than 10% this year, closing today at an all-time low of 81.94 against the US dollar. It is, however, still better than the other major world currencies. The Japanese yen has lost nearly 30% of its value against the dollar this year. The British pound has slipped 21% to below $1. The euro is down 18%. Even the Chinese yuan is down around 12% this year. It's this global currency meltdown that the Finance Ministry is taking comfort in, stressing the rupee has performed much better than its peers and that it is not the rupee falling but the rise of the dollar.
How other currencies are behaving versus the dollar. If any one currency which has held its own and behaved in such a way or held its own and did not get into a fluctuation or volatility as much as other currencies, it is the Indian rupee. We have held back very well. We are keeping, RBI and the ministry are keeping very close watch over it.
The RBI has meanwhile regularly intervened in the money market, selling dollars, trying to stabilize the rupee and minimize volatility, generously dipping into its huge foreign exchange reserves. In the process, however, the reserves which peaked at $642 billion on the 3rd of September 2021, have fallen nearly $100 billion in a year to $546 billion. It's however becoming clear that the traditional measures are not helping RBI, with the rapid interest rate hike in the US negating all intervention by the Indian Central Bank. There have been suggestions that it is time for the RBI to take some extraordinary steps. The ball was set rolling in July, with the RBI relaxing norms for FCNRB, NRE deposits and ECBs. However, to support the rupee further, the RBI may open a special window for oil importers who are the major consumers of forex.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected device.
In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Audiatron.
Poster Todo Nataka in Karnataka. Hours before Rahul's Yatra enters the state, mega poster war erupts. Congress points fingers at the BJP. Bomayat snipes with Bharat Todo taunt. State of War Karnataka. Top focus on 5 Live with Shivaru.
It's the one state that most political analysts believe the Congress has a fighting chance. Karnataka, it's a state in which the Congress party has been in power until pretty recently. And you've got a Bombay government that has been shaken by one controversy after another and is generally perceived to be on the back foot going into this election. Will Rahul Gandhi's Yatra, amidst all the other Congress's problems and crises happening in Delhi, will it boost their political campaign in the poll-bound state, or will it unravel like so many other things in the Congress's hands? I'm Shivaru. We're going to debate that. This is 5 Live. These are the headlines. Ashok Gehlot pulls out of Congress presidential race, apologizes to Sonia Gandhi over rebellion by his loyalist MLAs, says the Congress chief will decide if he remains the Rajasthan chief minister.
तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ये मेरा फैसला। ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला सोनिया गांधी जी करेगी, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष करेगी।
Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar takes note on Bihar IAS officer who asked, "Ab kya condom mangoge?" to girl students seeking affordable sanitary pads. Bihar Chief Minister assures action against the shameless IAS officer.
तत्काल एक-एक चीज को देख रहे हैं, अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए.
Allegations of so-called Garba Jihad from Ahmedabad. Bajrang Dal members thrashed Muslim youth for attending Garba event. Alleges they were there to lure Hindu women. Two similar blasts in 8 hours inside public buses in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. 2 injured in the first blast. Police probe explosions. Big setback to Team India's World Cup squad. Jasprit Bumrah sustains back injury. Advised a 6-month break from cricket. Hours before Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra finally enters Karnataka after a shocking 19 days in Kerala, a full poster Nataka has exploded. This morning, posters and flexes, those big plastic cutouts, featuring the Congress MP and State Congress Neta Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar were torn and vandalized in parts of the state. The Congress party has blamed the BJP's dirty tricks department for the poster war. But the Bombay government is not taking these allegations lying down. Remember, Rahul Gandhi and his Yatra army enters Karnataka tomorrow.
Rahul Gandhi will be setting foot in Karnataka on Friday. But merely 24 hours before the Bharat Jodo Yatra's entry into the poll-bound state, the showdown has already begun. Rahul's flex posters are vandalized. Siddaramaya's posters torn apart. And flex posters of the Congress's top man in the state, DK Shivakumar too, targeted. The BJP and Congress are now locking horns over the poster war.
ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಯಾರೇ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಲೇನೆ ಹಾಕಲಿ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹರಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಅವರು ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಏನು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ.
That isn't all. Just 10 days after he was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate, the CBI raided DK Shivakumar's several properties in connection to a money laundering case. The Karnataka Congress chief claims the ruling BJP is carrying out a witch hunt against him.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ನನಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ. CBI ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ತಹಶೀಲ್ದಾರ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಊರಿನ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಏನು ಯಾವ ದಾಖಲೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ದಾಖಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆಗಲೇ. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪಾಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕನಕಪುರದ ಮನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಊರು ಮನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ತೋಟದ ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The Grand Old Party claims the CBI raids are an attempt to deflect from the rousing reception that is ready for Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra.
This thing has been going on for a couple of years now. So it is quite natural that the timing is suspect. And this is all being done to intimidate us to go easy on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
With the state elections inching closer, the battle is only heating up. Bureau Report, India Today.
Sagai Raj joins me live from Bengaluru on this big story. Sagai, lots of anticipation by the Congress party. Big swagatam for Rahul Gandhi into Karnataka tomorrow. Flexes being torn. A lot of action being taken on the ground as well. What's the mood in the Congress party before Rahul's arrival?
The mood in Gundlupet seemed to be quite electrifying for the Congress workers, but on the other side, if you notice, BJP have started a campaign against Congress. Apart from vandalizing the posters as well as the flexes in Gundlupet and Mysuru, what we also get to learn is they have started a campaign against Congress, where they have put up the posters of AICC President Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi involving in National Riot Camp. Remember the PCM campaign which has been started by Congress. To counter that, they have put out these posters from Gundlupet to en route to Mysore. And what we also get to learn is the Congress workers as well as the police is also trying to remove these posters. So this is a counter campaign from BJP targeting the Congress. But the Congress feels that if they try to stoop to this level, even their workers can counter the BJP in the days to come.
Where exactly is he going to be crossing over and entering Karnataka? What kind of arrangements have been made for that, Sagai? Because Rahul Gandhi is going to be spending many days in Karnataka as well.
Yes, he'll be spending more days than what he has spent in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, and it is one of the biggest states in South India. And remember, ahead of 2023 election, this particular Bharat Jodo Yatra is very important for Congress as well as DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, who are competing between them to become the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. And they would like to try to show show of strength whenever they reach their bastion, especially when it comes to Siddaramaiah. Probably he will try to show his show of strength in Mysuru, which is his hometown. And when this Bharat Jodo Yatra will reach Vakkalika bastion, especially in Mandya and Tumkur region, DK Shivakumar would like to show his show of strength. So it is a very important Bharat Jodo Yatra when it visits Karnataka, and all the leaders are preparing for this, and they are already camping in Mysuru and Gundlupet.
Stay with me, Sagai. We've got some more breaking news coming in, and you know, this is a very typical way in which politics erupts during an election campaign. Now we're seeing the poster war escalating even further. Before the Congress Jodo Yatra enters Karnataka, the BJP has put up posters mocking Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. Remember, this comes just a few days after the Pay CM poster campaign by the Congress party. Now the BJP hitting back, timing it with Rahul Gandhi's imminent entry into Karnataka. The BJP's poster war basically taunts Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. They demand answers from Rahul and Sonia on the National Herald scam, basically saying, who are you to lecture anyone about corruption when you're out on bail and being investigated in the big National Herald scam case? Is the poster taunt as part of the counter-offensive by the BJP in different parts of Karnataka? Remember, the BJP is the ruling party there in the state and is now preparing to try and pin down Rahul Gandhi, who has just spent 18 days in Karnataka. He'll be spending more days than that in Kerala, I beg your pardon, will be spending more days than that in Karnataka. Tomorrow will be day one in Karnataka, a state that goes to the elections in just 8 months from now. So now the BJP putting up posters mocking Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi there. Temperatures are rising just hours before Rahul Gandhi tomorrow crosses into Karnataka. Things are at fever pitch. Anticipation is skyrocketing because there will be big expectations from Rahul Gandhi. Not only has the poster war exploded now, the Congress has hit out at the Karnataka government and said that this is a bid to sabotage Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Jairam Ramesh, the media chief and right-hand man of Rahul Gandhi, is speaking to the press. He says the Congress will remain undeterred. Listen in to Jairam Ramesh.
All dirty tricks from the BJP. So far, we had CPM in Kerala, and we were in Tamil Nadu, where the ruling party, we were part of the ruling coalition. We are entering now BJP territory. Yes. We are prepared for all sorts of dirty tricks. These dirty tricks can be to run false social media campaigns. These dirty tricks could be to damage the reputation of the Congress party and of Sri Rahul Gandhi. These dirty tricks could be to sabotage. And they may even resort to violence. I don't put anything past the BJP.
And just around the time when the Rahul Bharat Jodo Yatra is about to, over the next 20 days, there is going to be a non-stop kind of crossfire between the Congress and the BJP. Both sides are going to be looking for ways and means to, keep the spotlight on their attacks on each other. The Congress says the BJP is going to unleash its entire dirty tricks department on Rahul Gandhi. How do you respond to that, Mr. Naveen?
See, Congress is the one which has come up with the toolkit which has got exposed. Congress has been having these kind of dirty tricks. It has got bags and loads of dirty tricks which is played all over the previous history, that every time there is going to be some issue or the other, they are going to come up with a toolkit. In fact, the same, the pictures coming up in social media with the kind of people who were with Rahul when he did his Padayatra in Kerala are the same people who actually were shouting slogans against
This was
against
fake
India.
news, Shiv. You shouldn't allow this. You know, a
Again-
notice was issued. Sir, if you do not know facts, if you can't read the paper, you might as well keep quiet, because Mr. Jairam Ramesh and Hebe Eden have filed an official complaint. You are going on air and spreading the same false and fake news. You should be ashamed of yourself. The girl in the first image was somebody different, and the person walking
That has
with
been
Mr.
clarified.
Rahul Gandhi is different.
That is clarified.
How
That is
shameless are you?
absolutely.
That's the very reason I said it was on social
You're an
media.
No, Aishwarya is right. That was false news. Let's move to the next point, because that is that is not correct information. That is not correct information. Mr. Naveen.
The kind of people, the kind of bandwagon, the kind of people who are dealing with who the Rahul Gandhi's yatra is going through is the same people who
was
planted
lying on
multiple
air.
kind of toolkits.
No, we don't know that. That's just a broad claim, sir. You know, to be fair, right now there is a political campaign going on. The Bharat Jodo Yatra is the Congress's own campaign, but the Congress says, why is the BJP taking it so seriously? If you think that Rahul Gandhi is a nobody, you know, you call him Pappu, you say that he is, you know, he has no moral authority to mount any campaigns, then why is the BJP, you know, attacking him so much?
That's exactly the first question when we started this debate. That's what I asked. When this Pay CM poster campaign, which was started by whom? Did we put any posters? Did we do anything? Were we against any this thing? We were not somebody who had started anything. This this kind of smear campaign, this kind of cheap publicity, this kind of bad, you know, showing our chief minister in bad light was all started.
Aishwarya, I'll give you. Okay, yeah.
We will not keep muted. We are going to come back and show them what they have done in the past, and we are going to give the full proof of it. And that the whole Karnataka, whole country is going to know about it. And this poster campaign, who was the one who did all this? Who went and pasted these posters across Bangalore? And Rahul Gandhi is going to welcome such kind of posters across his route. It's not that we are going to keep quiet and welcoming Rahul Bharat Jodo.
Aishwarya,
do whatever is Jodo thing. We will not sit quiet on the false allegations what Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar have done, and that we are going to bring into the notice of the people.
Okay, Aishwarya, last word. I'm almost out of time. What kind of attacks is the Congress, you know, expecting? I'm sure the Congress party must have war gamed what the next 20 days is going to be like. It's a long time. It's nearly a month. You know, it's already difficult to sustain a yatra, but it's going to be even more difficult now because this is the first BJP-ruled state in which you're in. So, you know, that general sense of protection kind of disappears and you will be vulnerable. How are you war gaming the attacks that are going to come your way?
You know, Shiv, they can tear down the flexes, but they cannot bring down our spirit. The Congress party is ready for any sort of attack. We're very certain they're going to try and create skirmishes. We're very certain people are going to get notices. We're very certain that they're going to, obviously, you know, they talk about dirty tricks department. The word itself was coined by somebody in the BJP to describe what it is that their operation entirely is. And they're going to try and do anything they can to stop this yatra. But I think every single attempt that they try to stop it is going to basically make us walk with far more fervor, far more energy.
We are not going to stop the yatra. Sorry to interrupt. BJP has not going to stop the yatra. But we are going to put it on the face what Congress has been doing in our state in the last 5 years.
What happened to you? You tried to stop our Mekeda to Padyatra. You tried to take on the juggernaut that is
It was against
and
the
what did you
government
do
order.
then?
It was against the government order. When there was COVID going on in the state,
Okay.
there was no need for Congress to take out a Mekeda to Yatra when the entire state was being
Okay. One at a time. We can't hear both of you.
My state leadership, Mr. DK Shivakumar, is willing to take on anybody and anything. He is not scared. Let the BJP try whatever they want, but they have not understood what Kanakpura's Bande is. They will not be able to move him. They will not be able to budge, and we will not relent. We will continue our yatra.
There are quite a few crushes with BJP which will crush all the Bandes, so it is not very
legitimately.
We'll have to see. Aishwarya, Naveen, we'll have to see. Tomorrow is day one. Day one of a 20-day yatra in Karnataka begins tomorrow. India Today will cover it live. We'll be there at the crossing over point and we will see every single development. Karnataka goes to the elections in April, May next year. It's going to be one of the big elections before the big one in 2024. All eyes will be on it. Thank you very much, Aishwarya and Naveen, for your time here on 5 Live. Coming up next, massive boost to India's Atmanirbhar, self-reliant weapons industry. It's a big story that India Today broke this morning. Very proud to bring it to you on the other side of this break. Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is optics.
Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are 2 areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the 3rd state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
मंत्रिमंडल ने 1 जुलाई 2022 से देय केंद्र सरकार के कर्मचारियों और पेंशन भोगियों को 4% की दर से महंगाई भत्ते और महंगाई राहत की अतिरिक्त किश्त जारी करने की मंजूरी दी है। सालाना 12,852 करोड़ रुपए का बोझ सरकारी खजाने पर पड़ेगा और 8 महीने के लिए जो अभी हम जुलाई 2022 से फरवरी 2023 तक देखें तो 8,568 करोड़ रुपए का बोझ वित्तीय वर्ष 2022-23 में पड़ेगा। लेकिन इससे लाखों ऐसे सरकारी कर्मचारी और जो पेंशन धारक हैं उनको लाभ मिलेगा।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Karishma, this clearly adds to the fiscal burden. How do you see the government's expenditure position currently in comparison to what was estimated in the budget early this year?
Well, absolutely right. The Union Cabinet today extended the Anna Yojana scheme by another 3 months. The scheme, which was introduced during the pandemic, was extended by 6 months until September 30 and now will be under implementation until December 2022. This has gone through various extensions, to be honest. The whole motive of the scheme was to help people with the 5 kg food grains per person per month, which benefited more than 80 crore people in India to reduce the hardships that were faced by people. But Finance Ministry expressed displeasure in further extension of this scheme because of the kind of burden it would hold on their fiscal estimates. Already it is because of fertilizer subsidy, excise cuts on fuel, and first extension of Anna Yojana in this financial year. We are looking at an additional expenditure close to rupees 2.5 lakh crore. Anna Yojana costed government almost rupees 80,000 crore for the last 6 months, and in total, if you see, the whole scheme has costed an expenditure of close to rupees 3.5 lakh crore. Now, the next 3 months, that is the latest extension, the government will have to shell out close to rupees 44,000 crore. While of course clearly this is more than what government had estimated in its budget, but sources tell us that government is confident that they'll be able to balance it with revenues, and they're also confident that despite inflation, despite this additional expenditure that has come, they will not be going ahead with additional borrowing.
दिल चाहता है कभी ना बीते चमकीले दिन हो, दिल चाहता है हम ना रहे कभी यारों के बिन, जब दिन भर हो प्यारी बातें, झूमे शामें गाए रातें, मस्ती में रहे डूबा डूबा हमेशा समा, हमको राहों में यूं ही मिलती रहे खुशियाँ, दिल चाहता है।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
We've got big breaking news coming in. India has scored a milestone defense export sale that goes to the very heart of India's defense industry. It's a big boost to India's weapons industry. And as we're reporting here, India has bagged a $260 million weapons sales contract to Armenia. Remember, India has always been a large importer of foreign weapons, but now for the first time, India has begun in a sizable, substantive way to export weapons to friendly countries. Armenia is the first export customer of the Indian-made Pinaka rocket artillery system that's already in service with the Indian Army. It's a made-in-India artillery weapon that's been used since the Kargil war. There are many such systems already in service with the Indian Army. and now Armenia becomes the first foreign customer of the Pinaka rocket system. This is an Indian weapons export amidst, remember, the Armenia-Azerbaijan border war that has been raging since the middle of last year. The Pinaka multi-barrel rocket system can fire 12 rockets in 44 seconds out to ranges of up to 70 to 90 kilometers. So a huge, huge win here for India's indigenous weapons industry.
This is the Pinaka, a fully Indian multi-rocket launcher system. A fearsome weapon that's deployed in large numbers with the Indian Army and with several more regiments on order. But 2 decades after this incredible made-in-India weapon entered service with the Indian Army, a massive milestone has just been achieved. Armenia, a country at war with its neighbor Azerbaijan, has just signed up to become the first international customer of this fully Indian weapon. The sale is part of a $260 million package deal for the country that's been embroiled in conflict since last year. The Indian Pinaka system, capable of firing furious barrages of 120mm rockets out to distances of up to 75 kilometers with devastating accuracy, will become part of Armenia's strike forces against a more capable and well-armed adversary. Each Pinaka regiment consists of 3 batteries of 6 Pinaka launchers, each which is capable of launching 12 rockets within a range of at least 40 kilometers in a space of 44 seconds. By signing up for the tried and battle-proven Pinaka, Armenia signals faith in an Indian weapon and represents a huge morale boost to Indian weapons industry. Armenia will also be eligible for the many improvements and upgrades being done on the system to make the Pinaka hit further, harder, and with smarter accuracy. The Pinaka takes its name from the celestial bow wielded by Lord Shiva to destroy 3 cities of the Asuras. Armenia will be hoping the system adds some much-needed firepower to its destructive conflict with neighbor Azerbaijan. For India, however, the export sale is a massive milestone, a show of trust and faith, and a much-needed psychological boost to Atmanirbhar Bharat that's finally on the world stage. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Armenia-Azerbaijan war has been raging since May last year. It has been one of the most hard-fought wars with extensive use of drones by Azerbaijan to destroy many of Armenia's ground forces. That is something that has raised a lot of concerns because if India is supplying such equipment to Armenia, hopefully that country has been able to get its air defenses up to speed against those drones being used by Azerbaijan. Otherwise, equipment will be just sitting ducks even in Armenia's hands. But here's a look back at the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. It's one of the big modern conflicts of our times, and it's still raging with advanced weaponry. Take a look.
Drone videos like this one showing an Azerbaijan unmanned combat aerial vehicle destroying an Armenian tank went viral world over in 2020. Using the Turkish Bayraktar drones, Azerbaijan successfully decimated the Armenian armored columns and made significant gains in Nagorno-Karabakh. The Russian-brokered truce was virtually blown to bits in the second week of September when artillery guns from Azerbaijan and Armenia opened up once again on September 13, resulting in over 170 fatalities and a fresh spike in tensions. Both Azerbaijan and Armenia have accused each other of violating the ceasefire.
2 days ago, we listened to the statement delivered here by the Prime Minister of Armenia. Regretfully, this was yet another evidence demonstrating that the Armenian side seems focused on continuing the confrontation instead of normalization. In Azerbaijan, we believe that our region has seen enough confrontation, destruction and suffering. It is high time for both our nations to engage fully and wholeheartedly in the post-conflict normalization so we can finally turn over the tragic page of our history and start building a better future for our children.
Azerbaijan initiated a major military offensive targeting the eastern and southeastern regions of Armenia with the use of a wide range of weaponry, including artillery and combat UAVs. The offensive took lives of 105 people, left dozens wounded, dozens missing, and inflicted various forms of material damage, including upon the civilian settlements and infrastructure. The scale of destruction and the intensity of shelling is so high that at the moment we have only the initial figures.
Azerbaijan and Armenia, both former Soviet bloc countries, are neighbors and have been at war for the control of the disputed territory of Nagorno and Karabakh. In 2020 conflict, Azerbaijan, backed by Turkey, was able to make major territorial gains in the disputed territory. Russia backed Armenia but remains engaged in Ukraine conflict, enabling Azerbaijan to test the limits of the truce. On Sunday, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted the foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan after the truce on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. This was the first meeting after the killings of over 170 soldiers. The two sides have agreed to maintain peace. Last week, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also visited Armenia and called the attacks by Azerbaijan deadly and illegal.
Our meeting again had a particular importance to us because of the focus on security following the illegal and deadly attacks on us by the Azerbaijan on the Armenian territory. We strongly condemn those attacks, we in our delegation and on behalf of Congress, which threatens prospects for much-needed peace agreement.
Armenia is hunting both for disruptive technology, including unmanned combat aerial vehicles, and also for heavy artillery and longer-range weapon systems to be able to deter Azerbaijan amidst apprehensions that the border skirmishes could take a turn for the worse. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, Armenia might seem like an obscure country, but it is a country whose nationals and expats and people of origin from that country are some of the world's biggest celebrities. For instance, the Kardashians, Kim Kardashian and her sisters, are among Armenian American celebrities, including Cher, the metal band System of a Down. They're all Armenians, and they've been using their social media clout to raise awareness about this ongoing conflict in the region. So Armenia, the country to which India is exporting these weapons, is a country that all of these celebrities, including the Kardashians, are from. Well, since the fighting began, Armenian Americans, including the Kardashian sisters, have been spreading the word about the war in the country they originate from. The comments under the Kardashians' Instagram posts are peppered with Armenian flag emojis and cries to pray for that country. The Kardashians have long been vocal advocates for the Armenian cause as well. Kim Kardashian, who's of Armenian descent and traveled to the Armenian capital of Yerevan last year with her ex-husband Kanye West, added the hashtag Pray for Peace in an Instagram post that quickly generated more than 500,000 likes. In recent days, the Kardashians and Cher, the famous singer, have been retweeting posts calling on celebrities to use their platforms to spread awareness of the conflict as well as the international community to condemn the violence in their country of origin. The Azerbaijani ambassador to the United States blasted Kim Kardashian, as a matter of fact, saying that matters of war and peace are a little too serious for a reality TV star. Well, enough about Armenia now. Let me tell you a little bit more about how India's homegrown weapons industry has been scoring big win after big win. I told you just now about the big export sale to Armenia. Now the Indian Army has significantly bolstered its own firepower along the frontier with China by deciding to order a repeat order of a made-in-India weapon system that has been proving itself illustriously on the line of actual control. Take a look at this.
One of India's newest big guns seen here in the tense eastern Ladakh standoff zone. For over a year or so, these tracked 155mm artillery guns have proven their mettle. This is the K9 Vajra T, built by Indian private sector giant Larsen & Toubro, far away in Hazira, Gujarat. But so impressed is the Indian Army with these guns and their ability to adapt from hot desert conditions to the icy altitudes of Ladakh that the Indian Army is all set to repeat its order for 100 more of these. The Larsen & Toubro factory that builds these monster weapons does so under license from a Korean company. But the K9 Vajra is now increasingly indigenous with very little outside help. Prime Minister Modi, who hails from Gujarat, put a personal stamp on the K9 when he rode in one during a ceremony. The factory has delivered the first order of 100 guns to the Indian Army, and the production line is still warm and buzzing. Therefore, the second order for 100 more guns will be delivered at a much faster rate. The Army's experience with the gun has been valuable to the makers. Deploying it beyond its intended terrain from the deserts of Rajasthan to the freezing heights of Ladakh, these lessons will go into the next batch of K9s manufactured, including additional winter-proofing and modifications to make them even more effective at high altitudes. The K9 has already proven its mettle in India's most hostile battlefield, providing highly mobile artillery support to any possible outbreak of conflict on the restive line of actual control with China. A repeat order for made-in-India equipment means industry gets to think bigger, boosts investment in indigenous weaponry, and moves the country much closer to that elusive ideal of self-reliance in defense. Bureau Report, India Today.
And I'm leaving you with these pictures on 5 Live of a bear entering a chocolate factory in Kunur in Tamil Nadu at night. Tasting and taking the rounds of that factory, sampling all the chocolatey delights. This has been doing the rounds on the internet, going viral obviously. At night in the surrounding areas of Kunur, this is in the Nilgiri district, the beautiful hilly district of Tamil Nadu. This bear entered the Highfield chocolate factory and kept it as if it were taken for sale. The video footage of the bear roaming around inside the factory and eating chocolate, recorded on CCTV camera and very, very quickly going viral. Well, I hope the bear had a good time.
Modi government has extended its flagship Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana by another 3 months until the end of the year. The extension coincides with Gujarat Assembly elections and is expected to cost the central government an extra 44,000 crore rupees and would further dip into food stocks.
For 800 million poor spread across India, this festive season promises some relief. In a big move, the central government has extended the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana for a 7th time till 31st of December. The scheme, launched in March 2020 to help the poor tide over the COVID lockdowns, provides 5 kg of food grains per person every month, free to beneficiaries over and above the normal quota provided under the National Food Security Act at a highly subsidized rate of Rs 2 to 3 per kg. The scheme, originally intended for just 3 months, has already been extended 6 times. Around 3.45 lakh crore rupees has so far been spent on feeding the poor. The fresh 7th extension is expected to cost the exchequer another 44,762 crore rupees.
प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना को अगले 3 महीने के लिए मंजूरी दी है, उसके विस्तार के लिए मंजूरी दी है। 80 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोगों को इसका लाभ मिलता है।
Concerns have also been raised over the depleting levels of food stocks in the country and how the extension of the Ann Yojana will further strain the situation. The central procurement of wheat this year plunged to just 18.7 million tons from 43.3 million tons last year. The current wheat stocks in the country are at a 14-year low of 25 million tons. Rice stocks are also at a low of 24.6 million tons. Against this monthly offtake of this scheme is around 700,000 tons of wheat and 3.3 million tons of rice. This does not include the offtake under the older ration scheme, under which 20 lakh tons of wheat are distributed every month. There is also concern that rice procurement, which begins next month, may fall short of targets, affecting the overall food security of India.
अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी अभी तो आए हो बहार बन के छाई हो, हवा जरा महक तो ले, नजर जरा बहक तो ले, ये शाम ढल तो ले जरा।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for you.
Tell us about the car. Do you think this is the right time to bring a Tata Tiago EV? You have already sold 425,000 vehicles in the ICE segment. Now this EV is here. Do you think that strategic timing has matched your expectations?
See, for quite some time we have been saying that we have the aspiration of bringing 10 products in the next 5 years. This is the 4th nameplate. We had a Nexon EV, we had a Tigor EV, we had a fleet segment product which was Express T, and we have this 4th product which is coming. We had also said that out of these 10 products will be a different affordability point with more range options and more importantly different body styles, because consumers in India have very nuanced tastes and very different tastes, and their preferences for body style is quite different. So we wanted to have all these representative body style already covered. So we had first come with an Nexon EV which was an SUV, then we came with a sedan, and now we have launched a hatch. This hatch is the most accessible vehicle. At the same time, ensuring that the premium quotient of electric vehicle and the aspiration that is now around electric vehicle is done full justice. That's why we have come with very premium features which are not seen in hatches like telematics and automatic climate control. Many features have been given. So I think this is going to really disrupt the market because this matches the need of the electric vehicle customers. At the same time, it comes at a price which is pretty close to what you would get in this segment in an ICE world also for an automatic car. So I think this is going to really take the benefit of, as you rightly said, the ICE which is already successful, the Tiago ICE, because of its stylish design, best-in-class safety, very agile driving experience. It will build on that. It will take it to the next level. I think it will add to the volumes of Tiago, which is already strong.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by Galaxy Z Fold 4. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
India sets an example to the world. Supreme Court's landmark judgment on abortion. All women entitled to legal abortion. First legal recognition of marital rape. Rape includes marital rape for abortion. Supreme Court upholds women's right to choice. That's our top focus at 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Today, it's a red letter day because the Supreme Court made two very, very important mentions while passing their order with regards to the termination of a pregnancy case. One, that marital rape also is rape, at least in the case of abortions. And second, there can be no distinction between married and unmarried women. We're going to be talking about the takeaways from the Supreme Court verdict and how, when it comes to abortion cases, the rights of women, the right of choice, India is far, far more progressive than the West. That coming your way in just a few moments. As always, let's begin with the headlines. Ashok Gehlot pulls out of Congress President race, apologizes to Sonia over rebellion by his loyalist MLAs, says Congress chief to decide if he remains the Rajasthan chief minister.
तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ये मेरा फैसला है। ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला सोनिया गांधी जी करेगी, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष करेगी।
A day before Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra enters Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi posters and hoardings torn in Chamarajnagar. Chief Minister Bommai says Gandhi sign is doing Bharat Todo. Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar takes note of Bihar IAS officer who asked, "Ab kya condom mangoge?" to girl students seeking affordable sanitary pads. Bihar Chief Minister assures action on the IAS officer.
तत्काल एक एक चीज को देख रहे हैं, अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए।
Shocking Garba jihad from Ahmedabad. Bajrang Dal members thrash Muslim youth for attending a Garba event. Alleges that he was there to lure Hindu women. Two Two similar blasts in 8 hours inside public buses in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. 2 injured in the first blast. Cops probe explosions. And big setback to Team India's World Cup squad. Jasprit Bumrah sustains back injury, advised a 6-month break from cricket. The Supreme Court today delivered a historic judgment on abortion rights and on marital rape, challenging some long-held stereotypes in the process, societal stereotypes at that. The top court ruled that all women, irrespective of married or unmarried, are entitled to seek a legal and safe abortion if their pregnancy is in the term of 20 to 24 weeks, upholding essentially one basic right, a woman's right to choice.
Protest for a basic right in America, the right to choose, which was taken away from women with a draconian judgment by the American Supreme Court, which banned abortions.
My body, my choice. My body, my choice.
For all those who hail America as a progressive country, juxtapose these protests and the Roe versus Wade judgment to what happened in the Supreme Court of India today. Every woman in India has the right to choose. That was the message from the Supreme Court. In a landmark verdict, the top court upheld abortion rights for unmarried women. For long, women in the country, single, unmarried women or victims of marital rape, have struggled with societal stigma and a lack of legislation to back them. But the Supreme Court has now delivered a historic verdict. A 3-judge Supreme Court bench comprising of Justices D.Y. Chandrachud, A.S. Bopanna and J.B. Pardiwala ruled that we cannot perpetuate stereotypes that only married women indulge in intercourse, and hence there is no reason to restrict the provision only to married women. In its judgment, the bench also said that the distinction between married and unmarried women cannot be sustained, and women, irrespective of their marital status, must have autonomy to have free exercise of these rights.
The entire issue of abortion law had come before the Supreme Court because the text of the MTP Act as it stands did not even contemplate the idea of an unmarried woman in a consensual relationship. The rules made under the MTP Act only provided for late-term abortions for married women who did not want to continue the pregnancy, or for unmarried women who had been a victim of sexual assault, which is why the Apex Court had to, in its judgment, clearly say that the law has to keep up with the changing social realities and allow even unmarried women the right to exercise their free choice and bodily autonomy.
Today is the special day because today is International Safe Abortion Day, and the passing of this judgment on this day in itself is a remarkable and historical in itself, not only for India but for the rest of the world also. Now the discrimination that has been eliminated by the Honorable Supreme Court today, the violation which was prevailing between married and unmarried of Article 14, Article 21, it is eliminated now completely.
That's not the only historic takeaway from this verdict. While talking about abortions arising out of rapes and non-consensual relationships, the court has also said rape will include marital rape for the purpose of abortion. The Supreme Court has highlighted again that there is no distinction between married and unmarried women in case of rape as well, and so for the purposes of abortion, rape will include marital rape.
I think it's a landmark judgment, and especially when this judgment has come when the Supreme Court has tried to reverse the judgment of a lower court which had actually denied an unmarried woman to abort her pregnancy. So I think it's an important judgment, it's a landmark judgment, and I totally welcome it.
It is a landmark judgment given the fact that the Supreme Court has put the unmarried women and the married women on a platform and have given them the equal choice to abort their fetus, irrespective of the fact whether they are married or unmarried.
The Supreme Court's message is clear that all women in India are entitled to safe and legal abortion, a quantum leap for the fundamental right to choose for women. With Anisha Mathur in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So why is this ruling from the Supreme Court so significant and so historic? Let's tell you about what changes it's brought about in the country, what the abortion legislation stated previously. We're talking about the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, the MTP Act, which has been debated about a lot. So the abortion laws previously, before the Supreme Court ruling, stood as this. It said very clearly that with regards to married women, yes, abortions can happen. But the legislation made a distinction between unmarried and married women. So before the Supreme Court's intervention, medical termination of pregnancy was in fact allowed for married women. So that was something that was okay. Now, after also it's still very much allowed. The Supreme Court has of course said that there can be no distinction. From 20 to 24 weeks, the fetus can be aborted. But here's the biggest point. Before, this particular act said no termination of pregnancy for unmarried women. Now it's allowed for unmarried women as well. And the Supreme Court very importantly has said that we need to get out of that notion, that stereotype that unmarried women don't indulge in intercourse. Now beyond that, another big point is that the Supreme Court has said all women, irrespective of whether they're married or unmarried, if they're in a consensual relationship, are entitled to a safe legal abortion. That distinction that was made on character, on whether they're married or unmarried, has been taken away, has been gotten rid of by the Supreme Court. Now, to understand this legally and what this means going forward also, I have Aishwarya Bhati, Additional Solicitor General of India, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court. Aishwarya Bhati, thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us. Good evening. To you, why is this verdict that came in from the Supreme Court today so very significant?
Well, it is a significant verdict for any woman in India. But it is especially significant because my office was asked to assist. The Honorable Court had asked us to assist, and we were assisting the court in laying down this judgment, coming to these conclusions. But I do have to say, I was listening to what you were saying. The distinction was not there in the MTP Act between married and unmarried women earlier. In fact, the 2021 amendment in the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act that was brought in, that had substantially liberalized the provisions that were existing. The distinction was there in the rules under the Medical Termination of Pregnancy rules, which is Rule 3B, which has been held to be unconstitutional by the court. There, the distinction was there. So medical termination of pregnancy was available under a statutory right, has been always available to Indian women since 1971. So we are a progressive country in that sense. The right has been available to all Indian women, irrespective of their marital status. What was happening was between the period of 20 to 24 weeks, only women who were in extremely vulnerable categories, they were allowed to terminate their medical pregnancy. Now, Rule 3B of the MTP rules prescribed who those 6 categories of women would be. And one also, the other categories are, victims of rape, victims of human tragedies, minors, women who had mental disabilities in any form, etc. And there was one category in that which prescribed that if women had a change of marital status, and in the parenthesis, in the paragraphs, it was written, when a woman becomes a divorcee or a widow. So it was only that portion that the court was interpreting in the rules. But the court has struck it down. We also assisted the court to read it down in this. We also brought out the aspects of purposive legislation, because a change of marital status cannot mean only a woman who undergoes a divorce or who becomes a widow. Even to live in relationships in India have the protection of the statute, have the sanction of the statute. So to leave unmarried women out of this extremely vulnerable categories, so as to enable them medical termination of pregnancy between 20 to 24 weeks was what has been considered. And the findings and the ratio of the judgment is extremely reformative. Like you rightly pointed out, I think the US Supreme Court needs to look at our Supreme Court today and realize what they are doing with their women, because right to a reproductive choice, the Supreme Court has categorically held again. It goes to the woman's dignity. It goes to the very basic personal autonomy right of a woman. And it is available to every woman who may need access to safe medical termination of pregnancy.
You mentioned the point also about the United States. And I think, Aishwarya Bhati, when you look at the context of what happened in the Supreme Court today, immediately what flashed through our minds were the protests, right, that played out in the United States, where so many women had to come out and seek exactly this, the basic right of choice. That's why, do you think, with what's happened in the United States, the protests, the Supreme Court's ruling there on abortion and making it illegal, do you think that our judiciary truly has shown the way for the world and for the West today?
I, as a woman, I am today very proud of my Supreme Court. And I am proud today because I know millions and billions of women who are in India, who are Indian citizens, or who choose to make India their home. They live in India. They are very proud of the fact that Indian Supreme Court sees their reproductive right in a manner which is akin to their very personal right of autonomy, their very personal right of choice, irrespective of in what manner the court has interpreted this in a manner which leaves no doubt really available for anyone. But I must also point out that the statute itself was in India is a very reformative and a very progressive statute. And now I think out of these issues, the Supreme Court has paved the way for the constitutional courts across the country to see law cannot be a dead letter word that you try to see what the constitution makers were looking at when they were making the constitution. Our constitution is only about 70 years old, but the US constitution is about 230 years old. And if the constitutional courts of today were to try and what was the interpretation the constitution makers would have applied, then you are making...
I also want to bring up one point, Aishwarya Bhati, because I'm unfortunately running out of time. The issue of marital rape. This has been debated and discussed a lot. Do you think we're one step closer to recognizing marital rape legally?
I am not going to comment on that, but today the Supreme Court has said a lot about that, but it is all in context of the medical termination of pregnancy. This issue remains to be adjudicated by the Constitutional Court. But so far as right of safe abortion is concerned, every woman has that right, irrespective of her status, irrespective of her status in the matrimony, whether the matrimony is abusive, not, or wherever it is her right that matters.
Yes. Very true. Aishwarya Bhati, thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. So you had Aishwarya Bhati there, Senior Advocate to the Supreme Court, the Additional Solicitor General, explaining what this ruling means going forward, why this is such a historic moment. We've been discussing the comparison of India versus the West, particularly because for the last few months, there's been a lot of talk about what's been playing out in the United States. And focusing on that, let's tell you about the abortion laws in India versus the United States. How does it really look right now with regards to the laws, and considering what the Supreme Court has said today, that all women are entitled, have to have access to safe and legal abortions. So in India, abortions now are allowed up to 4 weeks into the pregnancy. In the United States, there's a ban completely on abortion in half of the states of the US. This isn't complete blanket ban, but most of the states really, you see this kind of a ban on abortion. In India, women are entitled to a safe and legal abortion. Those are exactly the terms used by the Supreme Court today, saying you can't make a distinction. All women in India must be entitled to a safe abortion. In the United States, the legality of the abortion varies from state to state. And amid that also, you have a whole bunch of terms and conditions. You have a whole bunch of clauses. Abortion ban is roughly in half the states in the United States. Now, in India also, it's very clear that there's no distinction between unmarried and married. So abortion, regardless of marital status, is something that a woman has access to, has the right to, based on what the Supreme Court has said today. In the United States, there are laws to restrict late-term abortions as well. So there are terms within these states, like I said, where abortion is allowed, where after a certain point, after certain weeks into the pregnancy, they will not allow abortions. So this is the stark difference that you see between India and the United States. So for everyone who tries to preach about how progressive the West is versus India, this here is a clear case and example about how we believe women have the right to choice, whereas the United States has failed to uphold even that. I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, unfortunately, even as we talk about this great moment that came in from the Supreme Court today, here's a story that will shock you about a Bihar IAS officer who mocked a girl student when she asked them to provide sanitary napkins at affordable prices.
can't count the number of times my teachers have said, you know, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, you know, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without
they
realizing,
actually want to
always
call me Buddha, but
Well, India's most affordable electric vehicle car has officially been launched by Tata Motors, and I'm right now standing with that vehicle. Tata Tiago EV has been launched officially. Let me just quickly give you a sneak peek inside the vehicle. The vehicle comes with a whole lot of features that you would probably find in an expensive electric vehicle, but yes, Tata Motors has kept in mind about the affordability factor for a common man. Launched at 8.49 lakhs, the vehicle, the price is reserved for about 10,000 first customers, about 4.25 lakh vehicles already sold. Let me just give you a quick look about how the vehicle looks at behind. This Tiago EV badging has been very aggressively put out to ensure the vehicle looks very attractive. About 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds, 315 kilometer range in the higher battery of 24 kWh, and the 19 kVh would offer a range of about 250 kilometers, and about 8-year 1,60,000 kilometer warranty given on the battery and the motor, and you would eventually save up about 90 to 95% of the cost if you would particularly drive this vehicle. So clearly an in-depth review will be given later on when we get to drive this car, but the first looks of it, the Tata Tiago EV would definitely be a hot seller for Tata Motors.
Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So what can you do in the Metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, Metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for Metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the Metaverse?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Here's a story that came in from Bihar that shocked all of us as a nation. I did tell you in the beginning of this broadcast about how the Supreme Court has upheld women's rights. But then there are these kind of stories also that come in that kind of dampen all of our hopes. A senior official in Bihar's Women Development Department has sparked a controversy. She was seen snapping back, arguing at a schoolgirl. Why? Because this girl smartly stood up and asked a very reasonable demand. She said, we must be provided with sanitary napkins at a cost of about 20 to 30 rupees. She was saying, provide it to us at a reasonable price. This officer is seen snapping and responding to her saying, today you're asking for sanitary pads. Tomorrow you'll ask us for condoms. We'll play out that entire sequence for you.
और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
It began as a genuine demand by girl students of Bihar for affordable sanitary napkins.
हर कुछ के लिए तो सरकार देती ही है, तो क्या मतलब 20 और 30 रुपया का ये बिस्कुट नहीं दे सकते हैं?
In reply, IAS officer Harjot Kaur, heading Bihar's Women and Child Development Department, came out with a shocker.
और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
Not just mocking the demand of sanitary pads for poor, but wondering if the girl students will demand free condoms next.
इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को क्यों नहीं कर सकते? और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना? लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा,
The heartless taunt, that too from a top woman IAS officer, sparked massive outrage.
बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है, ये गलत वे में बोली हैं वो कि आज सैनिटरी पैड मांग रही, कल को वो मांगेंगी तो ये गलत है। सैनिटरी पैड तो हम लोग का जरूरत है।
After India Today reportage, the National Women's Commission asked Harjot Kaur to explain her distasteful remark.
Why is it that free sanitary napkins cannot be provided, and why is it that this lady has answered in such a brutally obnoxious manner? I think she needs to be made answerable, and I think she needs to be removed from her post.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar promised probe.
उन लोगों के लिए तो हम मदद कर ही रहे हैं, महिलाओं के लिए, और मालूम नहीं है, हम लोग भी कई बार जाते रहे, देखते रहे, इसलिए हमको भी अभी यहाँ आ रहे थे, उसी समय मिला, तो हमने तत्काल एक एक चीज को देख रहे हैं, अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए.
While ally Congress and the opposition BJP tore into the woman IAS officer.
मुझे लगता है कि आईएएस ने बहुत ही गैर जिम्मेदाराना और एक शर्मनाक तरीके का और एक हास्यास्पद जवाब दिया है जो नहीं होना चाहिए था. मुझे लगता है उनको स्क्रीन में सामने आके, वो भी एक महिला है, उनकी भी बच्ची होगी, उनको कहना चाहिए कि मुझसे गलती हो गई.
जब सरकार चुनाव में वोट मांगने आती है, कमिटमेंट भी करती है कि हम साइकिल देंगे, पोशाक देंगे, तो सैनिटरी भी दो, तो हम चीजें फैसिलिटेट करें. हम उसको अलर्गर बयान देकर बच्चों को कंफ्यूज नहीं करना चाहिए.
जब तुमको मैं वही उंगली वापस जुड़वा रही हूँ तो बुरा क्यों लग रहा है?
The woman officer called the charges fabricated and a bid to malign her.
और हम लोग जब सुनते हैं तो सुधार करने के पूरे प्रयास भी करते हैं.
Sanitary pads are still out of reach for a large chunk of rural women, who end up using unhygienic and unsafe cloth. With Sujit Jha in Patna, Bureau Report, India Today.
तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा.
And we've spoken to the student who had confronted the Bihar IAS officer who had asked her to ensure sanitary napkins are provided at an affordable price. The student, when we spoke to her, had a very clear message saying that we were there to put forward our demand, not to create any sort of scene, not to engage in any sort of argument. And she makes a very, very reasonable point, says it's difficult for people who are living in slums to manage basic facilities. How can they actually afford sanitary napkins? And it's because of that that she says she actually raised this issue with the IAS officer. Listen in to exactly what she told us.
नहीं, हम ऐसा नहीं सोचे थे कि मैडम इस तरह की जवाब देंगी, कभी नहीं सोचे थे. हम लोग तो वहाँ पे झगड़ा करने नहीं गए थे, अपना बात को रखने गए थे और मैडम से मांगने भी नहीं गए थे कि मैडम आप दीजिए, क्योंकि मान लीजिए हम 20 या 30 रुपया कोई बड़ा बात नहीं है, वो तो खुद के लिए इंसान खरीद ही लेगा. लेकिन और जो लोग गरीब लोग हैं जिनका 50,000 सालाना है, जो साल में 50,000 कमाते हैं, वो भी रोज का कोई का 300 होता है, कोई का 200. ये स्लम बस्ती हैं, यहाँ के लोग ठेला ज्यादातर या तो रिक्शा चलाते हैं, यहाँ कोई जॉब नहीं करता है सरकारी जॉब. तो अगर वो लोग को तो ऐसा स्थिति रहता है कि वो लोग शायद कभी तबीयत खराब होता है तो दवाई के लिए भी पैसा नहीं रहता है, तो वो सैनिटरी पैड वो कहाँ से खरीद पाएंगे 30-40 रुपए का।
लेकिन सरकार जो है वो कहती है क्या कि हम तो बच्चों को सब देते हैं, छात्राओं को सैनिटरी पैड देते हैं, बहुत सारी सुविधाएं देते हैं। तुम लोग को मिला कभी?
नहीं, हम लोग को तो नहीं मिला है। जो विस्पर का बात है वो तो हम लोग को सिर्फ 8 क्लास में एक बार मिला था, उसके बाद से तो नहीं मिला है। हम लोग खुद ही खरीदते हैं, लेकिन हम लोग खुद के लिए नहीं बोले थे, और जो लोग हैं वो लोग बोले थे जो पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं।
So everyone, activists, organizations, citizens on social media, everyone has slammed this IAS officer Harjot Kaur for her "ab kya condom mangoge" comment and has raised the gender-based pricing discrimination in the name of pink tax. I'm not sure if you've heard this term before, but essentially pink tax is how there's a lot more money that goes into buying women's hygiene products and several other products, extracting money out of women's purses without even their knowledge. Being a woman in India comes at a big cost.
30 रुपया का ये विस्पर डी दे सकते हैं।
अच्छा, ये जो तालियां भी बजा रहे हैं, इस मांग का कोई अंत है?
The viral video of a Bihar IAS officer snarkily snubbing a girl who demanded access to sanitary pads has triggered massive outrage.
नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
Activists, organizations and citizens have slammed Harjot Kaur for her "ab kya condom mangoge" comment.
ये जो तालियां भी बजा रहे हैं, इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को वो नहीं कर सकते, और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
The video has also triggered a huge debate over women's access to basic amenities. Being a woman in India comes at a big cost, literally. Do you know that women pay more for most products as compared to men? Gender-based pricing discrimination in the name of pink tax has been extracting more money out of women's purses without even their knowledge. It's an intrinsic cost that women incur when goods are exclusively promoted for them. For everyday products like perfumes, shower gels, face creams and razors, women have always been paying more as compared to products manufactured for men. 2018 saw protests over 12% GST on sanitary napkins, which eventually made the government repeal the tax. Women menstrual hygiene products are still labelled as a luxury item. The raw materials for them still are taxed higher. Women in the workforce anyway earn less than their male counterparts. Add to that this pink tax, and you would know why asking for a basic thing like a sanitary napkin is such a big deal. With Riya Modi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So that report, a real eye-opener really, on what the situation is for women and why that particular student in Bihar raised the issue with the IAS officer, since the IAS officer has expressed regret and apologized for the kind of comments she made and indulging in a petty argument with a student. That incident, of course, has put the focus firmly also on how issues like pink tax isn't really addressed much as a society. And we need to talk about this more to ensure there's change, particularly in rural areas where it's almost impossible for women to afford ensuring that they can actually pay for hygiene products, for basic hygiene products. The officer has now expressed regret, and this after Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar also said he's taking note.
अच्छा, मैं बोल
जो आएगा वो नहीं।
आप हिंदी में शुरू करो, दोनों चैनल काट रहे हैं।
हेलो सर को ऊपर
भाई,
मुझे जाना पड़ेगा ना, चक्कर में छोड़ दे का मंडल को मैं
We're standing by right now for Rajdeep Sardesai to join us. He's going to be getting us an exclusive conversation with Digvijaya Singh, who could in fact be the next Congress president. He's confirmed that
कांग्रेस के नेता, मध्य प्रदेश के 2 बार मुख्यमंत्री रहे,
दिग्विजय सिंह जो कल अपना पर्चा भरने जा रहे हैं कांग्रेस अध्यक्षता के लिए, आप स्माइल कर रहे हैं, क्यों? ये स्माइल के पीछे क्या है, ये राज क्या है दिग्विजय सिंह जी, क्या होने वाला है?
देखिए, अभी इस पर भी ऐतराज होने लगा आपको?
नहीं, ऐतराज नहीं, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ
ये पूछा जा रहा है कि दिग्विजय सिंह जिन्होंने कहा था राजदीप कि अगर मैं कैंडिडेट से संतुष्ट नहीं हूँ तो मैं नामांकन दाखिल करूंगा, तो आप जो इस मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, क्या राज छुपा रहे हैं? क्या एक और कैंडिडेट आने वाला है, वाइल्ड कार्ड एंट्री होने वाली है?
अब मुझे वाकई में नहीं मालूम। अब ये तो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट ने इसको खुला छोड़ दिया है और हर व्यक्ति को अधिकार है, जो भी पीसीसी डेलीगेट है वो अपना फॉर्म भरे।
मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि 2 हफ्ते पहले या 1 महीने पहले मौसमी और मैं इसी गार्डन में आपके साथ थे और आप हंसने लगे जब हमने कहा कि क्या आप अध्यक्ष के लिए नॉमिनेशन भरेंगे। क्या बदला कि सडनली दिग्विजय सिंह ने तय किया कि मैं अध्यक्ष बनना चाहता हूँ?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मैं हमेशा से इस बात को कहता रहा हूँ, आप 30 तारीख का इंतजार करिए। तो आज 29 है ना?
नहीं, क्या ये आपने पहले से मन बना लिया था या जो अशोक गहलोत के साथ हुआ उसके बाद दिग्विजय सिंह ने तय किया कि अब मैं इस लड़ाई में कूद जाऊंगा? सच्चाई बताइए।
देखिए, बात यह है कि अभी तक ऐसा ही महसूस किया जा रहा था कि शायद अशोक गहलोत जी हमारे ऑफिशियल कैंडिडेट हो सकते हैं, तो हमने स्वीकार किया। और अगर अशोक गहलोत जी चुनाव में खड़े होते हैं तो उसको हम लोग हमेशा इज्जत से देखते हैं, क्योंकि अशोक गहलोत जी एक ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने हमेशा से पार्टी के हित में काम किया है और गांधी विचारधारा के हैं और लॉयल रहे हैं हमेशा पार्टी के। लेकिन ये जो अभी अप्रिय घटना हो गई जयपुर में, जिसे टाला जा सकता था, उसके कारण ये दिक्कत आ रही है।
आप ऑफिशियल कैंडिडेट हैं?
नहीं।
आपने कहा कि अशोक गहलोत ऑफिशियल कैंडिडेट, क्या उनकी जगह आप ऑफिशियल कैंडिडेट हैं?
नहीं, मैं कोई ऑफिशियल कैंडिडेट नहीं हूँ। मैं अपना स्वयं के विवेक से खड़ा हुआ हूँ, मुझे किसी ने खड़ा होने के लिए नहीं कहा।
नहीं, महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि क्या अशोक गहलोत को कहा गया कि मत खड़े होइए या अपने मन से नहीं खड़े हुए हैं? क्या उनको संकेत मिले कि नो एंट्री है आपकी कैंडिडेट के तौर पे?
ये आप उनसे पूछिए, मुझसे क्यों पूछ रही हैं?
लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं जो जैसे मौसमी कह रही है, क्या ये पूरे प्रक्रिया से ये कांग्रेस अध्यक्षता पद पर एक सवाल उठा है? आप लोग कहते हैं गांधी परिवार न्यूट्रल है इसमें, लेकिन आप सब जाते हैं सोनिया जी के घर उनका एक तरह से आशीर्वाद लेने या उनको बताने, तो कहीं ना कहीं गांधी परिवार तो इन्वॉल्व है कि हु इज गांधी परिवार का कैंडिडेट, ये लोग पूछ रहे हैं।
राजदीप जी, बिना नेहरू गांधी परिवार के कांग्रेस पार्टी शून्य है, इस बात को समझ लीजिए। इस पार्टी में कई बार विभाजन हुए, लेकिन 99% कांग्रेस जनों ने इंदिरा जी से लेकर आज तक हमेशा से उस परिवार का साथ दिया जिस परिवार ने आज़ादी के पहले सर्वत्र न्यौछावर किया और आज़ादी के बाद देश की सेवा करते हुए दो हमारे इस परिवार के बड़े नेता शहीद हुए। दूसरा कोई ऐसा परिवार बता दीजिए जो जिसने इतना त्याग किया हो।
नहीं, पर यही तो बात है ना कि परिवारवाद क्या अभी भी रहेगा? अध्यक्ष बनने से क्या होगा? आप अध्यक्ष बने, शशि थरूर बने, लेकिन कमान तो गांधी परिवार के हाथों में रहेगी।
आपको परिवारवाद से इतनी नाराजगी क्यों है, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ।
मुझे नहीं, जनता जो है, आपने देखा 2 चुनाव में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने चुनाव बनाया कामदार बनाम नामदार।
बात यह है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी कौन है, क्या है, कैसे हैं, जितना शायद दिग्विजय सिंह जानता, आप लोग नहीं जानते।
अच्छा, ये बताइए दिग्विजय जी कि लगातार ये कयास जोरों पर है कि दिग्विजय सिंह सीरियस कैंडिडेट नहीं है। आप मुस्कुरा दीजिए तो उस कयासबाजी पर और जो है दम मिल जाता है। क्या आप सीरियस कैंडिडेट हैं? कभी कहते हैं 30 तारीख को पता चल जाएगा, कभी 8 तारीख को, कब पता चलेगा कि आप लड़ रहे हैं? ऐसे कहते कहते अध्यक्ष बन जाएंगे आप पार्टी के।
मौसमी जी,
हाँ,
30 तारीख को नामांकन की आखिरी तारीख है।
हाँ।
मैं फॉर्म भर रहा हूँ। 4 तारीख को डेट ऑफ विड्रॉल है, उसके बाद पता पड़ेगा कि कौन कौन चुनाव लड़ रहा है।
यानी हो सकता है कि आप विड्रॉ करें, कल नामांकन भरने के बाद आप विड्रॉ कर दे, अगर कोई नया उम्मीदवार निकले। आप क्या केवल आप और शशि थरूर रहेंगे या कोई तीसरा उम्मीदवार निकल के आएगा?
आप 30 तारीख तक इंतजार तो करिए।
और ये हो क्या रहा है? आप जाके गले मिलाए जाके वहाँ ट्वीट कर दिया, फ्रेंडली फाइट हो रही है, या आप लोग इतिहास रच रहे हैं क्या कांग्रेस
आप
में?
और शशि थरूर?
देखिए, शशि थरूर और दिग्विजय सिंह दोनों नेहरू गांधी विचारधारा के लोग हैं, गांधीयन नेहरूवियन आइडियोलॉजी के हम लोग हैं, तो हमारी विचारधारा एक है। ठीक है, हम लोग दोनों चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन दोनों की शक्ति, दोनों की ताकत और दोनों की बुद्धि और श्रम कांग्रेस को मजबूत करने में लगेगी।
लेकिन ये बताइए कि आप तो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा तक कल तक थे, अब आप आ गए दिल्ली, क्या होगा भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का? क्या अध्यक्ष रहेंगे या भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के संयोजक रहेंगे? व्हाट इज योर रोल? क्या रोल है आपका?
मेरा कैंडिडेचर 4 तारीख के बाद भी अगर रहता है तो मेरी कैंपेनिंग भी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से ही चलेगी, मुझे और कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी।
तो आपको कौन वोट देगा जब आप अगर इतना मगर लगा रहे हैं? तो क्या कांग्रेस के डेलीगेट्स आपको वोट देंगे? इतना नॉन सीरियस कैंडिडेट होगा तो शशि थरूर साहब जीत जाएंगे आपसे।
ऐसा है, 17 तारीख को जब काउंटिंग होगी तब बात करेंगे ना।
आखिरी सवाल हमारा, चेहरा कौन रहेगा कांग्रेस का, राहुल गांधी या जो पार्टी अध्यक्ष बनेगा?
एक बात समझ लीजिए, मैं फिर दोहराना चाहता हूँ, बिना नेहरू गांधी परिवार के कांग्रेस पार्टी का कोई अस्तित्व नहीं रह जाता है, क्योंकि 99% कांग्रेस जन नेहरू गांधी परिवार को अपना नेता मानते थे, हैं और रहेंगे।
अच्छा, नहीं, आखिरी नहीं सवाल है, सवाल बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि देखिए लगातार ये कहा जा रहा है कि अशोक गहलोत सीएम रहेंगे। एक बहुत बड़ी खबर आई है कि सीएम रहेंगे या नहीं रहेंगे अगले 2 दिन में पता चल जाएगा। क्या दिग्विजय सिंह के लिए ये ट्रिगर था जो राजस्थान में घटना हुई? आपने कहा था कि कैंडिडेट अगर उचित नहीं हुआ तो मैं लड़ूंगा। क्या एक धाड़ा मानता है कि जो अशोक गहलोत ने किया वो पार्टी हाईकमान का अपमान था, उसका कद काट पार्टी हाईकमान का कम करने की कोशिश थी? एक मतलब ऑनेस्ट आंसर चाहिए इस पे।
मैं कोई डिसऑनेस्ट आंसर नहीं देता मौसमी जी।
तो फिर आप बाकी से बताइए।
मैं बता रहा हूँ कि ये जिस विषय पे आप बात कर रहे हैं ना, मेरे क्षेत्र के बाहर की बात है।
आप कह रहे हैं बियॉन्ड
यानी दिग्विजय सिंह जी कहीं ना कहीं अब डिप्लोमेटिक भी बन गए हैं। मौसमी सिंह के साथ मैं राजदीप सरदेसाई, आज तक के लिए ऑल द बेस्ट दिग्विजय सिंह जी।
थैंक यू राजदीप,
ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू मौसमी, थैंक यू।
Dr. Chinoy, the rupee once again continuing with this consistent depreciation, reaching a new low today. How worried should one be?
Rajdeep, I think one needs to understand what's happening globally. We're seeing market movements that we haven't seen in decades over here. And the genesis of all of this, Rajdeep, is that the US Fed is on course to raise interest rates to, close to 5%. The last time this happened was 2007. An entire generation has grown up with, zero interest rates and low for long. This is brand new phenomena. Now, what higher US interest rates do is suck away capital from all economies towards the US. And therefore, many, many currencies are in a tailspin. Just to put this in perspective, the euro is currently today at the lowest level since 2001. The British pound is at the lowest level in more than 5 decades. The Chinese yuan today was at the lowest level since 2007. So this is a phenomena that's affected all currencies, both advanced economies and emerging markets. India is no exception. We will, be at the receiving end of the shock. And I think prudent macro management would suggest that we don't resist this beyond a point. A calibrated, gradual currency depreciation actually is a good safety valve. It's a seatbelt against the shock, and will ensure that at the end of this process, India's exports are not uncompetitive. So this is a necessary, response to unprecedented global market movements in the last 2 decades.
But having said that, as you rightly said, the rupee seems to be doing relatively better vis-a-vis the dollar compared to other global currencies. But how far can we go in protecting the rupee? Where can, is there a point at which we should be worried in allowing the rupee to find its own level in the times that that we are?
So Rajdeep, one thing is that the future is very uncertain because all of this will hinge critically on what happens to the US Fed. If the Fed were to remain hawkish and keep raising interest rates, till the first quarter or second quarter of next year, we need to be realistic that the pressure is going to sustain.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime, and let's focus on news from Tamil Nadu. The Stalin government has been facing a lot of criticism for failing to curb petrol bomb attacks. There was a fallout of raids on PFI, targeted attacks against RSS workers. Ironically enough, days later, the Stalin government has denied permission for an RSS rally due to be held on October 2nd. Why? Because they've said that there could be a potential law and order issue that arises out of such a rally being held, citing the PFI ban. Now, the Tamil Nadu government has gone ahead and banned this rally despite the Madras High Court saying that permission has been granted for this rally.
Days after a series of petrol bomb attacks on RSS workers in Tamil Nadu, a fresh controversy over the Sangh is playing out in the state, this time over an RSS rally. The Stalin government has denied permission for the RSS's mega rally, which was to kick off on October the 2nd and cover the entire state. This despite the Madras High Court giving a go-ahead for this intended RSS campaign. Citing, ironically, the situation in the state after the ban on the Popular Front of India, the DMK government has denied permission for the RSS for any march or meetings. The DMK has defended its decision, saying there will be no compromise on law and order in Tamil Nadu, a call that's got the BJP fuming.
Due to the ban of PF5, the Islamic people, that is the Muslims, are protesting, and they have cited that reason. See, you have to control the people who protest against the government. And you cannot deny permission for an organization which has taken permission from the court, High Court. So, it means that the government accepts that it has failed in controlling the law and order.
Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai also lashed out at the ruling DMK, questioning why the state suddenly has an objection to the annual RSS rally.
I have a strong feeling that DMK government doesn't have a larger vision of a country.
larger vision of India's sovereignty, integrity, the organization that exists in Tamil soil, their background. I think they don't have that vision.
Soon after the Stalin government's decision, the RSS moved the Madras High Court, again alleging contempt of court. And soon enough, the state government moved court as well, asking the court to reconsider their decision of granting permission to the RSS. This legal showdown comes amid a growing chorus among Dravidian parties to ban the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, much like the Popular Front of India. Some allies of the DMK have also threatened that they will stage a counter-protest if permission is given for the RSS rally on October the 2nd.
October 2nd.
All right, let's with that, get you the images that are coming in of superstar Allu Arjun and his family visiting the Golden Temple in Amritsar on his wife Sneha Reddy's birthday. The superstar, along with his wife and kids, were seen donning a traditional attire. In the video, you can see Allu Arjun moving along with the other devotees at the temple. At this gesture itself has won the hearts of all of his fans because he's there going around with all the other devotees. No VVIP pass or anything of the sort. I'm leaving you with these images. Thanks for tuning in.
The rupee collapsed to a new record closing low driven by a soaring dollar. The Indian currency plunged 37 paise to close at 81.94 against the US dollar. The dollar index is at a 2-decade high as people across the globe turn to the greenback to hedge over fears of recession. While the RBI has been intervening to help the rupee, State Bank of India is of the view that it might be better for the Reserve Bank to allow the rupee to depreciate a little and let it find its natural balance. But what will the RBI do next? Take a look at this special report.
As the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee begins its deliberations on whether it should raise the interest rates to rein in inflation, it most certainly has the unprecedented fall in the rupee in its sights as well. The rupee has fallen more than 10% this year, closing today at an all-time low of 81.94 against the US dollar. It is, however, still better than the other major world currencies. The Japanese yen has lost nearly 30% of its value against the dollar this year. The British pound has slipped 21% to below $1. The euro is down 18%. Even the Chinese yuan is down around 12% this year. It's this global currency meltdown that the Finance Ministry is taking comfort in, stressing the rupee has performed much better than its peers and that it is not the rupee falling but the rise of the dollar.
How other currencies are behaving versus the dollar. If any one currency which has held its own and behaved in such a way or held its own and did not get into a fluctuation or volatility as much as other currencies, it is the Indian rupee. We have held back very well. We are keeping, RBI and the ministry are keeping very close watch over it.
The RBI has meanwhile regularly intervened in the money market, selling dollars, trying to stabilize the rupee and minimize volatility, generously dipping into its huge foreign exchange reserves. In the process, however, the reserves, which peaked at $642 billion on the 3rd of September 2021, have fallen nearly $100 billion in a year to $546 billion. It's, however, becoming clear that the traditional measures are not helping RBI, with the rapid interest rate hike in the US negating all intervention by the Indian Central Bank. There have been suggestions that it is time for the RBI to take some extraordinary steps. The ball was set rolling in July with the RBI relaxing norms for FCNRB, NRE deposits and ECBs. However, to support the rupee further, the RBI may open a special window for oil importers who are the major consumers of forex.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
In what could be a defining moment for the aviation industry, an all-electric aircraft took its first flight in the US. The plane is built to carry 9 passengers and 2 pilots. The flight, which lasted 8 minutes, much longer than that of the Wright brothers more than 120 years ago, could herald a major shift in the highly polluting industry.
Alice, the sleek new aircraft, took off at 7:10 a.m. from an airport in Washington state on the northwest corner of the United States. The aircraft sounded a little strange, without the usual scream of jet engines expelling nearly a ton of air per second. All because Alice is powered by 21,500 small Tesla-style battery cells and not by aviation fuel. The plane flew for 8 minutes, reaching an altitude of 3,500 feet, with speed peaking at 275 kilometers per hour. Developed by US and Israeli engineers, the aircraft is built for short hops.
So we're looking at developing an airplane that will fly, 1 to 2 hours, which is typical for that segment. So, 150 to 250 nautical miles with reserve, and that's what we're targeting for our initial entry into service.
According to the company, the aircraft produces no carbon emissions, significantly reduces noise, and costs a fraction to operate per flight hour compared to light jets or high-end turboprops. The aviation industry accounts for around 3% of total carbon dioxide emissions. The manufacturers say the charging time will not be a handicap for the aircraft's operators.
And we're targeting, call it 30 minutes of charge for an hour of flight time, or about 2C if you're looking at the lingo.
The company already has orders from DHL Express for cargo planes and 2 regional airlines for commuter aircraft. There is, however, no word yet on the cost structure of the aircraft. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
In association with SBI Home Loans, Audi e-tron,
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Lots going on. Our eyes right now on 10 Janpath. In about an hour and a half, Sachin Pilot will be making that trip where Sonia Gandhi is there to meet her. What comes of that? We're going to keep a close eye on that. But of course, also All the way in Gujarat, lots of action happening. The Prime Minister on a 2-day visit. First up, as usual, let me take you through the headlines. Ashok Gehlot pulls out of the Congress president race, apologizes to Sonia over rebellion by his loyalist MLA, says Congress chief to decide if he remains Rajasthan chief minister.
तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ये मेरा फैसला है। ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला सोनिया गांधी जी करेगी, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष करेगी।
A day before Congress Bharat Jodo Yatra enters Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi posters and hoardings torn in Karnataka. Chief Minister Bommai says Gandhi sire doing Bharat Todo. Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar takes notes on Bihar IAS officer who asked "Ab kya condom mangoge" to girl students seeking affordable sanitary pads. Bihar Chief Minister assures action.
तत्काल एक-एक चीज को देख रहे हैं। अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत।
Shocking Garba jihad from Ahmedabad. Bajrang Dal members thrash a Muslim youth for attending Garba event. Alleges he was there to lure Hindu women. Two similar blasts in 8 hours inside public buses in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. 2 injured in the first blast. Cops probe explosions. It's been a big setback to Team India's World Cup squad. Jasprit Bumrah sustains back injury, advised a 6-month break from cricket. Shortly going to get you live visuals on this. The Prime Minister is in his home state of Gujarat for 2 full days, which is slated to go to polls in just a month and a half. The Prime Minister held massive roadshow in Bhavnagar after inaugurating projects worth 3,400 crores in Surat. Also inaugurated rupees 5,200 crore development initiatives in Bhavnagar. He will inaugurate the 36th National Games at the Narendra Modi Stadium this evening. He will address athletes from across the country taking part in the Games. India's golden boy Neeraj Chopra is also in Ahmedabad to attend this opening ceremony of the Games. On day 2 of his trip tomorrow, the Prime Minister will flag off the Gandhinagar-Mumbai Vande Bharat Express at Gandhinagar station at 10:30 a.m. and travel from Kalupur railway station via the train. At 11:30 a.m., the Prime Minister will flag off the Ahmedabad Metro Rail project. Lots packed in, a slew of sops, it seems, a month and a half before his own state goes into elections. Modi has been the Chief Minister of Gujarat for 3 terms. Viewers.
आज सिर्फ गुजरात की पहचान नहीं है, बल्कि वो भारत की पहचान बन चुके हैं। विश्व के टॉप नेताओं में उनका नाम है। भारत के विभिन्न अंचलों की
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court today delivered a historic judgment on abortion rights and marital rape, challenging some very long-held stereotypes in the process. The top court ruled that all women, irrespective, married or unmarried, are entitled to seek abortion of their pregnancy in the term of 20 to 14 weeks, upholding women's rights of choice.
Protest for a basic right in America, the right to choose, which was taken away from women with a draconian judgment by the American Supreme Court, which banned abortions.
My body, my choice. My body, my choice.
For all those who hail America as a progressive country, juxtapose these protests and the Roe versus Wade judgment to what happened in the Supreme Court of India today. Every woman in India has the right to choose. That was the message from the Supreme Court. In a landmark verdict, the top court upheld abortion rights for unmarried women. For long, women in the country, single, unmarried women or victims of marital rape, have struggled with societal stigma and a lack of legislation to back them. But the Supreme Court has now delivered a historic verdict. A three-judge Supreme Court bench comprising of Justices D.Y. Chandrachud, A.S. Bopanna and J.B. Pardiwala ruled that we cannot perpetuate stereotypes that only married women indulge in intercourse, and hence there is no reason to restrict the provision only to married women. In its judgment, the bench also said that the distinction between married and unmarried women cannot be sustained, and women, irrespective of their marital status, must have autonomy to have free exercise of these rights.
The entire issue of abortion law had come before the Supreme Court because the text of the MTP Act as it stands did not even contemplate the idea of an unmarried woman in a consensual relationship. The rules made under the MTP Act only provided for late-term abortions for married women who did not want to continue the pregnancy, or for unmarried women who had been a victim of sexual assault, which is why the Apex Court had to, in its judgment, clearly say that the law has to keep up with the changing social realities and allow even unmarried women the right to exercise their free choice and bodily autonomy.
Today is the special day because today is International Safe Abortion Day, and the passing of this judgment on this day in itself is a remarkable and historical in itself, not only for India but for the rest of the world also. Now the discrimination that has been eliminated by the Honorable Supreme Court today, the violation which was prevailing between married and unmarried of Article 14, Article 21, it is eliminated now completely.
That's not the only historic takeaway from this verdict. While talking about abortions arising out of rapes and non-consensual relationships, the court has also said rape will include marital rape for the purpose of abortion. The Supreme Court has highlighted again that there is no distinction between married and unmarried women in case of rape as well, and so for the purposes of abortion, rape will include marital rape.
I think it's a landmark judgment, and especially when this judgment has come when the Supreme Court has tried to reverse the judgment of a lower court which had actually denied an unmarried woman to abort her pregnancy. So I think it's an important judgment, it's a landmark judgment, and I totally welcome it.
It is a landmark judgment given the fact that the Supreme Court has put the unmarried women and the married women on a platform and have given them the equal choice to abort their fetus, irrespective of the fact whether they are married or unmarried.
The Supreme Court's message is clear that all women in India are entitled to safe and legal abortion, a quantum leap for the fundamental right to choose for women. With Anisha Mathur in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, here's the latest news break coming in. With all that's going on right now where the Congress is concerned, K.C. Venugopal has said tomorrow the names will be announced for Congress chief candidate, which is the last date to file nominations. K.C. Venugopal has said Sonia Gandhi to decide on whether Gehlot will continue as the Rajasthan chief minister. Viewers, Gehlot is already ruled out of the president's race. Will he continue to be the Rajasthan chief minister? Allegedly a question mark on that. In all probabilities, yes, he would. But at least when it comes down to the official word of the Congress, K.C. Venugopal says that in the next 2 days, it would be Sonia Gandhi, the High Command, who will decide on whether Ashok Gehlot will continue as the Rajasthan chief minister. In the interim, all right, let's, with this news break, let's come. Prime Minister Modi right now at the Narendra Modi Stadium himself, inaugurating these games. Alongside him will be Nikhil Chopra. You can see that, the Prime Minister there waving out to the crowds. Let's dip into the ambience and we'll cut right back. viewers, what you see on your television screen is the stunning inauguration on the eve of the 36th National Games. It's a drone light laser show there. The Prime Minister, along with the mascot of the 36th National Games, the Ahmedabad sky clearly lit with a drone show. He will be inaugurating these games. What we are given to understand, about 15,000 sportspersons, coaches, delegates will all be participating in these games, to which he is going to be inaugurating in a short while from now. Listen. A pack.
रुत बदली है जैसे रुख बदला हो, जैसे बढ़ती निराशा का कोहरा छटा हो, जैसे भारत की अब नई पहचान है, चारों दिशा होता नव निर्माण है, युवा में वायु सी रफ्तार है, कौशल उत्साह की भरमार है, स्किल इंडिया इसका विस्तार है, समृद्धि सबका अधिकार है, जन धन से जन जन तैयार है, मुद्रा से बढ़ता व्यापार है, अपनी पहचान है, अपना आधार है, भ्रष्टाचार अब निराधार है, हिंद के शत्रुओं की अब हार है, हो रहा न्याय है, बढ़ रहा जोश है, हुनर अपार है, इंडिया का शेर अब करता दहार है, स्वाभिमान से हम चल जो पड़े हैं, हर बाधा छोटी और हौसले बड़े हैं, 900 इंडिया का संकल्प
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आपका हम आदरपूर्वक स्वागत करते हैं। 1 लाख से भी अधिक लोगों के उत्साह से भरे इस भव्य स्टेडियम में साथ ही हम हर्षोल्लास से साथ स्वागत करते हैं गुजरात के महामहिम राज्यपाल श्री आचार्य देवव्रत जी का, गुजरात के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी का, माननीय केंद्रीय खेल मंत्री श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी का, ગુજરાતના માનનીય ખેલ મંત્રી શ્રી હર્ષભાઈ સંઘવીનું પણ સ્વાગત છે। ગુજરાત પ્રદેશ અધ્યક્ષ અને નવસારીના માનનીય સાંસદ શ્રી CR પાટીલજીનું પણ સ્વાગત કરીએ છીએ અને અમદાવાદના માનનીય મેયર શ્રી કિરીટભાઈ પરમારનું પણ હાર્દિક સ્વાગત છે। साथ ही मंच पर उपस्थित गुजरात सरकार के माननीय मंत्रीगण, IOA और SOA के पदाधिकारीगण एवं भारत के गणमान्य एथलीट्स का हम बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। अब मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल से नम्र निवेदन करती हूं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री का इस विशिष्ट अवसर पर पुष्पगुच्छ से स्वागत करें और साथ में स्वागत करें 36वें नेशनल गेम्स के मेमेंटो के साथ। धन्यवाद। अब मैं इंडियन ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन के सेक्रेटरी जनरल श्री राजीव मेहता से नम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे स्वागत उद्बोधन करें।
हमारे देश के लोकप्रिय और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र भाई पाटिल जी, हमारे साथी युवा खेल के मंत्री श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, हमारे सरकार के भारत सरकार के अधिकारी, गुजरात सरकार के अधिकारी, इंडियन ओलंपिक के हमारे पदाधिकारी, स्टेट ओलंपिक के पदाधिकारी जो यहाँ सब आए हैं, मैं उनका इंडियन ओलंपिक से सहृदय से स्वागत करता हूँ। आज हमारे लिए बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि हमारा 36 नेशनल गेम 7
are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other this attention is only for me right now, and that was it. After that, it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
There are thousands of benefits of cosmetic acupuncture, if I tell you. To name few, first of all, it helps you in the aging. It helps you age gracefully. That is what most important thing that I tell my patients. It will help you age gracefully. It will help you age like wine. So cosmetic acupuncture is when we insert very thin needles on specific acupuncture points on the face. Those thin needles cause a micro trauma to the tissues, and that gives the signal to the brain. They trick the brain to release collagen and elastin, two main things which helps in the glowing skin. And the best part is all of this process is done naturally. There is no chemical involved, there is no injection involved. It's just doing by needle and using your body's own healing power to do an anti-aging thing or to make you glow. There are thousands of benefits of cosmetic acupuncture if I tell you. To name few, first of all, it helps you in the aging. It helps you age gracefully. That is what most important thing that I tell my patients. It will help you age gracefully. It will help you age like wine. Wrinkle-free skin, pigmentation. It helps a lot in any kind of pigmentations, dark spots, freckles. We have frown lines, crow feet. We say puffiness on the face, swelling on the face. I mean, their features become much more sharp. There are two different things. What Botox does is, Botox will freeze your muscle on the site where it is injected. It will restrict the blood flow to that site. But what cosmetic acupuncture does, it increases the blood flow to that site. The increased blood flow will bring more nutrients to the site, will bring more oxygen to the site. That is the difference between Botox and cosmetic acupuncture.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
All right, viewers, the latest news break coming in with all that's gone down. The latest is Sachin Pilot will also meet Sonia Gandhi today. Will Pilot still be in the running for the Rajasthan Chief Minister's race? Well, it does seem the decision now lies with the High Command. KC Venugopal, after meeting Sonia Gandhi, said in the next 2 days a decision will be made by Sonia Gandhi on who will be the Rajasthan Chief Minister. In all probabilities, now that Gehlot is ruled out of the president's race where Congress is concerned, it would be him who will continue as Rajasthan Chief Minister. But it seems that Sachin Pilot also has a meeting planned with Sonia Gandhi. We're expecting him to go to Sonia Gandhi and meet her anytime in the next hour. That meeting will happen, but what is it that the High Command, the proverbial Congress High Command, can promise Sachin Pilot right now? I want to cut across to our reporters, but before that, senior journalist Javed Ansari joining us with all that's going down in the Congress. Javed, you know, the fact is Ashok Gehlot ruled himself out from the president's race. Where does that leave Sachin Pilot? He might be seeking a meeting and he might even get an audience with Sonia Gandhi. But what is it that she has to offer him? It doesn't seem anything right now.
Well, my information is, and my assessment is, that Mr. Ashok Gehlot may continue for some time, but not for too long. The Congress leadership does believe that Sachin Pilot's time has come, and they want to make amends for the original mistake committed once the results of the last assembly elections were out. Sachin ought to have been made chief minister then itself, but they gave into pressure from Mr. Gehlot and some of his powerful friends in Delhi. However, now they believe that the time has come to make amends, to make that change. And so Mr. Gehlot will probably have to first, calm the situation in the state, because the situation appears pretty volatile. He'll have to calm the MLAs, and then sooner rather than later, I guess he will have to make way for Sachin Pilot.
Well, it's an interesting take, Javed, with what your sources are telling you. Just stay on with us. I want to bring in Maushmi as well into this conversation. Maushmi, we're expecting Sachin Pilot to still meet Sonia Gandhi. He was to meet her earlier, but it seems it's going to happen later on in the evening. But what are you picking up? You just spoke to Digvijaya saying about the president's race. But having said that, where the Rajasthan Chief Minister's post is concerned, K.C. Venugopal has made it very clear in the next 2 days, the Congress High Command, Sonia Gandhi, will decide. In the meeting today, what is it that Sonia Gandhi can anyway offer Sachin Pilot? There's not much.
Preeti, did you ask that question to me?
Yes, you watch me. It's for you. It's for you. Go ahead.
Right, Preeti. So it was K.C. Venugopal who, after meeting Sonia Gandhi right here, in fact, sprung a surprise by saying that it was just 2 days that Sonia Gandhi would take to decide, because earlier it was known that perhaps the Rajasthan decision would have to wait till the 19th of October when the elections would finish. So clearly, next 48 hours is going to be the deciding time when Sonia Gandhi will be in consultation. We also know that the senior leaders from A.K. Antony to Ambika Soni are discussing and consulting and deliberating with the party high command over the entire issue. So one is that. The other thing is that Sachin Pilot is coming to meet Sonia Gandhi, perhaps, in the light that Sachin Pilot was all set to become the next chief minister. As the speculations were rife, Sonia Gandhi could possibly discuss the future course of action. Sachin Pilot would obviously have many questions to ask. What about him? Would he be brought to Delhi for a new role? Would he have to wait for a role in Rajasthan, for the leadership role in Rajasthan? That's the big question. And the end of the road doesn't look too bright as far as, any official position for Sachin Pilot is concerned, because Rajasthan MLAs from the Gehlot camp are up in arms against him, and that really means with the elections round the corner next year, if the change is not happening now, then it won't happen anytime in the next 1 year.
All right, Maushmi, thank you for joining us. We're going to come back to you. Sachin Pilot will be meeting Sonia Gandhi today. Very different opinion coming in there. Javed Ansari, senior journalist, says his sources tell him that sooner or later way has to be made for somebody like Sachin Pilot. Will it happen is the big question. Do stay with us. Continuous coverage right here.
You are watching India Today.
मंत्रिमंडल ने 1 जुलाई 2022 से देय केंद्र सरकार के कर्मचारियों और पेंशन भोगियों को 4% की दर से महंगाई भत्ते और महंगाई राहत की अतिरिक्त किश्त जारी करने की मंजूरी दी है। सालाना 12,852 करोड़ रुपए का बोझ सरकारी खजाने पर पड़ेगा और 8 महीने के लिए, जो अभी हम जुलाई 2022 से फरवरी 2023 तक देखें तो 8,568 करोड़ रुपए का बोझ वित्तीय वर्ष 2022-23 में पड़ेगा। लेकिन इससे लाखों ऐसे सरकारी कर्मचारी और जो पेंशन धारक हैं उनको लाभ मिलेगा।
The food on your plate is going to get costlier. Feeding starving bellies is going to be even more challenging as the Russia-Ukraine war has caused fertilizer prices to hit the roof. More than 20 million tons of grain are stuck in Russia as Black Sea ports have been blocked, and fertilizer prices have soared nearly 30% since January 2022. The UN Food Agency warned last year that world food prices would hit a 10-year high. The food supply chains are being disrupted, especially with soaring fertilizer prices likely to hit future food production. Indian farmers mainly use three types of fertilizers: urea, DAP and MOP. These sizable chunks of fertilizers used here are imported. Around 50% of the total potash imports are from Russia and Belarus. Rising fertilizer costs directly affect food costs. It forces farmers to cut the sowing area, leading to lower production and lower food supplies. Russia, Belarus and Ukraine account for 20% of phosphoric acid imports. India gets around 15% of its ammonia imports from Russia, and nearly 60% of India's DAP fertilizer imports come from China and Saudi Arabia. China exports a majority of fertilizers to the rest of the world, but the country suspended exports of fertilizers until at least June 2022 to ensure domestic availability in 2021 that's added to the crisis. Another worrying reason is the soaring energy prices. Around the world, natural gas is used as a raw material as well as fuel for nitrogen fertilizer production. The ongoing fertilizer price hike is the third big shock in the last 50 years. These shocks are mainly driven by soaring energy prices. Global food prices increased sharply in 2007 and into the first quarter of 2008, triggering economic and political instability and social unrest across nations, both in developed and emerging economies. India has been facing a supply shortage since the war between Russia and Ukraine started on February 24th. India needs about 6.54 million metric tons of DAP, 2.34 million metric tons of MOP and 5.83 million metric tons of NPK fertilizers in the upcoming Kharif season. Kharif crops are usually sown with the beginning of the first rains in July during the southwest monsoon season, but the availability is much lower, and this is a major cause of worry.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, there's a lot going on where Rajasthan is concerned on who will be the next chief minister. The High Command will decide in 2 days. In all probabilities, it seems it will be Ashok Gehlot, but will he have to make way for Sachin Pilot sooner than later? That's the big question. On the other side, what about the question of who will now be the next president of the Congress? With Ashok Gehlot ruled out, viewers, either he's ruled himself out or he's been ruled out by the Congress. Whichever way you see it, will it now be those two men in the center? Will it be now a face-off between Digvijaya Singh versus Shashi Tharoor? Which one will it be? I want to cut across right now to Javed Ansari. Let's listen in to all the reactions coming in. We'll cut across to Javed Ansari.
मैंने उनसे मिला, कोची में जाकर के रिक्वेस्ट की कि आप अध्यक्ष का चुनाव लड़ें। आखिर में उन्होंने अस्वीकार कर दिया, मैं मेरी बात को कायम हूँ, मैं इलेक्शन लड़ूंगा नहीं। तो मैंने कहा भाई जो सबकी भावना है कार्यकर्ताओं की, नेताओं की, तो मैं फिर चुनाव लड़ूंगा, ये मैंने कहा था। सुनिए आप, पर अब क्योंकि कल परसों की घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रचार पार होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा। ये मेरा फैसला है। ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला सोनिया गांधी जी करेगी, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष करेगी। जो घटना हुई परसों के रोज 2 दिन पहले, वो घटना इतना हिला के रख दिया हम सबको। मुझे जो दुख है वो मैं जान सकता हूँ, क्योंकि पूरे देश में मैसेज चला गया जैसे मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना रहना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए सब कुछ हो रहा है। मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफ़ी मांगी है, क्योंकि एक सिंपल प्रस्ताव जो होता है एक लाइन का, वो परंपरा हमारी है कि एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव तो हम करते ही करते हैं, हर मीटिंग के अंदर करते हैं, चाहे चुनाव हो, चाहे मुख्यमंत्री के बारे में कोई फैसला करना हो। एक फैसला करते वक्त में एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव करने का हमारे यहाँ हमेशा से ही कायदा रहा, आप सबको मालूम है, आप सबको मालूम है। दुर्भाग्य से उस वक्त ऐसी स्थिति बन गई, वो प्रस्ताव पास नहीं हो पाया।
Bringing Javed Ansari into this conversation. Javed, who's covered many seasons of the Congress, how do you view this? If Gehlot is now ruled out, do you see this as a direct contest between Shashi Tharoor and possibly the unofficial candidate of the Gandhis now, who is Digvijaya Singh? Or do you see another rabbit being pulled out of the hat in tomorrow, because tomorrow is the final day of nomination?
Pretty unlikely. I mean, I won't rule it out, but it's unlikely that somebody else will also put in file his nomination. It will be a contest between Mr. Digvijaya Singh. He's been 3-time chief minister, has been general secretary, he's a nuts and bolts man, again versus Mr. Shashi Tharoor. Shashi Tharoor is a very eminent parliamentarian, erudite. He speaks very well. So yes, it will be a fascinating contest, and may the best man win. I don't see any surprises here, and at long last, the Congress party is having an election, and hopefully it'll be free, fair, and transparent. And some of the people who've been baiting the Congress, criticizing the Congress, hopefully they will follow suit and hold elections in their parties as well.
Guys, we're going to keep a keen eye on all developments. Thank you there. We'll be joined by you later. I want to cut across right now to... all right, before we cut across, okay, we're going to be joined by former Union Minister, former Congressman Ashwini Kumar in just about 5 minutes. But I have with me Divya Maderna. She's the MLA from Ocean. She's been one of those few MLAs who's made it very clear that I neither belong to any camp, which is the Sachin camp, or the Gehlot camp. Divya, how do you view the latest which has come in, which clearly Ashok Gehlot no longer fighting for president? Do you, as an MLA, accept him back as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, or you're waiting for the next 2 days when the High Command will make their decision?
Good evening, Preeti. To begin with, that I also confirm that I belong to Congress. I'm a Congress loyalist. Shuttling between two groups, so people forget to introduce that, there are people who happen to be Congress loyalists as well. What happened today was extremely unfortunate, very sad, because Mr. Gehlot hails from Jodhpur, from the same district as I do. In 1980, my grandfather had brought this young man, introduced to everybody, and thought he's going to lead and be on the political landscape as well. And so did he. He was 3-time Chief Minister, 5-time MP, 5-time MLA. I was looking at what he was when he was briefing the media this afternoon. Very, very saddening. Just because of 2-3 people, he lost, for a handful of millets, he lost the Delhi kingdom. He would have gone from here, been on the pinnacle post of Congress, where once chaired by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira ji, Rajiv ji, Sonia ji, Rahul ji. And we would have seen Rajasthan would have had a proud moment. Jodhpur would have felt extremely proud. But just because of these few people, of their insecurities, Mr. Shanti Dhariwal, Mahesh Joshi ji, and whoever the 2-3 people involved in this, for their own insecurity, today he had to be sorry in front of the whole nation. He has lost, he taken a moral responsibility, and he said, I will not be contesting, because he's a very, very seasoned politician who understands that after 22 years, when they were making a propaganda of having a saying that it's a Gandhi, and everything rotates right Gandhis, a non-Gandhi president is needed for the country today. And that was happening. That was in BJP, didn't have anything to say. The Bharat Jodo has a movement at its core. They're all in a way stunned with what's happening with Congress. But in the middle of this, when it happened, he did understand that now if he takes over as Congress president, it is going to be difficult. It is going to, morally, he will not be able to take this. BJP will make a propaganda. So he stepped down and he said, I feel sorry. And whatever that he earned in 50 years, like a shuttle, came down in a second. So I think it's very, very unfortunate for the people, 2-3 people, for their own political insecurity that they
Divya, I want to ask you, as an MLA of Rajasthan, do you feel that Ashok Gehlot has the moral right to lead you anymore?
I won't be able to comment anything, it's all been left to Mrs. Gandhi, as I saw that he said whether you're going to be the chief minister or not. He's left it completely to Mrs. Gandhi. It's a decision that's going to be taken by the High Command. And it always has been. That was not something new I was expecting when you say who's going to take the decision. It is but obvious, even though the one-line resolution has not been passed, which he said has been failed, his leadership was questioned, which is very, very saddening. Mrs. Gandhi will take a call on what is going to be the next step, whether he's going to continue, whether there's going to be a new phase. But as you know, my stand from day one, whatever is decided by the Congress president, whatever is decided by the High Command, all MLAs are going to stick by it.
I want to ask you one quick question, Divya, before I let you go. That one-line resolution, as an MLA of Rajasthan, do you still want that to happen? Or is it now just left to the High Command? Because that's been the culture of the Congress. Is that what you're looking at now?
When I was listening to him, and when he said that he failed and for all his life he's going to be guilty for this, I don't know what have they spoken, what has been in the four corners of the wall, what was the conversation. Is it that they've left it completely to the Congress president, or will he call another CLP lead and ask for a one-line resolution, which couldn't happen, and the events that folded? I don't know what it is. But eventually, a very sad and unfortunate day for Rajasthan. Over smartness, miscalculation, absolutely these blue-eyed boys who were the spoons have created all this ruckus. A man who builded his career for 45 years walking on the edge of the sword today is guilty. The other thing that I want to quote, Mr. Ashok Gehlot had quoted to India today, which was again printed, and he said, "Har galti कीमत मांगती है." और आज उन्होंने इतनी बड़ी गलती की कीमत चुकाई इन 4 व्यक्तियों या 3 व्यक्तियों की वजह से। पूरा जीवन उनका पाक साफ रहा। काजल की कोठरी में से निकले सफेद कुर्ते पे एक दाग नहीं था, और आज उनके दामन पे वो दाग लगा इनकी वजह से। ही एक्सेप्टेड कि मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, बट इनकी वजह से मेरी लीडरशिप पे क्वेश्चन हुआ। आई एम सॉरी। सो आई फील दीज पीपल अगेन, just for a handful of millets, these 2-3 people, they are not understanding for their own ministerial posts. They have lost the kingdom of India that Rajasthan.
Divya, I want to ask you, is there resentment and is there aversion? To what extent is that aversion to Sachin Pilot where Rajasthan MLAs are concerned?
I don't think when the Congress High Command decides and conveys what the decision is, everybody abides by it. It's the first time in history a Congress High Command's resolution, one-liner resolution, was not passed in India. And he understands. Mr. Gehlot for the first time said that I know what the pain I'm going through, because the previous evening he said choti moti baatein. It is not choti moti baatein. It is very, very grave, very, very deep. And that's why he understood, and he came out and he said publicly that I'm sorry, I take the moral responsibility of this leadership. That's happened on my counterpart. I could not control it for whatever reasons. I should have been able to do it as I was leading as the chief minister. That has failed. So I don't know what happens, but everything that the Congress commands, the Congress president says, everybody will abide. The other thing that's happening, we're seeing a couple of press conferences in a day or two that's been coming out in the public domain. I think the chief minister will have to take a call. It's not going to be just a sorry. He will have to very sternly and strictly say, because he's lost everything overnight in those 4 hours on 26th evening. He lost everything. Today he stood sorry. A career where he thought he was a Gandhian principles that he had to lose being a Congress president. He's already been a chief minister for 3 years, 3 terms, sorry. And 1 more year of being on that chair does not make a difference. He would progress to be at that post, which he had to very sadly say, I'm sorry. It's because of these 3 people. And yet look at the audacity of these people who are again going and saying that we will resign if so-and-so becomes, what a harm have you done to somebody's career who had a long career of 50 years? What have they done? And they're still not stopping. They're still not stopping for their own political interest. And again, when they're challenging this thing, we will put our resignation. It is a challenge to the Congress leadership. It is blackmailing. It is hand twisting. And it's not accepted in Congress by any Congress person. And I'm sure the chief minister is going to pull a full stop to this.
All right, Divya Maderna, appreciate you taking the time out and joining us. Thank you there. You've been extremely vocal, one of the very few MLAs who is vocal right now in the state of Rajasthan. And thank you for airing your views right here. Cutting across to Ashwini Kumar, former Union Minister, UPA government, former congressman, an old hand where Congress is concerned, was considered to be close to the Gandhis as well. Mr. Kumar, thank you for joining us. I want to ask you, sir, so much chaos going on in your party or in your ex-party, sir. How do you view it? What do you make of Ashok Gehlot First saying that it is a choti baat, now coming out and saying that he is sorry, he apologizes, ruling himself out of the presidential race. How do you sit back and view this?
Well, it is entirely according to script. I had predicted 2 days ago that after all that had happened in Rajasthan, there was no way Mr. Ashok Gehlot could contest the presidential election. At the same time, I can tell you, and which I said earlier as well, with 92 MLAs supporting him, there is no way that anyone other than either himself or his nominee can be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So that leaves Sachin Pilot out in the cold as far as the chief ministership of the state is concerned. But in the process, the takeaway is that both the office of the Congress president and the office of the chief minister have been diminished. This certainly could have been handled well. And I think a time has come when Congress must know that it has to conduct its internal politics differently in a manner that the leaders are elevated and the dignity of democratic politics is affirmed. That is the single most important challenge before the Congress leadership today, because this is not the last of the acts that we are seeing. You will see in the coming days many such things will happen, and they will have to be dealt with in a better manner.
Mr. Kumar, you know, with what has gone down at least today, with Ashok Gehlot coming and apologizing, saying he'll abide by exactly what Sonia Gandhi says. If she wants to change the chief minister of Rajasthan, it's up to her. Now, the next course of action where at least Rajasthan is concerned. Do you see at one line resolution being passed? Do you see that entire exercise, that procedure happening again now in Rajasthan? Because that has been the culture of Rajasthan, something even Ashok Gehlot apologized for this afternoon, that it could not happen. Do you see it happening?
Well, if Ashok Gehlot wants the resolution to be passed, it will be passed. And the understanding would be that after the authority is given to the Congress president, she will decide in favor of Ashok Gehlot. That has been the Congress way, and that is how it will be. I think nobody wanted to deny Ashok or can deny Ashok the office of the chief minister now, after he has publicly demonstrated support of the vast majority of Congress MLAs. The only ritual that has to be gone through is to invest the Congress president once again with her overriding authority to take the final call, which I do have reason to believe will be taken in favor of Mr. Ashok Gehlot.
Mr. Kumar, you worked very closely with Ashok Gehlot. You know, you're called, or when you were with the Congress, you were called, or you could have been called the 1980s batch of congressmen, where all of you worked together. You've known Ashok Gehlot very clearly. Do you see this as a ploy by Ashok Gehlot himself, where he's pretty much gotten himself out of a position he didn't quite want? Do you see it as a win for Ashok Gehlot, or do you see this Ashok Gehlot taking a step back and the High Command now coming down heavily on him with the apology we saw this afternoon?
I think Ashok will get what he wants, but he will get it through the endorsement of the High Command.
So with what has gone down, Mr. Kumar, you think Ashok Gehlot never quite wanted the job? He was always reluctant, looked so, but never wanted the job of being president.
No, he never wanted to be the Congress president. He was a reluctant contender. I said it earlier. His main interest was to be in Rajasthan. He has publicly declared that he wants to serve Rajasthan till as long as he's in politics. And this is a crucial last year of his present tenure as chief minister. And he wants to deliver. And this is a legitimate expectation of any serving chief minister or any serious political functionary in the state. But the only thing is that somehow the ear to the ground was not there.
Who comes across looking worse, Mr. Kumar? You know, for what you've seen, a lot could have happened behind closed doors, which we've seen happen in public glare. Mockery, embarrassment, humiliation for the Congress as well. But even for Mr. Gehlot, how badly do you see the Congress messing up this time?
Yes, I think the way it was handled is not at all to be supported. I'm really surprised that there was so much mismanagement. Mrs. Sonia Gandhi is a lady of great restraint and wisdom, and she understands Congress people very well. I don't know who messed it up, how it got messed up. Probably nobody anticipated the kind of response that was received from the MLAs. Maybe that could be the reason. Normally, a one-man resolution is in accord with the Congress tradition and Congress practice. But I think, given Ashok Gehlot's known reluctance to contest the office of the president, to remain, they should have done it in a better way.
All right. Do you see this as a face saver for both?
Well, both sides might claim this to be as a face saver. I think the fact remains that both sides have not come out very well in the entire episode. And I think the Congress leadership has reason to be uncomfortable with the way it has spanned, the whole thing has come out. As far as the Chief Minister is concerned, in case he continues as Chief Minister, which I think he will, I think he has reason to have some comfort that whatever happened in Rajasthan has ultimately come out to be to his benefit.
Mr. Kumar, in all of this, you were considered the old guard. Then there is a new guard. There's been always friction between the old and the new guard. What happens to Sachin Pilot here? He's been waiting in the wings, wanting to be CM, at least in the last final lap or the last final year. What happens to him?
I've been too long in politics ever to write anybody's epitaph. I think Sachin has the future for him. He has many qualities. He is preeminently qualified to stake a bid to be the Chief Minister. But this time around, there is no way he can be the Chief Minister.
Mr. Kumar, when it now comes down to the presidential elections, Gehlot is ruled out. Do you see this as a contest between Tharoor versus Digvijaya Singh? And it seems that now the proverbial hand of the Congress, unofficially, High Command, is on Digvijaya Singh. Do you see that?
I don't know. Let's see till tomorrow. I don't know who else will file the nomination papers. Only when we know who are all the people who have filed the nomination papers till 3 p.m. tomorrow, only then can one hazard a guess who that person might be. Mr. Digvijaya Singh is a very senior politician, knows the organization, and he has worked his way up over the last several years. At the same time, it is possible to take a view that his politics can polarize the polity further. This is a view which some people have, and I think with some legitimacy. But let us see how it turns out.
Mr. Kumar, there's only a night to go. What is the twist in the tail that you could expect right now at this juncture? It right now seems to be a direct thing between, or a contest between Mr. Tharoor and Mr. Digvijaya Singh.
That is how it appears to the people at large, but I won't be surprised if there is a twist in the tail. Anyway, one thing is clear. Nobody can become Congress president without the full support of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. That is a one given. So whoever will want to seriously contest the office of the Congress president will have to have her tacit, moral, and active support.
All right, Mr. Kumar, thank you for taking the time out. Thank you for joining us. It's interesting. You have Mr. Ashwini Kumar, former congressman, say that there could be a twist in the tail tomorrow when it comes down to who will file the nomination. Well, we'd be keeping a keen eye on that, getting you the latest. Thank you for joining us. Up next is Rahul Gandhi with News Track.
The government has extended its flagship Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana by another 3 months until the end of the year. The extension coincides with Gujarat Assembly elections and is expected to cost the central government an extra 44,000 crore rupees and would further dip into food stocks.
For 800 million poor spread across India, this festive season promises some relief. In a big move, the central government has extended the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana for a 7th time till 31st of December. The scheme, launched in March 2020 to help the poor tide over the COVID lockdowns, provides 5 kg of food grains per person every month, free to beneficiaries over and above the normal quota provided under the National Food Security Act at a highly subsidized rate of Rs 2 to 3 per kg. The scheme, originally intended for just 3 months, has already been extended 6 times. Around 3.45 lakh crore rupees has so far been spent on feeding the poor. The fresh 7th extension is expected to cost the exchequer another 44,762 crore rupees.
प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना को अगले 3 महीने के लिए मंजूरी दी है, उसके विस्तार के लिए मंजूरी दी है। 80 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोगों को इसका लाभ मिलता है।
Concerns have also been raised over the depleting levels of food stocks in the country and how the extension of the Ann Yojana will further strain the situation. The central procurement of wheat this year plunged to just 18.7 million tons from 43.3 million tons last year. The current wheat stocks in the country are at a 14-year low of 25 million tons. Rice stocks are also at a low of 24.6 million tons. Against this monthly offtake of this scheme is around 700,000 tons of wheat and 3.3 million tons of rice. This does not include the offtake under the older ration scheme, under which 20 lakh tons of wheat are distributed every month. There is also concern that rice procurement, which begins next month, may fall short of targets, affecting the overall food security of India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Ashok Gehlot opts out of the Congress president's race after meeting with Sonia Gandhi, apologizes for what happened in Rajasthan over the weekend. Do all roads in the Congress still lead to 10 Janpath? Is Sonia Gandhi still controlling the levers of power in the party? That's going to be the big talking point on the news today. Also, a historic and path-breaking judgment on abortion in the Indian Supreme Court. Are Indian courts more progressive than the United States on issues like abortion? All that and much more on the news today.
Tell us about the car. Do you think this is the right time to bring a Tata Tiago EV? You have already sold 4,25,000 vehicles in the ICE segment. Now this EV is here. Do you think that strategic timing has matched your expectations?
See, for quite some time we have been saying that we have the aspiration of bringing 10 products in the next 5 years. This is the fourth nameplate. We had a Nexon EV, we had a Tigor EV, we had a fleet segment product which was Express T, and we have this fourth product which is coming. We had also said that out of these 10 products will be a different affordability point with more range options and more importantly different body styles, because consumers in India have very nuanced taste and very different tastes, and their preferences for body style is quite different. So we wanted to have all these representative body style already covered. So we had first come with an Nexon EV which was an SUV, then we came with a sedan, and now we have launched a hatch. This hatch is the most accessible vehicle, at the same time ensuring that the premium quotient of electric vehicle and the aspiration that is now around electric vehicle is done full justice. That's why we have come with very premium features which are not seen in hatches like telematics and automatic climate control. Many features have been given. So I think this is going to really disrupt the market, because this matches the need of the electric vehicle customers. At the same time, it comes at a price which is pretty close to what you would get in this segment in an ICE world also for an automatic car. So I think this is going to really take the benefit of, as you rightly said, the ICE which is already successful, the Tiago ICE, because of its stylish design, best-in-class safety, very agile driving experience. It will build on that. It will take it to the next level. I think it will add to the volumes of Tiago, which is already strong.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies, co-presented by Century Ply, Aag Se Bachai, co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se.
The latest information coming in right at the top of News Track tonight is that Congress leader Sachin Pilot has reached the residence of Congress President Sonia Gandhi. This is a crucial meeting where it is likely that it will be decided whether or not Sachin Pilot will get to be Chief Minister of Rajasthan. It's a post he desperately wants to be on. Also, K.C. Venugopal, the Organizational General Secretary of the Congress Party, also at 10 Janpat, Sonia Gandhi's residence. Earlier this afternoon, Ashok Gehlot, the Rajasthan Chief Minister, went and apologized to Sonia Gandhi for the fiasco from earlier in the week, saying that he was deeply apologetic for what happened. All the action on that big Congress political drama playing out live on the News Track tonight.
Congress Desert Storm sweeps Delhi. Party president poll an unending saga. Gehlot bows out.
कल परसों की वो घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रताप पार्क होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा।
New contender enters race. Will it be Tharoor versus Digvijaya now? Series of meetings and suspense. Kaun banega King Kong? Big focus on Newstrack.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Congress desert storm in Rajasthan far from over. Sonia Gandhi to decide between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot within the next 2 days. Huge step for women's rights in India. Supreme Court legalizes abortion regardless of marital status. Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar promises action against Bihar IAS officer who shamed a girl for seeking access to sanitary pads. Back-to-back blasts inside public buses in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. 2 injured. NIA investigates. Big setback to Team India's World Cup squad. Jasprit Bumrah ruled out after he sustains a back injury. Ashok Gehlot or Sachin Pilot, who will it be? I want to go across live to our correspondent Mausmi Singh. She joins us from 10 Janpath. Sachin Pilot reaching a while ago to meet with Sonia Gandhi. This is where it's likely that it will be decided whether or not Sachin gets that job he so desperately covets. Mausmi, is it going to be Sachin Pilot or Ashok Gehlot? What are you picking up from inside 10 Janpath?
Rahul, I can tell you one thing, that it is actually a period of decision making. Next 48 hours will decide the fate of who is going to remain or become the new Chief Minister of Rajasthan. But yes, 10 Janpath, the address where we saw the 2 arch rivals come and visit Sonia Gandhi in a meeting in one day. Hours later, Sachin Pilot has just entered, and this is a time when we do know that Sonia Gandhi is deliberating and mulling over whether Ashok Gehlot will remain the Chief Minister. Now that is a decision which Ashok Gehlot had actually left it on Sonia Gandhi. The road ahead for Sachin Pilot is also not easy, and in the midst of it all, the Congress party has issued a diktat that any leader in Rajasthan speaking publicly against another leader, action will be taken against them. So there is an attempt perhaps to quell down the dissent and quell down the tussle that is rolling out in Rajasthan. But yes, deliberations are on, and we know that senior leaders are advising Sonia Gandhi on the decision whether it is going to be Sachin Pilot or Ashok Gehlot. But odds still heavily stacked in favor of Ashok Gehlot, Rahul, for the reason that, the Congress doesn't want to mess around with Rajasthan at a point when the president polls are just going on. And on the other hand, Gujarat and Himachal elections are also round the corner. So these two things make the odds in favor of Ashok Gehlot, but we will have to wait and see.
Okay, a series of meetings, unending suspense, the process of choosing a non-Gandhi Congress president has turned into a daily soap opera. There's drama, emotions and twists after twists. Today, the man originally picked by the Gandhis to take on the Congress's top job, Ashok Gehlot, opted out of the race. This after the surprise entry of Digvijaya Singh, who will now be taking on Shashi Tharoor. Here's a look at all the top developments on what's going on within the Congress.
A drama in Jaipur explodes into a crisis. And the crisis finally upsets the party presidency apple cart in New Delhi. tipped to become the next chief of the Indian National Congress as early as last week with the blessings of the High Command, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot walked out of the race on Thursday.
कल परसों की घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रस्ताव पार होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ये मेरा फैसला है.
His brief announcement came after he met party president Sonia Gandhi at her 10 Janpath residence in Delhi. Gehlot formally apologized for all that unfolded in Jaipur in the past days. He expressed regret that he was unable to fulfill the High Command's wishes, apparently regarding his replacement in Rajasthan.
मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफी मांगी है. 1 लाख ये प्रस्ताव करने का हमारे यहाँ हमेशा से ही कायदा रहा, आप सबको मालूम है. दुर्भाग्य से उस वक्त ऐसी स्थिति बन गई, वो प्रस्ताव पास नहीं हो पाया.
The High Command, however, will take the final call.
Now, Mr. Ashok Gehlot continuing as Chief Minister of the state, or because he is left it to Congress President?
That decision Congress person will take within 1 or 2 days.
With Gehlot stepping out, here enters another veteran into the game.
Nomination file करेंगे?
अभी तो कुछ तय नहीं किया मैंने. 30 तक इंतजार करिए क्या होता है.
The 75-year-old Rajya Sabha member and former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister joined Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra down south and showed up in New Delhi a day later to announce plans to file his nomination for party presidency.
I'm going to file my nomination tomorrow. Then the other date is date of withdrawal, that is 4th of October. So wait till then.
Meantime, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, a probable candidate for party presidency, tweeted out this picture. His lines candid enough, suggesting the election exercise could just be a ritual. Tharoor declared it a friendly contest between colleagues.
2 powerful addresses, 8 civil lines in Jaipur and 10 Janpath in Delhi changed the political scenario in the Congress party with 2 meetings. It was here that Ashok Gehlot, standing with KC Venugopal, declared that he was out of the race for the president. Conspicuous by his absence was Rajasthan in charge Ajay Makhan, thereby underlining the fact that distance between the Rajasthan leadership and the party high command had grown manifold in the past few days.
Back in the Gehlot camp, the chief minister's loyalists blew hot and cold. Some vouched for the high command supremacy.
अशोक गहलोत जी ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं, यदि सोनिया गांधी जी उनसे कुछ भी कहेगी तो वो उनकी कोई बात टाल नहीं सकते. वो मैंने उनके खुद के मुंह से सुनी है कि मैं मैडम को कोई भी चीज मना नहीं कर सकता. ये मैं जानता हूँ.
जो ये तानाशाह बैठे हैं केंद्र सरकार में.
Others warned of a full-blown rebellion in case the rival camp took over.
कर्नाटक सारे विधायकों में आक्रोश था कि जो लोग सरकार गिराने में सम्मिलित थे, अगर उनमें से किसी को आज सीएम बनाने की बात आती है तो उन्होंने अपना आक्रोश व्यक्त किया कि हम सुरक्षित नहीं है, हमारे अधिकार सुरक्षित नहीं है, हमारी सरकार सुरक्षित नहीं है.
An election to install a non-Gandhi at the helm of Congress in almost a quarter century, overshadowed by the political storm in the Congress-ruled Rajasthan.
It seems like the Congress party has reworked its strategy when it comes to the Congress presidential elections. But the question is, has the storm in the state of Rajasthan died down or will it come back roaring? In New Delhi with Mosmi Singh, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
A short while ago, Rajdeep Sardesai and Mosmi Singh spoke to Digvijaya Singh to try and get a sense of what was going on in the mind of Digvijaya.
Okay, you are with India Today. I am with my colleague Mosmi Singh, who covers the Congress. And with us is Digvijaya Singh, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and Member of Parliament, who's created a bit of a flutter by deciding to contest for the Congress presidentship. You know, Digvijaya Singh ji, your smile is very, very tricky because we don't know whether you are a serious candidate, non-serious candidate. What really is going on in the mind of Digvijaya Singh?
I'll tell you a very interesting story. When in a central hall, Someone said that Vidyachar Shukla ji was there. He said, someone else said, कि भाई देखिए अर्जुन सिंह जी का दिमाग पता लगाना, it's very difficult to find what is going on in Mr. Arjun Singh ji's mind. If you put a straight, I would say, steel rod, it will come in circles. So then someone said, भाई दिग्विजय सिंह के दिमाग में क्या होगा? तो विद्याचरण जी शुक्ला said कि उसके दिमाग से क्या निकलेगा कुछ पता नहीं पड़ता.
तो वही हो रहा है.
So you're following in Arjun Singh's footsteps, is it? That you're keeping everyone guessing, but you are contesting. That's clear. Yes. And why have you suddenly decided to contest? Because Maushmi and I were here 2 weeks ago or a month ago, and you said, I will only contest if no one else is available, no good candidate. Suddenly you've decided to contest. What does that say?
Rajdeep, my mentor Arjun Singh ji always said, politics is an art of the possible. One person has to assess the political parameters in which any task is possible, and then he has to take a decision.
So you're saying you're going step by step. You will rethink again when the nomination dates are over. You will rethink again before the date of withdrawal. Are you serious or not serious?
In politics, the way the politics move, you have seen that in Rajasthan. You may say it again.
No, so was it what happened in Rajasthan, the manner in which Mr. Gehlot was accused of undermining the High Command, that is what changed your mind, that you now decided if Mr. Gehlot is not the candidate, then I am ready. Is that true?
You see, the point is, as I said earlier, politics is an art of the possible. If there is a possibility that there is a chance for me, so I decided to contest.
Or did you think that if Mr. Gehlot, after doing whatever he did, is the candidate, then, as you said earlier, you were not happy with that candidature, and that's why you came to take your nomination papers, because the pictures were rolling out at the same time. You collected your nomination paper, and thereafter Ashok Gehlot landed at 10 Janpad. Was it pressure politics that was at full play, and that was actually pushed by the Gandhis?
As far as I know, I had decided to file my nomination yesterday afternoon. So I took a flight and came here. And then I went to AICC to collect my nomination papers. And I will be filing my nomination tomorrow.
What is the Gandhi's role in all of this? Because everybody believes that somewhere this is a fixed match. Whoever becomes president can only become if Sonia, Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra decide. Is that true or not? They will decide.
Why don't you believe when Sonia ji, Priyanka ji and Rahul ji, all three say the same thing, that none of the Gandhi family is going to contest, and they have kept their word. And they have kept the field open. And therefore, I think, tell me any political party which has given such a wide kind of a canvas for anyone to walk in.
No, but what is your role? What is the role of the Gandhi family? All of you are going to 10 Janpad, virtually taking the permission of Sonia Gandhi, meeting Rahul Gandhi before you all decide to contest. So, what is the role of the Nehru-Gandhi family?
Rajdeep, have I gone to 10 Janpad?
The others have. So, what is the role of...
No, have I?
Well, the others have, including Shashi Tharoor. I will ask you this. What is the role of the Nehru Gandhis in this election? I mean, is Rahul Gandhi the face? He's on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. What is the role of the Nehru Gandhi family in this election?
And
they
also
shall.
Adding to that, it's too good. It's unbelievable that you leave the Bharat Jodo Yatra and come without even consulting or speaking to any of the Gandhi family members.
Nehru Gandhi family are the leaders of this party.
There is so much to talk about tonight. Will it be Sachin Pilot? Will he finally have his chance? Will the Jadugar Ashok Gehlot find some way of staying on as CM as he'd like to? What kind of president would Digvijaya Singh make? He could be the Congress's worst nightmare, or he could be just the panacea the Congress is desperately looking for. He's wily, he's Machiavellian, but he also shoots his mouth off and oftentimes gets him and his party into trouble. Does Shashi Tharoor have a chance, or is he really using this election to up his national standing and play a role. They're hugging there in that image, but play a role in the next president's team, much bigger than he otherwise would have had. Rajdeep Sardesai joins us. He's been out and about Lutyens, Delhi, as it were, trying to get a sense of which way the story is moving. We've got Rashid Kidwai, one of the most consummate observers of the Congress party. Sanjay Jha, in, out, once things change, maybe back in again. Two special guests on this broadcast. We've got Divya Maderna. She is an MLA from Rajasthan. Rajendra Chaudhary also joins us. So it's important to hear what the voices on the ground are having to say. For perspective, I have Sudhindra Kulkarni, and from the BJP, letting the Congress do all the fighting is Zayyad Zafar Islam. So, Rajdeep, let's start with you. Gehlot or Sachin Pilot? Who will be the Rajasthan Chief Minister?
I think as of now, for now, Ashok Gehlot remains Chief Minister.
So, what's Sonia telling Sachin?
You know, I have absolutely no idea what goes beyond the walls of 10 Janpath. What I do know is from a top Congress source that for now, despite K.C. Venugopal claiming that the decision on Mr. Gehlot's future will be taken in the next 2 days, I don't see, based on what the conversations I have had, Mr. Gehlot being replaced right away, if at all. Certainly not in the next few weeks, till this Congress president's election is over. The Congress doesn't want to open a new front until the issue of who becomes the next Congress president is settled, which should be settled by the 19th of October. So, Rahul, my sense at the moment is that you've got a party which is at the moment fighting on too many fronts. And until they can first settle this issue of Congress president, the Rajasthan Congress issue of who becomes Chief Minister or whether Mr. Gehlot stays on has been kept on the pause button. Let's be clear. Ashok Gehlot still commands the support of the majority of the MLAs. Ashok Gehlot is a 3-time Chief Minister, has got considerable resources. Mr. Pilot, on the other hand, still is someone who doesn't have the same number of MLAs that Mr. Gehlot has. Should that change because of the changing equations in Delhi, because the High Command throws its weight publicly tomorrow in favor of Mr. Pilot, we don't know whether that will happen. Should that happen, things could change. But for now, Ashok Gehlot, Rahul, is almost certain to stay on as Rajasthan Chief Minister.
Maderna,
that's his
you agree with that at this moment, it's almost impossible, or at least very difficult, for the Congress to be able to shuffle the pack in Rajasthan. They'd rather let things be, let Ashok Gehlot stay Chief Minister and ask Sachin Pilot to wait to fight another day.
Hi, Rahul. You know, it's a very sad, very unfortunate day. I hail from Jodhpur, and so does the Chief Minister, Mr. Gehlot. I've known him for good 35 years. I was seeing his press briefing this afternoon, and when he said he took the moral responsibility for his leadership failure, he said, I might not be involved, I'm not involved, but whoever might have done, I as a Chief Minister, I as a CLP leader take the moral responsibility and I back out from the Congress president. I feel very sad, you know. He could have been on the pinnacle post of Congress where he himself started from an NSUI president, from a common family, 45 to 50 years of politics, absolutely clean, a seasoned man, 3 times Chief Minister, a Gandhi loyalist, die-hard Gandhian principles that he followed. I think just a handful of milists made him lose the kingdom of India. These 2-3 people who called the shots only for their political insecurity, today he had to stand. And the other thing I'd like to quote, on India Today specifically, he made a statement which was printed also, Har galti कीमत मांगती है. Today when he was briefing, I was very saddened because I thought a man from Jodhpur, somebody would lead the Congress party at a post where Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru was there, Indira Gandhi was there, Sonia Ji was there, Rahul Ji was there. Rajasthan will have a proud moment. Jodhpurites will have a proud moment. But, you know, he took it's a great, I would applaud him that he went out on the public platform, he took the moral responsibility and backed out. But a very sad and unfortunate day.
As a young leader from Rajasthan, you'd like to see the young Sachin Pilot as Chief Minister, Divya? You're essentially suggesting you'd like to see Sachin Pilot as Chief Minister, but the MLAs don't back him.
I've been very blunt. No, I've been very blunt of my opinion. I don't belong to Mr. Gehlot's group. I don't belong to Pilot's group. I don't do the politics of groupism. I am a die-hard loyalist. I would abide by what the Congress president says. I don't know, the whole ruckus happened. Mr. Markan and the observer, Mr. Khadke, had come down to pass a one-line resolution. They, after the resolution, made it very clear they will be meeting each MLA one-on-one. And whatever their sentiments are, it'll be conveyed. It's not that somebody after a one-line resolution will bulldoze it. That's never happened. All that majority in vote, whoever that is, it'll be conveyed to the Congress president in a consensus with the confidence of the sitting chief minister. I'm sure there would have been outcome of the new chief minister. So this ruckus created by 2-3 people that this is happening, that is happening, it's never happened. No names are announced before one-line resolution. No names are announced for a chief minister without having and the sentiments of the MLAs conveyed to the Congress leadership, and it's all concerned. What is sad is that they went outside the party forum and they were vocal about it. Okay. Today, Mrs. Gandhi names somebody as the chief minister. Everybody will be abiding that as a Congress loyalist.
राजेंद्र चौधरी, क्या आपको लगता है कि सचिन पायलट को नंबर फाइनली आ सकता है या गहलोत ही बने रहेंगे जैसे राजदीप कह रहे हैं अभी राजस्थान के चीफ मिनिस्टर?
देखिए, मैं आपकी चर्चा को सुन रहा था और मैं राजस्थान की राजनीति में पिछले 40 साल से ज्यादा से हूं और अशोक गहलोत जी के साथ फर्स्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, उनके साथ कैबिनेट में मिनिस्टर था मैं, और अभी मैं वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हूं और पायलट साहब के साथ भी मैं 7 साल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट रहा। और राजस्थान का जहां तक सवाल है, हम राजस्थान की जनता क्या चाहती है, जब अशोक जी चीफ मिनिस्टर थे सेकंड टर्म में, तब हमारी कांग्रेस की सीटें केवल 21 पर रह गई थी और उसके बाद में सोनिया गांधी जी ने सचिन पायलट जी को जिम्मेदारी दी और उन्होंने राजस्थान में हाड़ तोड़ मेहनत की और वो 21 सीटों से 100 सीटों तक पहुंचाया। और उसके बाद में कांग्रेस नेतृत्व ने उस समय भी एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ, आला कमान पे छोड़ते हैं, और आला कमान ने अशोक जी के नेतृत्व दिया, उनको मुख्यमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी दी और सचिन पायलट जी को उप मुख्यमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी दी। और पायलट साहब ने कांग्रेसमैन के नाते बहुत सहृदयता से इस जिम्मेदारी को स्वीकार किया, कोई विरोध नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं। और 6 महीने बाद में जब लोकसभा के चुनाव होते हैं, तब हम 25 की 25 सीटें हार जाते हैं राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की लोकसभा की। उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी के पुत्र जोधपुर से बुरी तरह से हारते हैं, 3.25 लाख वोटों से। अशोक जी अपने विधानसभा क्षेत्र से 44,000 से हारते हैं, उनके पुत्र अपने खुद के बूथ से हार जाते हैं और राजस्थान में केवल 11 सीटों पर कांग्रेस आगे रहती है, जहां से कांग्रेस के एमएलए जीते हैं। तो ये जनता का फैसला आ गया 6 महीने बाद में ही। ऐसा सरकार ने कौन सा 6 महीने में गलत काम कर दिया कि जनता ने मुंह मोड़ लिया पार्टी से? तो ये सोचने की जरूरत है, ऐसा क्यों हुआ?
That's interesting. Two people, Rajdeep, largely seen as being close to Sachin Pilot, speaking out publicly, the Gehlot camp under pressure and quiet for the moment.
No,
Does that
I'm
suggest...
not close to Sachin Pilot.
Yes, Divya, I understand that. Now you said that, but you also made a few points which kind of suggest...
Subject to correction, Congress loyalist.
Okay, fine. Subject to correction, Congress loyalist, she insists.
No suggestion. Absolute Congress loyalist.
I think in a way, what you're hearing from Divya and from Rajendra Chaudhary, particularly from Divya, is a reflection that there are a large number of people who will go along with what the High Command says. This is still a party of the High Command culture, and it's not just the Congress, even the BJP tomorrow. Let's say there was a faction fight in some corner of the country. What Mr. Modi decides eventually prevails. Modi Shah, whether it's Hemanta Biswa Sarma versus Sarbanand Sonowal, eventually what the High Command decides is what the party has to accept. The BJP High Command has the huge advantage, Rahul, of being in power at the center. The Congress doesn't. Therefore, this is now a test. How far would Sonia Gandhi go to actually downsize Mr. Gehlot? And I don't think she can go far enough, because, as I said, Mr. Gehlot still commands the support of a majority of the MLAs. Sachin Pilot's revolt of 2 years ago still haunts him in many ways. And number 3, I think the Congress is going through this phase, which is yet to be complete, of the old guard giving way to new. That may change 3-4 months down the line. So therefore, it is very possible that come 2023 election year in Rajasthan, we could see a new face, given the fact that Mr. Gehlot himself seems to have indicated that, he is not unwilling to effect a generational change. But will that happen right away? I don't think so.
Rashid Kidwai, what are your many sources in the Congress telling you? Will it be Gehlot? Will it be Sachin Pilot? What's Sonia Gandhi telling Pilot just now?
Rahul, it's very simple. Congress has a age-old motto, "Thanda karke khao." The moment Congress High Command gains an upper hand, you see there will be a change of government. I think Mr. Ashok Gehlot is living as a chief minister on borrowed time. The Congress at no point of time for the last 30 years has had a chief minister who had a support on his own. It's not like Arvind Kejriwal or MK Stalin. So let's get that straight. Divya ji has been nice enough not to mention, what had happened with between our grandfather and Mr. Ashok Gehlot, and how Mr. Gehlot was a beneficiary in spite of not having any kind of majority support in the CLP. So there are a lot of precedences are there. I think Mr. Gehlot has fallen from grace in the eyes of the Congress High Command. The Congress MLAs in Rajasthan will take a note of it. It's a matter of time. I agree with Rajdeep that Congress would not want to open front on many this thing when the Congress official elections are there. But close to Diwali, around Diwali, I think it's a time when we see some action in Rajasthan.
Okay, so now it essentially comes down to that big battle. Digvijaya Singh versus Shashi Tharoor. Sanjay Jha, who are you batting for? Is Digvijaya Singh the Congress's worst nightmare, or is he just the kind of Machiavelli a desperate Congress needs at this moment?
Well, Rahul, in all honesty, I know both of them personally well. I have worked with them. In fact, Digvijaya Singh and I started the social media department, as we used to call it. It was just a ragtag group in 2013 together. But I think there could be a third candidate. So please do not rule out yet a consensus candidate emerging. I still believe that you haven't seen the end of it all. There is going to be speculation that Digvijaya Singh is being backed by the pro-Gandhi or the establishment, etc. But I think that matter is still up in the air. As a candidate, definitely Shashi Tharoor brings in excellent credentials to be the Congress president. Digvijaya Singh, as you rightly mentioned in the introduction, is a veteran. He knows how to work the engines in the political ecosystem. Yes, it's also true that he has been accused of very often making a few rather outrageous observations. But who doesn't make mistakes in politics? But I do believe that the Congress is probably going to work on a model where the leader has to be acceptable across the board. And you have to have a leader who looks into the future. So, I think this is still pretty much up in the air.
But let's look at brass tacks. Shashi Tharoor is not the kind of person who will be able to work the phones across the country. He doesn't have that kind of penetration in the Congress machinery. Even the Kerala Congress had many people speaking out against him. I mean, many people watching India Today TV might like somebody like Shashi Tharoor to be president, but he's not really an organizational man, Sanjay.
Rahul, the truth is that the Congress people need to know, and especially the delegates who are going to vote, that you need a Congress president who can make you win elections, who can draw crowds, who can influence opinion, who engages very actively with the media, and who at the end of the day is aggressive and ambitious. So I think for me, these would be the criteria. Somebody willing to burn the midnight oil, but not allowing a single day to be wasted. You got to make every day count in politics. And I do agree with you that, everybody has their strength and shortcomings, but please do not rule out Shashi just because he's an intellectual, an author, English speaking, articulate, Oxford's, a savvy urban elite kind of a person. I've seen Shashi in many a forum. I've been with him on them where he's able to charm people across the board. So I think it all depends.
You met Shashi today? What did he say? Do you think he can walk the lines, do what Digvijay can? Shashi versus Digvijay. Who's going to be the better president?
If the Congress were to become an all-new party, Shashi Tharoor would have a chance. But the Congress, is like it or not, the more things change, the more they remain the same. And it was interesting. I was at both the houses today. At Shashi Tharoor's house, lots of the All India Professional Congress, lawyers, a couple of doctors, young people around Shashi Tharoor. 8, 10,
None
12
of whom are in the electoral college, I assume.
Yeah, none of them are delegates, unfortunately, but all of them are Congress supporters.
Yeah, but they're not voting. They're not voting.
Like the idea to have Shashi Tharoor as this, as a new face, as someone who's a disruptor. At Digvijaya Singh's house, all the old Congress guard was coming. Narayan Swamy, former Puducherry Chief Minister, rushing towards him, hugging Digvijaya Singh. Sir, I'm seeing you after so many days. I'm so happy. So you can see, there is an old guard of the Congress who's comfortable with the Digvijaya Singh because he knows, as you rightly said, how to work the system. And there's the new Congress, those who are aligning themselves to the Congress, who like the idea that Shashi Tharoor, bright, foreign educated, someone who speaks a language which the middle class perhaps can connect with. They like to be.
But the majority of the voters don't need.
That's right. So I think that's what I said. Given the nature of the delegates controlled by state bodies, if it's only Digvijay Singh versus Shashi Tharoor, and I don't rule out the possibility of a wild card coming up tomorrow, if it's just between the two of them, it'll be advantage Digvijay Singh.
Sudhindra Kulkarni, you're listening in to all these confabulations playing out in the Congress. Digvijay Singh versus Shashi Tharoor. Who do you think is likely to steer the Congress into the future in a manner in which the party will finally be able to give the BJP at least a meaningful fight?
It is the electoral college of the Congress party to decide who will be the next president. But a very interesting transformation is taking place in the Congress party, which on the whole is democratic, and it should be welcomed. Welcome for two reasons. One, Congress is the only other national pole in Indian politics. And if this second pole is not strengthened, if it doesn't revitalize itself, then India is in danger of descending into a one-party authoritarian rule, which is not good for India. It's not good for India's democracy. The second reason why it should be welcomed is that for the first time after a quarter century, the Congress has decided to have a president outside the Nehru family. And this decision is taken by none other than Rahul Gandhi himself. Almost every Congress leader was pleading Rahul to be president again, but he declined, which means that now the Congress is going in the direction of democratization, and any process of democratization brings with it a certain degree of convulsion, confusion, chaos. Some of it was avoidable, but nevertheless, the Congress party is mature enough to overcome this current convulsion. And I'm sure that irrespective of who becomes the president, on the whole, democratization of Congress has begun and it should be welcomed.
Rashid Kidwai, can the Gandhis trust Digvijay Singh in the long run? They saw what happened with Ashok Gehlot, where at the first opportunity, he flexed his muscles and didn't do what the High Command would have liked to. Digvijay Singh, much more than Ashok Gehlot, is his own man. He has his own self-image, his own perception. He is an erstwhile Maharaja and therefore isn't quite as pliable as an Ashok Gehlot may be expected to be. Can he be trusted by the Gandhis, or once he's president, would that not matter as much? Rashid?
Yeah, I think Rahul, there is a way to find out, which way wind is blowing. Tomorrow itself, if the number of, sets of, nominations are filed, if there are going to be 10 sets filed in favor of Digvijay Singh, then you would know that Digvijay Singh is a kind of, has a patronage of the Congress High Command, and he's going to be the candidate. If one set of nomination is filed, then that person is treading on very thin ice. I think Digvijay Singh knows the art of being on the right side at the right time. All this Maharaja thing and all, he has no illusions about himself. He knows. You must remember how he sided with P.V. Narasimha Rao when he keeps saying, even today he was telling Rajiv Sardesai that Arjun Singh was his mentor. But when Tiwari Congress was formed, he just dished him hard and dry. So this is Digvijay Singh. I think he's a politician. He's a one politician, Rahul, that who has won Nagar Palika election. He became a Nagar Palika chairman to, Lok Sabha MP, MLA, minister. So he has seen it all.
Okay, Zafar Islam is sending me a message saying, "Mujhe mauka nahi de rahe," but you hardly have any need to speak. The Congress is fighting, they're imploding. You're just sitting back, Zafar Bhai, and watching the fun.
No, Rahul, I thought, as you are thinking, that I have nothing to say because that's their internal matter. Should I stay back or should I stay put or should I exit from this show? That's
no,
what I
tell
asked
me,
you.
what are you making of all these shenanigans that we are seeing in the Congress? Is this your best case scenario playing out? Or on a more serious note, do you think with Rahul Gandhi not in charge, with somebody wily and crafty like a Digvijaya Singh, he'll work the phones, he'll have people call him, he'll be giving them answers in a time-bound fashion, that the Congress could potentially finally spring to life and challenge your party? Is that a concern?
Not at all. In fact, Rahul, you have 3 people from Congress party. All of them have spoken. They all have spoken and expressed their opinion, which is quite different from each other. They all draw comfort from the party high command or the first family. And if first family is not at the driving force, then probably the party will cease to exist. That because everyone knows that they draw strength from the first family. Here, I have heard all 3 spokespersons from the Congress party. Divya is somebody who appeared to be a disciplined soldier of the party. But she is in minority at this point in time in Congress because everyone has their own opinion and they are trying to demonstrate what strength they bring to the table, and this is what Gehlot has demonstrated. Gehlot ji has demonstrated that today High Command has no relevance in current context and
if it didn't have any relevance, he wouldn't be going and apologizing to Sonia Gandhi. So it does have some relevance.
No,
maybe not the same kind as earlier, but it definitely had some position.
He just followed his own script. It was a stunt, and in this case, it has not backfired on him. It has actually worked in his favor and against the party high command, the acting high command. Today, Sonia has nothing to say. I mean, what will she say? Because he wants to continue to be as chief minister. What Rajiv said is right, that he will continue as the chief minister of Rajasthan, and he will not give the opportunity to likes of Sachin Pilot, who is much more capable than Mr. Gehlot is. And as rightly pointed out by one of the Congress spokesperson, that when Congress was in really bad shape, Sachin Pilot has worked tirelessly for 5 years and delivered a result which was everyone to see. But he has been ignored.
So Zafar Islam clearly
Rahul
batting
Gandhi
for Sachin Pilot. Very interesting that, Rajdeep.
No, I'm not batting
both seen Digvijaya Singh for a very long time.
But all I want to tell you, Rahul, just last sentence, all I want to tell you that Congress acting president, she is overly concerned about young, dynamic person from Congress rank and file should come up because he will be challenging to her own son, Rahul Gandhi. That's why likes of Sachin Pilot have not been given the opportunity which he deserves.
Okay,
that is what I'm trying to tell you.
You and I have both seen Digvijaya Singh for many years now. One part of me tells me he is just what the Congress needs. He's wily, he's jugadu, he's Machiavellian, he knows how to work the systems, he has IOUs on people, he'll respond to people in time, he'll massage their egos, get them to work, lago, karo. Another part says he'll shoot his mouth off, take on the RSS, be seen as being pro-Muslim, all the comments about 2611 being an RSS conspiracy, etc. will come out, and that he will box the Congress even further in than it is. Is he the Congress's worst nightmare or the panacea they're waiting for?
You know, I think the jury is out. He's a fit 75, but as you're right, he will, in a way, take the battle ideologically into the BJP RSS scam, constantly target Hindutva politics. You know, that is, in a way, his USP. Now, does the Congress believe that's the direction in which they want to go? Because a narrative is being attempted by Rahul Gandhi on this Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is not so RSS-centric, instead focusing on economic issues, talking of concentration of power. So Rahul Gandhi is talking about left-of-center narrative when it comes to economic issues, while Digvijaya Singh's primary target will be Hindutva politics. Will the two of them therefore be able to take the Congress in a common direction? We don't know. But should Digvijaya Singh become the Congress president, he is an active politician. As Rashid Kidwai put it right from the Nagar Palika level, he's come up. So he's got lots of IOUs around, he's got a strong network, lots of connections, will be able to work very effectively with possibly other opposition leaders, especially those from his generation, Mamta Banerjee's, the Sharad Pawars. So all that could happen. But whether he can actually be able to organizationally take the Congress bottom up, because that's really what the Congress needs. The Congress's biggest challenge is at the moment they just can't compete with the BJP's booth management system. Can Digvijaya Singh therefore be the person in the background building the Congress booth level up? The jury is
Sanjay
out.
Jai, your sense on that? Can he, how good an organizational man is he? The Congress lost after 2 terms of Digvijaya Singh in power in Madhya Pradesh, struggled to come back, came back briefly under Kamal Nath, but essentially was in the wilderness for a while. Can he build the Congress bottom up nationally, or would Shashi do that better?
You know, I've worked with both of them, so I can tell you this for a fact that the biggest attribute, a huge positive for both Shashi and Digvijay Singh, is the fact that they are very people friendly, highly accessible. Digvijay Singh responds to your SMS very, very quickly, as will Shashi. And I think, you know, both of them, in a great number of ways that you were debating earlier with Rajdeep, will take the battle to the BJP camp on the issue of Hindutva. You know, please ignore some comments that maybe Digvijay's made earlier. But I think both Shashi and Digvijay will challenge this, you know, BJP's perception of being the custodian of the Hindu religion. I think they will take this Hindutva versus Hinduism debate towards logical conclusion. Okay. I think both of them recognize that if you don't bite the bullet on this debate, the BJP actually rides home by continuing to segregate politics and attract the majoritarian vote. And I do think that will be challenged by both Shashi and Digvijay.
People don't think of Shashi Tharoor as being a wily politician, but what he's done, Rajdeep, very smartly here is that by offering to contest, or by saying he'll contest, he's enhanced his national standing. So what could potentially happen is that he may end up better off than he would have if he was just staying on as MP, maybe Digvijay Singh as captain, Shashi potentially as a vice captain, I say a working president, but with a pan-India presence, more than would have been possible just as a Thiruvananthapuram MP.
You know, Congress has a lot of talent, but the Congress is unable to use its talent because it's stuck like some kind of aging dinosaur in a very old way of operating politics. Why doesn't the Congress have a proper shadow cabinet, for example? You know, you could have Shashi Tharoor would be a very effective sort of foreign policy counterpart to what, say, let's say a Dr. Jaishankar says. So you can have all of that. I have misgivings about Shashi Tharoor's ability to build an organization at the moment, because the Congress party on the ground is a very different
party. But he can't be worse than Rahul Gandhi.
No, look.
But he has to, no matter what comes, would be better than Rahul Gandhi.
Look, Rahul Gandhi comes with the huge advantage of the Gandhi surname, which for the Congress is a magnet. Shashi Tharoor has the advantage of being an outsider, and therefore
you cannot target him as his own professional standing.
You see,
everyone,
he's a meritocrat.
When you talk about Rahul Gandhi, they'll say, you know, apart from the fact that you're Gandhi, who are you? You're no one.
Shashi Tharoor's big advantage is for the English-speaking audiences, for urban audiences, for a middle-class audience, which cuts across sometimes the Hindi-English divide. He's a meritocrat.
You see, Shashi spoke to Rajdeep in Hindi today. You'll see that out tomorrow. He thinks, Rajdeep, each time we speak to him, that his Hindi is very good. You know, we keep saying his Hindi is no good. He says, "Meri Hindi achhi hai." I insist on speaking to Aaj Tak.
No, and again, the thing is, Rahul, that what comes through it is someone who is willing to improve. You know, if you look at Shashi Tharoor 15 years ago, when he first entered politics, and today, you can see someone who has made a conscious effort to try and understand how Indian politics work. Looks at the number of private member bills he puts out in Parliament. Look at his work as a parliamentarian. Very, very good, solid work. He's worked hard at Thiruvananthapuram. He's won 3 times. Not easy. So therefore, I think Shashi Tharoor shouldn't be underestimated. He's also very good with languages. You know, he made an interesting comment when I said to him, "What about your Hindi? How will you survive in the Hindi heartland?" He said, "Could you ask some of the Hindi heartland politicians to learn a few South Indian languages?" So you see, you know, at the end of the day, he'll be quick with his responses. So, you know, you could have a team Congress. I think the Congress has one advantage over the BJP, because the BJP focuses so much on Mr. Modi, and Mr. Modi is this larger-than-life figure. You could have team Congress versus Mr. Modi. Is the Congress ready for that? I really don't know.
It's an interesting battle.
And whether the Gandhis are ready for that. You see, all of this is incumbent on the Gandhis actually walking the talk.
No,
it's
but
all
it's
very
not so
well
difficult.
at the moment.
Rahul Gandhi likes going abroad so often. He can just go abroad and take a really long break. He doesn't need to bang his head in politics.
No,
Let those who are more passionate do the job.
No, Rahul Gandhi has to be part of this team Congress. They all have
No, but he doesn't need to
play.
be stuck working 24/7. He can go off to Europe or wherever else he wants to every once in a while without it being an albatross around his neck. Digvijaya is saying much more a 24/7 politician. He also relishes it. He enjoys it. Let the man do what he enjoys. Let Mr. Gandhi do what he enjoys. I think that could potentially be something exciting, at least politically, to comment and analyze on. Whether all of this together matches up to anything against the BJP, which is way ahead at this moment, we don't know. But at least they will be fighting and want to see as seen as being fighting. So we'll leave it there. I want to thank all our guests for joining us. Thank you so much. We'll track very carefully what happens from here. I'll have more for you when I come back on the other side. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You were in a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Funny.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
वो you know cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now.
Yes.
So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
You're on the news track. We're getting some images from Ahmedabad of Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the National Games. Let's take a look at that, and I'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. Goodbye. Good night.
In what could be a defining moment for the aviation industry, an all-electric aircraft took its first flight in the US. The plane is built to carry 9 passengers and 2 pilots. The flight, which lasted 8 minutes, much longer than that of the Wright brothers more than 120 years ago, could herald a major shift in the highly polluting industry.
The sleek new aircraft took off at 7:10 a.m. from an airport in Washington state on the northwest corner of the United States. The aircraft sounded a little strange, without the usual scream of jet engines expelling nearly a ton of air per second. All because Alice is powered by 21,500 small Tesla-style battery cells and not by aviation fuel. The plane flew for 8 minutes, reaching an altitude of 3,500 feet, with speed peaking at 275 kilometers per hour. Developed by US and Israeli engineers, the aircraft is built for short hops.
So we're looking at developing an airplane that will fly, 1 to 2 hours, which is typical for that segment. So, 150 to 250 nautical miles with reserve, and that's what we're targeting for our initial entry into service.
According to the company, the aircraft produces no carbon emissions, significantly reduces noise, and costs a fraction to operate per flight hour compared to light jets or high-end turboprops. The aviation industry accounts for around 3% of total carbon dioxide emissions. The manufacturers say the charging time will not be a handicap for the aircraft's operators.
And we're targeting, call it 30 minutes of charge for an hour of flight time, or about 2C if you're looking at the lingo.
The company already has orders from DHL Express for cargo planes and 2 regional airlines for commuter aircraft. There is, however, no word yet on the cost structure of the aircraft. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Ashok Gehlot opts out of the Congress president's race after meeting with Sonia Gandhi, apologizes for what happened in Rajasthan over the weekend. Do all roads in the Congress still lead to 10 Janpath? Is Sonia Gandhi still controlling the levers of power in the party? That's going to be the big talking point on the news today. Also, a historic and path-breaking judgment on abortion in the Indian Supreme Court. Are Indian courts more progressive than the United States on issues like abortion? All that and much more on the news today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, Ashok Gehlot has opted out of the Congress elections after meeting Sonia Gandhi. Is Sonia Gandhi the one who still calls the shots in the Congress? Also, Supreme Court has passed a historic abortion verdict. It puts marital rape under abortion law. We'll tell you more on an explainer on that big verdict. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. Ashok Gehlot opts out of the Congress president race as Sachin Pilot now meets Sonia Gandhi. The Congress says that Gehlot's future will be decided in 2 days. Digvijaya Singh and Shashi Tharoor are set to file their nominations now for Congress presidency tomorrow. Digvijaya Singh speaks to India Today in his first interview, tells India Today without Nehru and Gandhi's Congress is a zero, says decision to contest was his own. In election-bound Gujarat, Prime Minister Modi lays the foundation for big-ticket projects worth 3,400 crores in Surat, hails the what he calls the double-engine government in the state. Massive step for women's rights in India. Supreme Court legalizes abortion regardless of marital status. And India Today impact. Nitish Kumar promises action against the Bihar IAS officer who shamed a girl for seeking access to sanitary pads. Supreme Court orders jail officials to examine Elgar case accused Gautam Naglakha, stresses on the right to health. Back-to-back blasts inside public buses in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. 2 injured in the attack. NIA to investigate. The 36th National Games begin in Ahmedabad. Thousands gather to witness a grand opening ceremony. And big setback to Team India's World Cup squad. Jasprit Bumrah ruled out after he sustains a back injury. But the breaking news coming is more drama in the Congress party over kaun banega, not just Congress president, but kaun rahega, who will remain Rajasthan Chief Minister. Sachin Pilot has just met Sonia Gandhi at 10 Janpath, hours after Ashok Gehlot opted out of the Congress president race. The Congress therefore is said that they will decide on the future of Mr. Gehlot within the next 48 hours. Digvijaya Singh and Shashi Tharoor are the 2 now who will file nominations for the Congress presidency tomorrow. There is also speculation that there could be a third so-called official candidate close to the Gandhis who could be also in the race. Lots to talk about, but first that Sachin Pilot meeting with Sonia Gandhi. Moshbi Singh is tracking all the developments. Moshbi, is there a possibility that Sachin Pilot could, now that Ashok Gehlot has opted out of the Congress president race, revive his hopes for Rajasthan Chief Minister, or is that a done deal that Ashok Gehlot stays on in Rajasthan and president election Digvijay and Shashi Tharoor?
So Rajdeep, there have been many twists and turns in this entire mega Congress drama that's unfolding, and at 10 Janpath, even as we talk, Sachin Pilot is still meeting Sonia Gandhi. I can tell you for one that in the next 2 days it will be decided whether Ashok Gehlot will remain or whether he will be replaced. Importantly, as you said, names of Mukul Vasnik and Mallikarjun Kharge are doing the rounds as far as the entry of the third candidate is concerned. Now, as far as Sachin Pilot is concerned, the road ahead doesn't seem easy, because even if Ashok Gehlot doesn't remain the chief minister, the party high command wouldn't want to draw the ire of the MLAs, even as they've been told not to make public statements. Right. They know that the situation in Rajasthan is not under control, and that will spell trouble for the party high command during the election process and also before the Himachal and Gujarat elections, and they don't want to call for any more trouble.
One of the other names doing the rounds is that of Kumari Shelja, close to the Gandhis again, Haryana, woman, Dalit. Could she be this wildcard third candidate that is speculated upon? We'll know that tomorrow, but earlier in the day, Moshmi, stay on, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot dropped out of the race after meeting Sonia Gandhi. Gehlot said he had apologized to Mrs. Gandhi for the events that unfolded in Jaipur, which was seen as an open defiance of the Congress leadership. He said Sonia Gandhi will now decide on his future as Rajasthan Chief Minister. Listen in.
परसों की घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रताप पार्क होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा। मुझे जो दुख है वो मैं जान सकता हूँ, क्योंकि पूरे देश में मैसेज चला गया जैसे मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना जाना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए सब कुछ हो रहा है। मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफी मांगी है। ये फैसला मैं नहीं करूंगा, ये फैसला सोनिया गांधी जी करेगी, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष करेगी।
Congress says Rahul Gandhi endorsing Mr. Digvijaya Singh.
Sonia Gandhi is supporting any candidate president.
No, that we already told. Congress president is going to be a neutral in this election.
Yeah.
Let us wait for the nominations. We will get a clear-cut picture tomorrow evening.
Mr. Ashok Gehlot said that he is taking moral responsibility, he is not contesting.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility now Mr. Ashok Gehlot continuing as Chief Minister of the state, or because he is left it to Congress President?
That decision Congress president will take within 1 or 2 days.
So there is a possibility of him resigning before that?
No, I cannot say anything. That decision of Chief Minister of Rajasthan will be decided by the Congress president within 1 or 2 days. That's all.
So while the speculation remains over Ashok Gehlot's future, that's one question. What we are told that at least till Diwali there will be no change in the Rajasthan Chief Minister. We'll see what happens after that. The real challenge, or the next challenge for the Congress, comes: Kaun banega Congress President? Who will be the Congress President? One person who surprised many by throwing his hat in the ring is Digvijaya Singh. Earlier, me and my colleague Moshmi Singh spoke to Digvijaya Singh. He claimed the Congress would be a zero without the Nehru-Gandhi family. He would contest, but as a follower, not a leader. Take a look. Okay, you are with India Today. I am with my colleague Moshmi Singh, who covers the Congress. And with us is Digvijaya Singh, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and Member of Parliament, who has created a bit of a flutter by deciding to contest for the Congress presidentship. You know, Digvijaya Singh ji, your smile is very, very tricky, because we don't know whether you are a serious candidate, non-serious candidate. What really is going on in the mind of Digvijaya Singh?
I'll tell you a very interesting story. When in a central hall, someone said that Vidyachar Shukla ji was there. He said, someone else said, "Bhai, dekhiye Arjun Singh ji ka dimag pata lagana. It's very difficult to find what is going on in Mr. Arjun Singh ji's mind. If you put a straight, I would say, steel rod, it will come in circles." So then someone said, "Bhai, Digvijay Singh ke dimag mein kya hoga?" तो विद्याचरण जी शुक्ला सेठ कि उसके दिमाग से क्या निकलेगा कुछ पता नहीं पड़ता।
तो वही हो रहा है।
So you're following in Arjun Singh's footsteps, is it? That you're keeping everyone guessing, but you are contesting. That's clear. Yes. And why have you suddenly decided to contest? Because Maushmi and I were here 2 weeks ago or a month ago, and you said, I will only contest if no one else is available, no good candidate. Suddenly you've decided to contest. What does that say?
Rajdeep, my mentor Arjun Singh ji always said, politics is an art of the possible. One person has to assess the political parameters in which any task is possible, and then he has to take a decision.
So you're saying you're going step by step. You will rethink again when the nomination dates are over. You will rethink again before the date of withdrawal. Are you serious or not serious?
In politics, the way the politics move, you have seen that in Rajasthan. You may say it again.
No, so was it what happened in Rajasthan, the manner in which Mr. Gehlot was accused of undermining the High Command, that is what changed your mind, that you now decided if Mr. Gehlot is not the candidate, then I am ready. Is that true?
You see, the point is, as I said earlier, politics is an art of the possible. If there is a possibility that there is a chance for me, so I decided to contest.
Or did you think that if Mr. Gehlot, after doing whatever he did, is the candidate, then, as you said earlier, you were not happy with that candidature, and that's why you came to take your nomination papers, because the pictures were rolling out at the same time. You collected your nomination paper, and thereafter Ashok Gehlot landed at 10 Janpat. Was it pressure politics that was at full play, and that was actually pushed by the Gandhis?
As far as I know, I had decided to file my nomination yesterday afternoon. So I took a flight and came here. And then I went to AICC to collect my nomination papers. And I will be filing my nomination tomorrow.
What is the Gandhi's role in all of this? Because everybody believes that somewhere this is a fixed match. Whoever becomes president can only become if Sonia, Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra decide. Is that true or not? They will decide.
Why don't you believe when Sonia ji, Priyanka ji and Rahul ji, all three say the same thing, that none of the Gandhi family is going to contest, and they have kept their word. And they have kept the field open. And therefore, I think, tell me any political party which has given such a wide kind of a canvas for anyone to walk in.
No, but what is your role? What is the role of the Gandhi family? All of you are going to 10 Janpat, virtually taking the permission of Sonia Gandhi, meeting Rahul Gandhi before you all decide to contest. So what is the role of the Nehru Gandhi family?
Rajdeep, have I gone to 10 Janpat?
The others have. So what is the role of...
No, have I?
Well, the others have, including Shashi Tharoor. I will ask you this. What is the role of the Nehru Gandhis in this election? I mean, is Rahul Gandhi the face? He's on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. What is the role of the Nehru Gandhi family in this election?
And
they
also
shall.
Adding to that, it's too good. It's unbelievable that you leave the Bharat Jodo Yatra and come without even consulting or speaking to any of the Gandhi family members.
Nehru Gandhi family are the leaders of this party, and I am their follower. Whether anyone likes it or not, I am their ardent follower and shall remain their follower all my life.
No, but this is exactly your statement will be used by the BJP to say whoever becomes Congress president, at the end of the day, the decision making will be with 10 Janpat, whether it is who becomes Rajasthan's chief minister, who becomes Congress president, and even if you become Congress president, you will be the follower, they will be the leaders.
Absolutely, yes. They shall remain my leaders, number one. Number two, why don't you ask them what is the role of RSS vis-a-vis the BJP?
No, the fact is, Mr. Digvijaya Singh, the Congress president's post was one time the most powerful post in the party. Now the feeling is Rahul Gandhi will continue to call the shots as some kind of a face of the party. Congress president will be only a backroom operator.
So, did you read the article by Janamram ji? A president and the leader. There are two different things. A president doesn't have to be the leader, and the leader doesn't have to be the president.
Coming to the $1 million question of Mr. Chidambaram, he came to meet you in the morning.
Yes.
So did he come to wish you all the best? Old friends, frenemies, or arch rivals, or friends, or colleagues?
You know, Mausumi, 1984, we both got elected to the parliament together. And we were the chosen few of the 5 people by Mr. Rajiv Gandhi to be briefed on every national issue to participate in the debate. That is where I met PC, and we have remained friends forever.
No, but you know, Mr. Digvijaya Singh, there is a lot of questions over this election that's taking place. Many believe in the Congress, more things change, the more they remain the same.
Like
will this election actually result in new energies in the Congress, or life will continue as ever?
Let's see.
No, what would you change? What let's if you've got Shashi Tharoor. I see that you've gone and hugged Shashi Tharoor and said you're a friendly colleague. So this seems a friendly fight. I mean, what would you change? Shashi Tharoor told me, I want to democratize the Congress, get it, not have this sort of centralized Congress leadership. What would Digvijaya Singh ji do?
Digvijaya Singh is a democratic person. It is the team which functions. So it will be a team led by the Nehru Gandhi family, and we shall all work together.
And who is writing the script? Is it a fixed match? Because I believe that lots of candidates are taking your advice, and then you become a candidate yourself. What is happening? These are all rumors. Everybody is taking your advice and filing nominations.
So here it is free consultancy. If you are you want me as a consultant, I am available.
Final question. 2024, most people believe it's a done deal. That Narendra Modi, particularly in the Hindi heartland, including in your home state of Madhya Pradesh, defeated y'all in the 2019 elections. 2024 will be no different. Whoever becomes president has a very difficult task of taking on the BJP. Do you concede that?
Don't forget, Mr. Narendra Modi was the National General Secretary of the BJP in charge of Madhya Pradesh when BJP got defeated in 1998 Madhya Pradesh Vidhan Sabha Assembly elections.
That was 1998. We are now in 2022, Mr. Digvijaya Singh. Do you concede that whoever becomes the president has a very, very difficult task to take on the might of the BJP?
Well, yes, certainly yes.
Maushmi, you have a final question?
My final question is that will you have to answer that will you go through the entire process and contest the elections and campaign? Is that a yes or no, or is it still undecided?
I'm going to file my nomination tomorrow. Then the other date is date of withdrawal, that is 4th of October. So wait till then.
So you can wait till the 4th of October withdrawal. My final question is, do you have the blessings of the Gandhi family? Is Digvijaya Singh ji fighting as an official candidate blessed by the Gandhi family, or against Shashi Tharoor, who seemed to be part of the G23, the so-called rebel faction within the Congress? Is that the fight, or is this Digvijaya Singh saying, chalo ek last fight karte hain Congress presidentship ke liye?
There is no G23, and it never was. It was a creation of the media, number one. Number two, as far as I'm concerned, I have thrown my hat in the ring because we have to prove that Congress party is a democratic party. Our elections are democratic, unlike any other political party.
The BJP says their election, they have had so many presidents over the last 20 years. But the Congress just had Sonia Gandhi.
Chosen by whom? Not by the workers. Chosen by the RSS.
I'll ask you an easier question and before we conclude, and you can answer that. So do we take it that Congress is going to get a non-Gandhi president finally?
Well,
or are there going to be withdrawals and finally all will withdraw? Is that clear?
They have made it very clear, Mausumi ji, that they are not in the fray.
They are not in the fray, but as you said, you claim the RSS decides who the BJP president is. Do the Gandhis decide eventually who the Congress president is?
No, it is the elected PCC delegates plus DCC presidents who decide.
There is a lot of rumor that there will be a situation created where there are withdrawals, and then ultimately it will be on the Gandhis to decide.
This will be clear.
The interim president could continue. Is that situation coming?
This will be clear by tomorrow 3 p.m.
Okay. Digvijaya Singh ji, I can see, there's a sparkle in your eyes. It's, Neta ko na, the moment you say that he's got crowds of people outside now waiting for him, and suddenly...
Come on, Rajdeep. You've been almost three to 4 decades of journalism.
Yes.
And I've got 4 to 5 decades of politics. We understand each other.
I met you in the late 1980s. I want to say something, therefore. You're, 75 now?
Yes.
If you were in the BJP...
No, I feel like 50.
You feel like 50. If you were in the BJP, you'd be in the Margdarshak Mandal.
No, I'll still be 50.
Okay. Digvijaya Singh ji, thank you very much.
I've been saying that both are, one is an evergreen politician and one is an evergreen, journalist. Both of them.
Not so evergreen Mosami.
and not so evergreen CRC Mosam. Thank you very much. Thank you, Digvijaya Singh ji. Rajdeep Sardesai and Maushami Singh for India Today. Okay, now while all this is happening, Sachin Pilot has just come out of that meeting with Sonia Gandhi, which was held a short while ago. And he has apparently said that he has listed out his grievances with Mrs. Gandhi. Remember, Sachin Pilot is still hoping that the Congress High Command will consider his claims to be Rajasthan's Chief Minister. Listen in to what Sachin Pilot had to say a short while ago.
शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हमारी सारी बातों को सुना और कार्यक्रम हुआ राजस्थान के जयपुर उस पर विस्तार से हमने चर्चा करी और मैं मानता हूं कि जो मेरे सेंटिमेंट्स थे, जो मेरी भावनाएं थी, जो मेरा फीडबैक था, मैंने इत्मीनान से कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सोनिया गांधी जी को बताया है और हम सब यही चाहते हैं कि हम इसी तरह मेहनत कर 2023 का विधानसभा चुनाव जीते। उसके लिए हमको मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा और राजस्थान के संदर्भ में जो भी निर्णय या जो भी डिसीजन लेना है पार्टी लेंगी। सबका एक ही उद्देश्य है बाकी राज्यों में कांग्रेस पार्टी के चुनाव को जीत को सुनिश्चित करें और मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि हम लोग अगले 12-13 महीने में खूब मेहनत कर दोबारा कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाएंगे। मैंने कई बार मैं पहले भी कह चुका हूँ कि मेरी पहली प्राथमिकता है कि हम 30 साल से राजस्थान में 5 साल कांग्रेस 5 साल पूरा विश्वास है कि हम मेहनत करके दोबारा कांग्रेस सरकार बना सकते हैं। 2023 में कांग्रेस की सरकार कैसे रिपीट हो, ये हम सबका सामूहिक प्रायोरिटी है। हमारा देश और उस दिशा में जो भी काम करना है, जो भी आने वाली रणनीति बनानी है, उस पर विस्तार से चर्चा हम लोगों ने करी है। हमारे AICC के जो नेता हैं और कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, उनसे हमने खूब मिलकर अपनी बातों को रखा है, अपनी भावनाओं को पहुँचाया है और राजस्थान के संदर्भ में मैं समझता हूँ सकारात्मक जो निर्णय लेने होंगे वो कांग्रेस पार्टी लेंगे। मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा?
Pilot not revealing too much whether he really will be in line to become Rajasthan's next Chief Minister. All indications so far that Mr. Gehlot, at least for now, will continue. The questions, therefore, does Sonia Gandhi still call the shots? Who becomes CM? Who becomes Congress president? Is it her decision at the end of the day? Is the Congress a house divided in a way between the old guard, close to Sonia Gandhi, and the new, which is considered close to her son Rahul? Will any new Congress president be remote controlled by the Gandhis? Joining me now is Manishankar Iyer, former union minister who's seen many a drama in the Congress party, old Gandhi family loyalist, and Kaushik Deka, executive editor, India Today magazine. He tracks the Congress. Manishankar Iyer, would I be right in saying that Sonia Gandhi still calls the shots, that eventually in the Congress, Mrs. Gandhi or the Gandhi family decides on all major issues, who will be CM, who will be Congress president?
You see, in the Congress party for the last 100 years, there has been a distinction between the leader and the Congress president. For example, from 1919 till 1948, Gandhiji was undoubtedly the leader of the party, but he was president only for one term, Belgaum 1924. After that, while there was a contest in Nasik in 1950, Jawaharlal Nehru was the leader, but the president was UN Deba and other people. So when Indira Gandhi became the Prime Minister, but Nijalingappa held the presidency. Then there was disharmony between the leader and the president, and it led to a split in the party. So I think we have a very clear understanding, as poor Digvijaya was attempting to tell you in the midst of all your interruptions a few minutes ago, that there is a distinction in the Congress resolution between the president and the leader, except when it so happens that the leader chooses to become the president. So I am confident that in light of the repeated assertions by the Gandhi family that they are not in the contest, that they are not in the fray, and that they intend to be neutral, and that we have at least two candidates, and who knows, maybe more by this time tomorrow evening. We are going to have an election in the Congress party for perhaps the first time since 1950. When Purushottam Das Tandon and Acharya Kriplani fought each other.
We've had elections in the 1990s. We've had elections, Mr. Iyer. I might remind you, in the 1990s, Mr. Kesri took on Sharad Pawar and Rajesh Pilot, Sonia Gandhi versus Jitendra Prasad. But I want to understand from you, when we see leaders lining up to 10 Janpad, Ashok Gehlot reaching Sonia Gandhi's house saying, I will do whatever now Sonia Gandhi wants. Shashi Tharoor, even before he contests, has to go to 10 Janpad and in a way understand from the Gandhis, are they going to stay neutral? Digvijaya Singh says the Congress is zero without the Nehru Gandhis. The impression that goes out is that this is still a family-run party. Now, how do you remove that impression? How do you, in a way, suggest that this is truly a democratic party, a truly meritocratic party, if it is still seen to be so tightly controlled by the Nehru Gandhis?
Nehru used to go to Gandhiji, and everyone else in Nehru's time used to go to Nehru. So I am not surprised that since the Gandhis are the leaders of the party, they're not office bearers, or they won't be after the 17th of October, that they are saying, we would like to see a clear contest, we are not in the fray, and we are neutral as far as the candidates are concerned. I see no reason to disbelieve them. They're an honest people, they're a straightforward people, and Rahul is clearly demonstrating his leadership in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, from which I have returned only this afternoon. And I'm clear in my mind that the president and the leader will have to work in harmony if the Congress is going to go forward.
Can I just take that to you, Kaushik Deka?
What's wrong with that?
From what Manishankar Iyer is saying, that we will have a non-Nehru Gandhi as the Congress president, that seems almost certain, while the Gandhis will be the leaders of the party. Do you think that works? Do you think that's a workable arrangement, or the Gandhi Nehrus will need someone who in a way toes their line? Would a Shashi Tharoor or a Digvijaya Singh really be the kind of people who would do that? Do you see someone else emerging in the next 24 hours, because the Gandhi Nehrus will want perhaps someone who seems to be completely in their wider umbrella?
So one thing is certain, that there will be a non-Gandhi president, but whether that will work or not, I cannot predict right now. But if you look at the UPA government, where Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister and Sonia Gandhi controlled the party, and also indirectly the government, so it worked for Congress party. And as far as I have understood the whole process, for the Congress party, for all practical purposes, the party belongs to the Gandhi family, and the Gandhi family will remain the faces of the party. So what happens to the president? As I have understood the Congress party, or seen in last few years, the next president will be the executive of the party, who will do all the clerical work, paperwork, all the executive job that has to be done, which I believe Rahul Gandhi is not at all interested in, and Sonia Gandhi is planning for a retired life. So in that context, and to counter this BJP argument that the party is owned by the Gandhis and Gandhis are a liability and all that, so there will be a president who will, when there are problems, who will take all the flags, and when there is a time to take credit, the Gandhis will always be there. as the faces of the party. So I don't think it will create any problem in the party. It has been functioning like that only. At the currently also, if you see Congress, Sonia Gandhi is the Congress president, but at the same time there are several power centers. Like there is a Rahul Gandhi power center, there is Priyanka Gandhi power center. So and there are old guards, then there are new guards. So those things are always inbuilt in the Congress party. I do not think much will change after October 17. The Gandhis will remain the face. And just one example. You all said that Ashok Gehlot is going to be the president. It was already assumed that he would become the president because he is backed by the Gandhis. Before the election results are out. And that's why it is so assumed that he was asked to quit as the Congress, as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. That means it was already, it looked like a very fixed game that whosoever is backed by the Gandhis, he has the power in the party. And he is even going to win. Even before the elections, it is decided that he is the candidate who will win.
Right. Let me take that to you, Manishankar Iyer. You know, because while the Congress is saying, look, we are turning a new leaf, we are opening up, the party in a way to a non-Gandhi as Congress president, this impression of a fixed match is the one that the BJP in particular uses to say, look, we have we've had in the last 20 years, half a dozen presidents. The Congress only has the Gandhis. Do you believe that that is a perception that you will have to remove? That whoever becomes the Congress president now will have to double up to show that he or she is independent of what the Gandhis decide?
What do you mean by independent? Do you want the Congress president to pit himself against the Gandhis? That is the way towards a split or a destruction of the party. The president and the leader, in the tradition of Gandhiji and Nehru, of Nehruji and Debar, is going to have a harmonious relationship between the president and the leader, or what was my colleague called the face of the Congress party. And I'm sure that the system will work itself out. The president will influence the leadership and the leaders will influence the president. That is a symbiotic relationship which I hope we will be able to evolve over the next few years.
Let me therefore ask you a final question, Mr. Iyer. Shashi Tharoor or Digvijaya Singh, the two contenders so far, we don't know, a third could come tomorrow. Who's your choice? If you had to choose someone you believe to revive the Congress and take on the BJP juggernaut, who would that be?
Well, it could be my friend Shashi, he's a new friend, or it could be my old friend Digvijaya. I am absolutely sure that both of them have the capacity to be able to take the party forward to take on the BJP. I don't care a damn what the BJP thinks or wants to do. We will answer them at the appropriate moment. At the moment, it is not BJP members who are voting for the Congress president. It is Congress members who will be voting for the Congress president. There are two candidates in the fray at this present moment. There might be a third, there might be a fourth. I don't know. And after withdrawals, I don't know what the situation will be. But I'll be happy to come on your program at both those stages and answer any questions you have. But it seems to me now that this is a free and fair election that is taking place, and all these imputations that the candidates are just puppets of the Gandhi family, I think are completely misplaced.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Manishankar Iyer, good to always see you in fine fettle. You were on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. You seem to have come back fit and fine. Kaushik Deka, good to have you on the show. Clearly, we'll wait and see. In the Congress, there's always a twist. I say it's like a joint Indian family. You never know in a soap opera what happens next. So in the Congress, every day is a new day. A new twist could well come tomorrow at this time. Manishankar Iyer, Kaushik Deka, thanks very much for joining me here on the news today. Let's turn from there to our other big story. And our other big story comes from the Supreme Court, which today delivered a historic judgment on abortion rights and marital rape, challenging some long-held stereotypes in the process. The top court ruled that all women, irrespective of their marital status, are entitled to seek abortion of their pregnancy in the term of 20 to 14 weeks. The court also said marital rape will be covered under the abortion law. Has India gone a step ahead of the United States? Take a look.
Protest for a basic right in America, the right to choose, which was taken away from women with a draconian judgment by the American Supreme Court, which banned abortions.
My body, my choice. My body, my choice.
For all those who hail America as a progressive country, juxtapose these protests and the Roe versus Wade judgment to what happened in the Supreme Court of India today. Every woman in India has the right to choose. That was the message from the Supreme Court. In a landmark verdict, the top court upheld abortion rights for unmarried women. For long, women in the country, single, unmarried women or victims of marital rape, have struggled with societal stigma and a lack of legislation to back them. But the Supreme Court has now delivered a historic verdict. A 3-judge Supreme Court bench comprising of Justices D.Y. Chandrachud, A.S. Bopanna and J.B. Pardiwala ruled that we cannot perpetuate stereotypes that only married women indulge in intercourse, and hence there is no reason to restrict the provision only to married women. In its judgment, the bench also said that the distinction between married and unmarried women cannot be sustained, and women, irrespective of their marital status, must have autonomy to have free exercise of these rights.
The entire issue of abortion law had come before the Supreme Court because the text of the MTP Act as it stands did not even contemplate the idea of an unmarried woman in a consensual relationship. The rules made under the MTP Act only provided for late-term abortions for married women who did not want to continue the pregnancy, or for unmarried women who had been a victim of sexual assault, which is why the Apex Court had to, in its judgment, clearly say that the law has to keep up with the changing social realities and allow even unmarried women the right to exercise their free choice and bodily autonomy.
Today is the special day because today is International Safe Abortion Day, and the passing of this judgment on this day in itself is a remarkable and historical in itself, not only for India but for the rest of the world also. Now the discrimination that has been eliminated by the Honorable Supreme Court today, the violation which was prevailing between married and unmarried of Article 14, Article 21, it is eliminated now completely.
That's not the only historic takeaway from this verdict. While talking about abortions arising out of rapes and non-consensual relationships, the court has also said rape will include marital rape for the purpose of abortion.
I think it's a landmark judgment, and especially when this judgment has come, when the Supreme Court has tried to reverse the judgment of a lower court which had actually denied an unmarried woman to abort her pregnancy. So I think it's an important judgment, it's a landmark judgment, and I totally welcome it.
The Supreme Court's message is clear that all women in India are entitled to safe and legal abortion, a quantum leap for the fundamental right to choose for women. With Anisha Mathur in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Joining me now, Jasmine George, lawyer and activist, and Jaina Kothari, senior advocate, Supreme Court, if only to explain what this judgment means. Why is it being called historic? Jasmine George, to you first. Why is it being called historic? What is it about this judgment, do you think, that puts us several steps ahead of America that's just reversed Roe versus Wade?
Thank you for the question. I always thought India was way ahead in terms of abortion law. Our law was way ahead in terms of US. But what really happened today was, the Supreme Court went a little bit ahead. They did the expansive reading of the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, and that's where it really matters. They took the intention of the law, that this was to serve people. It was actually to, ensure that more and more people have access to abortion services, and that's fascinating. Mm-hmm. That, the very fact that they were willing to, define the criteria of women who can access, and they were willing to even, distinction the fact that, why there is a distinction between before and after 20 weeks. It was a simple test of equality. So it's fascinating that judges are willing to push the boundaries, judges are willing to be creative. And they themselves said that, this is something that only Parliament can do. But coming from the Supreme Court, it has a persuasive value. So we really are grateful for judges to taking for this step ahead. And I mean, this is in a country like ours where we still, in spite of having a law like this after 50 years, women are still not sure. It gives single women a lot of power to negotiate now.
Let me take that last point to Jaina Kothari, that Indian women, will they feel empowered because of this court verdict, given certain social realities that exist on the ground? The court is saying whether you're an unmarried woman or a married woman, or indeed a woman who claims marital rape, you can avail of these abortion laws. But on the ground, do you think that actually can translate into empowerment?
Thanks, Rajdeep. Yes, I think, if the judgment is implemented, it will definitely amount to a very, very empowering position for women who want to terminate their pregnancies. And till now, the judgment actually points out how single women, unmarried women, young women, adolescent girls are asked 100 questions by medical practitioners before getting their pregnancies terminated. And this judgment kind of sets all these kind of, situations as being completely illegal, and says that, single or unmarried women, based irrespective of their marital status, can seek termination of pregnancies. It, in fact, validates marital rape. It validates the presence of sexual violence, even in marital relationships, which, legally is still not considered as rape or violence. And in the context of abortions, it recognizes that. So I think, one is empowering women in the situation of actually being able to get an abortion without all these hurdles. But I think it also has strengthened the movement for women's rights and recognition of all these forms of violence that women face.
The reason I asked you this, because there's been a stigma in a way associated that women often face because of societal conditions with going in for an abortion, particularly an unmarried woman would perhaps struggle. So Jaina, you're telling me that will change, you think?
The change may be slow, perhaps. We'll have to see how this, is, taken on the ground. But, it has to start somewhere. We saw with Section 377 that change did happen on the ground. There was slow but steady change that people started recognizing the validity of same-sex relationships, at least on the ground. And so I think even in this, this will in fact give a message to medical practitioners that, women cannot be denied abortion if they're single or unmarried. You cannot ask questions about whether they're married or who's giving consent, if they're minor girls. So I think it will trickle down to the medical practitioners, but we have to ensure that it does, that this judgment is given wide publicity, it is shared with the medical fraternity so that they ensure that they implement it. And I think if it is implemented, it will definitely result in a better protection of women's rights.
Jasmine, final word. I come back to where I start. We are putting up graphics on showing, what the United States did just a few months ago. And it feels good in a way to see our courts well ahead of the US. I reiterate that. Do you believe that this should also now apply to more gender sensitization across laws in this country, across courts in this country? Even lower courts need to take the cue from what the Supreme Court has done.
I think so. I really believe if a person took the abortion case to a high court, and there are a lot of cases like this, women are ready. They are demanding their rights. So it's time, be it district courts, high courts, start sensitizing, getting trained on different aspects of law, and even learning some of these terminations, because we understand biases do come in. And I agree with Jaina when she mentioned about doctors, because they are finally the service providers. So if they need to come on board, and we really need to pass circulars and, notify the doctors on ground that things are changing. And they are willing to change, just that they need to be informed.
Okay, times are changing, and it's good to know that the Indian Supreme Court, in a way, is setting the trend. Thank you both very much for joining me and giving us a sense of why this is such an important judgment. Now, as our two guests said, these are changing times, but some things don't change in this country. A senior official in Bihar's Women's Development Department has sparked off a controversy after snapping back at a schoolgirl who asked if they can be provided with sanitary napkins at a lower cost. Harjot Kaur snapped and responded to the girl, "Today you are asking for sanitary pads, tomorrow you will ask for condoms." The comment has triggered a massive row. Take a look.
और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
It began as a genuine demand by girl students of Bihar for affordable sanitary napkins.
हर कुछ के लिए तो सरकार देती ही है, तो क्या मतलब 20 और 30 रुपया का ये बिस्कुट ही दे सकते हैं?
In reply, IAS officer Harjot Kaur, heading Bihar's Women and Child Development Department, came out with a shocker.
और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
Not just mocking the demand of sanitary pads for poor, but wondering if the girl students will demand free condoms next.
इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को वो नहीं कर सकते, और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना? लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा,
The heartless taunt, that too from a top woman IAS officer, sparked massive outrage.
बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है, ये गलत वे में बोली हैं वो कि आज सैनिटरी पैड मांग रही, कल को वो मांगेंगी तो ये गलत है। सैनिटरी पैड तो हम लोग का जरूरत है।
After India Today reportage, the National Women's Commission asked Harjot Kaur to explain her distasteful remark.
Why is it that free sanitary napkins cannot be provided, and why is it that this lady has answered in such a brutally obnoxious manner? I think she needs to be made answerable, and I think she needs to be removed from her post.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar promised probe.
उन लोगों के लिए तो हम मदद कर ही रहे हैं, महिलाओं के लिए, और मालूम नहीं है, हम लोग भी कई बार जाते रहे, देखते रहे, इसलिए हमको भी अभी यहाँ आ रहे थे, उसी समय मिला, हमने तत्काल एक एक चीज को देख रहे हैं, अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए।
जब तुमको मैं वही उंगली वापस चुरा रही हूँ तो बुरा क्यों लग रहा है?
The woman officer called the charges fabricated and a bid to malign her.
और हम लोग जब सुनते हैं तो सुधार करने के पूरे प्रयास भी करते हैं।
Sanitary pads are still out of reach for a large chunk of rural women, who end up using unhygienic and unsafe cloth. With Sujit Jha in Patna, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take a break at this point. When we return, we'll turn to our Get Real India and Good News story. Rice salt meal video at a school in UP's Ayodhya has gone viral. Is this what our young get for midday meals? We'll tell you more on the other side. You're watching the news today. News without the noise, but with real stories.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Fun.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You were in a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? 2 steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man.
Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Tana dir dir dim tana dim tana tadare dani tana na dir dir dim tana dim tana takita 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 dim tana tanum tadare dani tadani dim tana tanum tanum tananum tadere na.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tonight's Get Real India story comes from Uttar Pradesh, where a shocking video has emerged on social media showing students at a primary school in Ayodhya being served boiled rice and salt as a midday meal. The video, shot by one of the students' parents, has sparked off outrage. The administration has now suspended the headmistress of the school. Take a look. Get Real India.
This video from a primary school in Ayodhya has gone viral. It shows school children having their midday meal, rice served with salt, no vegetables, no dal, defeating the very purpose of the scheme, that is, providing nutritious food to needy children.
क्या बनना चाहती हो बड़ी होकर?
डॉक्टर।
अच्छा, तो डॉक्टर बनोगी तो लोगों से कहोगी कि बच्चों को नमक चावल दिया जाएगा?
No.
The incident came to light when children informed their parents.
जौन बना बच्चे खाइन, बच्चे कहीं कैसे खावे तो मैडम जी जो टाइम भंडराइन तो बोलत यहाँ कहत यहाँ कि अगर नमक से नहीं खाओगे तब खाओगे किससे? तो बोला नमक हमें नहीं चाहिए, मैं नमक से नहीं खाऊंगा। वो थाली लेके गया, घर पे रख दिया, तो घर से दो एक लोग आए, वो बताए, तो वीडियो बन गया, वो वायरल हो गया।
Once the video was shot by some parents went viral, the school authorities started passing the buck.
दाल सब्जी नहीं थी?
ना रही है, दाल ना रही साहब। हाँ।
स्कूल में कुछ नहीं था?
ना है, चावल रहा है, आटा रहा है, हाँ। खाली दाल ना रही, सब्जी ना रही है। हाँ।
सर, मैंने खाना नहीं बनवाया था। मैंने खाना जब कुछ नहीं था तो मैंने इनकार कर दिया था कि खाना नहीं बनेगा, लेकिन वो अपनी मर्जी से बना ली।
तो हमें किसी ने नहीं बताया कि यार कुछ नहीं है। अगर हमें बताई होती तो मैं यहाँ फोन करती, मैं किसी से दाल मंगवाती, मैं कह देती कि दाल मंगवा लीजिए, मैं आकर पैसे दे दूंगी। मुझे किसी ने नहीं बताया।
Administration has suspended the headmistress. The education department has also been asked to conduct surprise checks on schools.
प्रथम दृष्टिया जो मुझे वीडियो देख के लगा, इसके अनुसार मैंने तत्काल निलंबित करने का निर्देश दिया है और प्रधानाध्यापक निलंबित होंगी और प्रधान जो है उनके खिलाफ नोटिस जाएगी और उनसे प्राप्त करके उन पर भी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Midday meal scheme is one of its kind scheme that ensures students of class 1 to 8 in government and government aided schools are eligible to enjoy a one-time meal for at least 200 days a year. It has also proved to be successful in improving enrollment of students in primary schools. Bureau Report, India Today.
The stories that we need to wake up to. Let's turn from there to our good news today story. The preparations for Durga Puja celebrations across the country in full swing. In Kolkata, Puja Pandal, known for its unique themes, is not only coming up with a new idea, but has also ensured that the visually challenged can understand. How? Take a look.
Every Durga Puja Pandal in Kolkata has a unique message to convey. To the eyes of Ma Durga's devotees, they are a sight to behold. But what about those who cannot see? The Hazra Park Durgotsav has set up braille boards to assist visually impaired devotees in identifying the themes themselves.
Able amongst all the people who are not so, lucky. We this time through various discussions we found that there's one section where people who are blind, they are always deprived from this enjoyment. I would always want to understand what the pandal is trying to tell me, or what is the subject, or what are the things that is here, rather than somebody else telling me. So this is the reason why we've put up a braille.
You've always had a section of people who are visually impaired and they visit your pandal.
They have visited our pandal, but they have always had to be with someone else who has been explaining to them that, look, this is the theme, this is what they have put up.
Nothing can be more joyous than empowering these devotees visualize the themes.
They can visualize themselves, they can understand the theme as a whole, and then visualize what is there in the pandal, and then if help is required, they can take it, of course.
The Hazra Park Puja Pandal has set an example others can follow.
This is something this particular pandal committee in Kolkata have decided, and they have come up with this to make sure that festivals only speak of inclusiveness and togetherness. With camera person Orko, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
Okay, it's Durga Puja preparations in Kolkata. It's Navratri in Ahmedabad, and Prime Minister Modi has joined his Janma and Karma Bhumi, original Karma Bhumi, for Navratri festivities, performing the Aarti in Ahmedabad. This comes after a day full of launching projects, inaugurating the 36th National Games in the Narendra Modi Stadium there. So Mr. Modi is in his home state celebrating Navratri. We're told he's also going to play Garba there today. For now, that's our final image. Stay well, stay safe. Good night. Shubhratri. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
पाँच साल के बाद पेट्रोल देश से समाप्त हो जाएगा। आपकी स्कूटर, आपकी कार एक तो हाइड्रोजन पे होगी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पर, या इथेनॉल पर फ्लेक्स इंजन पर होगी, या सीएनजी और एलएनजी पर होगी।
India's clean energy transition is rapidly underway, but can it replace petrol? The term green describes any type of fuel derived from biomass. This includes all kinds of organic matter from plant and animal. This is eco-friendly and sustainable alternative, as the feedstocks used to make green fuel are sustainable and naturally replenished. Unlike oil, which is naturally occurring but requires an extremely long geological process to form, biofuel can be produced in a matter of days. A huge variety of feedstocks can be used to create biofuel, ranging from vegetable oil and crop residue to algae and byproducts from beer breweries. They can be utilized in engines without engine modification. Between April to September 2021, CNG car sales saw a surge of 96%. Another alternative is CBG, or compressed biogas, that is biogas produced naturally from waste like agriculture residue, cattle dung, sugarcane press mud, municipal solid waste, sewage treatment plant waste. So far, 9 CBG plants have been commissioned and started to supply across India. Autogas, or LPG, is a clean, high-octane, abundant and eco-friendly fuel. The use of LPG as an automotive fuel has become legal in India with effect from 24th April 2000. In the year 2003, a new eco-friendly fuel popularly called Gasohol was launched. This fuel combines petrol with 5% ethanol obtained from the sugarcane molasses available throughout the country. India has achieved the target of supplying 10% ethanol blended petrol extracted from sugarcane and other agriculture commodities. and aims to double it by 2025-26 to cut oil import dependence and address environmental issues.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
The Pinaka multi-launch rocket system, weapons, systems and ammunition. India all set to export heavy weapons and systems to Armenia in the ongoing Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. India has also set an ambitious target for weapons export. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the big story on India's ambitious arms bazaar on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully.
The Pinaka multi-launch rocket systems, arms, ammunitions, radars and weapons. India inks a major arms export deal with Armenia. India sets a massive defense export target. India's big leap in weapons export. That's our top focus on India First. 170 soldiers have been killed in recent clashes between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Two neighbors fighting for the control of Nagorno-Karabakh. Now, Armenia is looking for weapons and systems, and India, for the first time, is selling the Pinaka multi-launch rocket systems. India has in the past sold the Swati weapon locating radars to Armenia.
India is seen as the largest arms importer in the world and has been seen as one for quite some time. But India now is taking a giant leap in arms exports. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you much more on this big story. But as always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Ashok Gehlot opts out of Congress party's presidential race. Sachin Pilot meets Sonia Gandhi. Digvijaya Singh tells India Today, without the Gandhis, Congress is a zero. Says decision to contest was his own. In election-bound Gujarat, Prime Minister Narendra Modi lays the foundation for big-ticket projects worth 3,400 crore rupees. In Surat, hails the double-engine government in the state. Big step for women's rights in India. Supreme Court legalizes abortion regardless of marital status. Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar promises action against Bihar IAS officer who shamed a young girl for seeking access to sanitary pads. The 36th National Games begin in Ahmedabad. Thousands gather to witness the grand opening ceremony. Amidst growing tensions with Azerbaijan, which is considered very close to Turkey and Pakistan, Armenia has signed a $260 million contract with India for the procurement of indigenously manufactured Pinaka multi-barrel rocket launchers. This is the first time that India is exporting the Pinaka missile system to another country. That's the missile system that you see on your television screen. It's the rocket system. This is indigenously developed. Pinaka system, with its enhanced range, is able to fire multiple rockets in quick succession up to 70 kilometers away. India Today's Shivarur gets us more.
This is the Pinaka, a fully Indian multi-rocket launcher system. A fearsome weapon that's deployed in large numbers with the Indian Army and with several more regiments on order. But 2 decades after this incredible made-in-India weapon entered service with the Indian Army, a massive milestone has just been achieved. Armenia, a country at war with its neighbor Azerbaijan, has just signed up to become the first international customer of this fully Indian weapon. The sale is part of a $260 million package deal for the country that's been embroiled in conflict since last year. The Indian Pinaka system, capable of firing furious barrages of 120mm rockets out to distances of up to 75 kilometers with devastating accuracy, will become part of Armenia's strike forces against a more capable and well-armed adversary. Each Pinaka regiment consists of 3 batteries of 6 Pinaka launchers, each which is capable of launching 12 rockets within a range of at least 40 kilometers in a space of 44 seconds. By signing up for the tried and battle-proven Pinaka, Armenia signals faith in an Indian weapon and represents a huge morale boost to Indian weapons industry. Armenia will also be eligible for the many improvements and upgrades being done on the system to make the Pinaka hit further, harder, and with smarter accuracy. The Pinaka takes its name from the celestial bow wielded by Lord Shiva to destroy 3 cities of the Asuras. Armenia will be hoping the system adds some much-needed firepower to its destructive conflict with neighbor Azerbaijan. For India, however, the export sale is a massive milestone, a show of trust and faith, and a much-needed psychological boost to Atmanirbhar Bharat that's finally on the world stage. Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today's Shiv Tharoor now joins me for more on this major development. Shiv, India has been seen as the world's largest arms importer for years, but we're seeing a major change here. The Pinaka system. Pinak, in Hindu scriptures, the bow of Lord Shiv the destroyer, being sold to Armenia. It's a major message being sent globally, Shiv.
You know, Gaurav, for a country like ours, which has always had the notorious reputation of being one of the largest importers of military hardware and weapons, you know, for that country to now be exporting not a small number, but a high value deal, about $250 million worth, may not be large compared to many other big ticket deals, but $250 million is a big deal as far as India's exports is concerned, and that too to a country that's currently embroiled, in an active border conflict with one of its neighbors, is a very big deal. We can't downplay this because this is some may call it a baby step, but it is extremely substantial. It's also a show of faith. Remember, the Pinaka weapon system that, the Armenians have ordered is a weapon system that's been, in service since the Kargil war, which you covered. It performed very well there. It's a great example of a fully 100% made in India system that has proven itself, been improved, progressively over 2 decades. And, the Indian Army has shown a great amount of faith in it. Multiple regiments already in service. Many more incoming, with improved versions of the Pinaka. And now you have a first foreign customer that's actually, who has options in the arms bazaar, as we well know, but choosing to buy an Indian weapon against an enemy country of theirs, that is very well armed, it's bigger, has much more advanced weaponry, as we've seen with drones. So therefore, it's very important to see the importance of this export. It is also going to be a huge psychological boost to the Indian defense industry, which will look at exports as possible, as viable, and not some faraway dream.
You're absolutely right. And Shiv, they've already seen the Swati weapon locating radar. 2020 is where Armenia bought those weapon locating radars that incidentally India desperately required during the Kargil war. We didn't have the ANTPQ-37s that we acquired from the Americans subsequently. Grad 21s in Kargil and the Pinaka system that came subsequently. Shiv, many thanks for joining me, but stay on with me for another big story that's coming up. As of now, let's talk about what's happening between Armenia and Azerbaijan. More than 170 soldiers have been killed in recent clashes between Armenia and Azerbaijan, two former Soviet bloc countries fighting for the control of the disputed territory of Nagorno-Karabakh. You can see that on that map on your television screen. Now, Turkey sided with Azerbaijan, selling them the Bayraktar drones, which destroyed Armenia's tank regiments. And that happened way back in 2020. Post that, Armenia is now looking to, in a way, build up in a very big way. It's talking to Russia. It's talking to the United States. It's talking to India to help strengthen its defenses, not just with the supply of military hardware.
Drone videos like this one showing an Azerbaijan unmanned combat aerial vehicle destroying an Armenian tank went viral world over in 2020. Using the Turkish Bayraktar drones, Azerbaijan successfully decimated the Armenian armored columns and made significant gains in Nagorno-Karabakh. The Russian-brokered truce was virtually blown to bits in the second week of September when artillery guns from Azerbaijan and Armenia opened up once again on September 13, resulting in over 170 fatalities and a fresh spike in tensions. Both Azerbaijan and Armenia have accused each other of violating the ceasefire.
2 days ago, we listened to the statement delivered here by the Prime Minister of Armenia. Regretfully, this was yet another evidence demonstrating that the Armenian side seems focused on continuing the confrontation instead of normalization. In Azerbaijan, we believe that our region has seen enough confrontation, destruction and suffering. It is high time for both our nations to engage fully and wholeheartedly in the post-conflict normalization so we can finally turn over the tragic page of our history and start building a better future for our children.
Azerbaijan initiated a major military offensive targeting the eastern and southeastern regions of Armenia with the use of a wide range of weaponry, including artillery and combat UAVs. The offensive took lives of 105 people, left dozens wounded, dozens missing, and inflicting various forms of material damage, including upon the civilian settlements and infrastructure. The scale of destruction and the intensity of shelling is so high that at the moment we have only the initial figures.
Azerbaijan and Armenia, both former Soviet bloc countries, are neighbors and have been at war for the control of the disputed territory of Nagorno and Karabakh. In 2020 conflict, Azerbaijan, backed by Turkey, was able to make major territorial gains in the disputed territory. Russia backed Armenia but remains engaged in Ukraine conflict, enabling Azerbaijan to test the limits of the truce. On Sunday, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted the foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan after the truce on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. This was the first meeting after the killings of over 170 soldiers. The two sides have agreed to maintain peace. Last week, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also visited Armenia and called the attacks by Azerbaijan deadly and illegal.
Our meeting again had a particular importance to us because of the focus on security following the illegal and deadly attacks on us by the Azerbaijan on the Armenian territory. We strongly condemn those attacks, we in our delegation and on behalf of Congress, which threatens prospects for much-needed peace agreement.
Armenia is hunting both for disruptive technology, including unmanned combat aerial vehicles, and also for heavy artillery and longer-range weapon systems to be able to deter Azerbaijan amidst apprehensions that the border skirmishes could take a turn for the worse. Bureau Report, India Today.
But staying with the story of Indian arms bazaar and Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense manufacturing, the Indian Army has significantly bolstered its firepower along the line of actual control with China by deploying a range of rockets and artillery weapons, and plans to procure an array of additional weapons and systems, including the Vajra howitzers and unmanned aerial vehicles, to augment our combat power right at the line of actual control.
One of India's newest big guns, seen here in the tense eastern Ladakh standoff zone. For over a year or so, these tracked 155mm artillery guns have proven their mettle. This is the K9 Vajra T, built by Indian private sector giant Larsen & Toubro, far away in Hazira, Gujarat. But so impressed is the Indian Army with these guns and their ability to adapt from hot desert conditions to the icy altitudes of Ladakh that the Indian Army is all set to repeat its order for 100 more of these. The Larsen & Toubro factory that builds these monster weapons does so under license from a Korean company. But the K9 Vajra is now increasingly indigenous with very little outside help. Prime Minister Modi, who hails from Gujarat, put a personal stamp on the K9 when he rode in one during a ceremony. The factory has delivered the first order of 100 guns to the Indian Army, and the production line is still warm and buzzing. Therefore, the second order for 100 more guns will be delivered at a much faster rate. The Army's experience with the gun has been valuable to the makers, deploying it beyond its intended terrain from the deserts of Rajasthan to the freezing heights of Ladakh. these lessons will go into the next batch of K9s manufactured, including additional winter proofing and modifications to make them even more effective at high altitudes. The K9 has already proven its mettle in India's most hostile battlefield, providing highly mobile artillery support to any possible outbreak of conflict on the restive line of actual control with China. A repeat order for Made in India equipment means industry gets to think bigger, boosts investment in indigenous weaponry, and moves the country much closer to that elusive ideal of self-reliance in defense. Bureau Report, India Today.
And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, he visited forward areas in Arunachal Pradesh to take stock of the country's defense preparedness along the line of actual control. Rajnath Singh made an on-the-ground assessment of the country's preparedness along the LAC in Arunachal Pradesh in the eastern sector. He took stock of all security-related aspects. Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey, General Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Command, Lieutenant General R.P. Kalita, and other senior officers of the army were accompanying the Raksha Mantri, who interacted with troops in this area. Now, in his address to the armed forces, he spoke of their dedication and the sacrifice of the soldiers who are posted at these very inhospitable heights in protecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of our country. I quickly once again want to bring in my colleague Shiv Arur for more on this, the timing of this visit. But before that, let's listen in to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
पहले भारत अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर कुछ बोलता था, लोग गंभीरतापूर्वक भारत की बातों को नहीं सुनते, लेकिन आज यदि भारत अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों पर कुछ बोलता है तो लोग कान खोलकर सुनते हैं कि भारत बोल क्या रहा है. यह भारत की हैसियत बन गई.
Shiv, the timing of the visit to the LAC or to the eastern sector extremely crucial. Let's see what's happening across the line of actual control, what's happening in China. President Xi Jinping is preparing for an unprecedented third term in 1 month's time. China, as we all know, cannot be trusted. Shiv, explain the significance. The military top brass visiting LAC in Ladakh, the defense minister here in Arunachal Pradesh, very, very strong signaling or a counter message to a belligerent and expansionist nation. And the pictures behind Rajnath Singh, Shiv, they tell a story of their own.
You know, Gaurav, peeping out, from behind the Raksha Mantri in this picture that's been put out by the MOD so tantalizingly is that, is that chart with those pictures, some of them only seen partially, of face-offs that have taken place in 2022 in the Arunachal sector. You can't make out very clearly what exactly is going on, but you can see, flag patrols and the brandishing of both Chinese as well as Indian flags in some of those face-off pictures. The significance of this, of course, is it has largely been imagined that things have been peaceful, but obviously the Indian army continues to face encroachments by, Chinese troops in the Arunachal sector, and Indian forces are obviously, giving it right back with their own, a flashing of the Indian flag. So it's an amazing reminder that as India and China try to, normalize things in Ladakh, there is another restive frontier in Arunachal. Remember, Arunachal is called South Tibet. It's claimed as the territory of China, much to the, the disgust of, India over many, many years. But the fact is that this continues to be a live situation in Arunachal. Gone are the days when one could describe the India-China frontier as peaceful. 2020 changed that completely, but this and these pictures of those face-offs, multiple at that from Arunachal, a reminder that things are never going to be normal again, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. And if China insists on calling Arunachal Pradesh South Tibet, perhaps we should start calling Tibet North Arunachal Pradesh and pay the dragon back in the same coin. Shiv, for joining me here, many thanks. But let me now shift focus to what's happening in Gujarat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Gujarat. He's joined in these Navratri festivities. He performed an aarti in Ahmedabad, and this comes after a day full of launching several projects, inaugurating the 36th National Games at the Narendra Modi Stadium. Now, India's star javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra also lit up the city of Vadodara by attending the Garba festivities as part of Navratri celebrations on the 28th of September. Of course, these are images that you see of Prime Minister Narendra Modi performing the aarti. And this is Neeraj Chopra. The grand reception Neeraj Chopra got on the 28th of September. The excitement in the crowd palpable as he participated in the Navratri celebrations. Listen in to all that was happening. Take a look.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
While China started military campaigns against Taiwan, America sent its speaker Nancy Pelosi on the island. This left China in fumes, and America has now decided to delay Taiwan Policy Act of 2022. While China speaks about One China policy, calls Taiwan as its part, America is planning to discuss the Taiwan Policy Act 2022 in September. US Senator Lindsey Graham said, "When it comes to Taiwan, our response should be that we are for democracy and against communist aggression. We live in dangerous times. China is sizing up America and our commitment to Taiwan. The danger will only grow worse if we show weakness in the face of Chinese threats and aggression towards Taiwan." The Biden administration is trying to make changes to the bipartisan bill to increase military and economic relationship between the US and Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi thinks China is trying to establish a sort of a new normal by performing military activities. First point to note is Taiwan is defined as a major non-NATO ally in the Act. This would mean it would be the US closest global partner, especially on trade and security cooperation. The second point is there is a need to upgrade the mission from Cultural Center to Taiwan Representative Office. This would require confirmation for the head of the office. The US would continue to maintain One China policy. Therefore, the experts believe that there is a need to revise America's Taiwan policy. Rename the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office to Taiwan Representative Office. This needs to go through a legal process. Implementation of an enhanced defense partnership between the United States and Taiwan. Amend the Foreign Assistance Act to designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. Provide Taiwan's preferences for foreign assistance and arms exports. Notify Congress before termination of the designation. Inclusion of Taiwan in international organizations. This will address Taiwan's representation and sovereignty. Even the United States cannot oppose any initiative that would change Taiwan's status without consent. US federal government employees can learn, live, and work in Taiwan for up to 2 years under Taiwan Fellowship Act. Taiwan would have a voice in bilateral and multilateral dialogues. sanctioned regime will safeguard Taiwan from hostilities in or around the island. No one would be allowed to interfere with its territorial integrity. In fact, a sanctions regime will be imposed against the People's Republic of China. Nothing has been mentioned on restoration of diplomatic relations with Taiwan or altering the United States government's position on Taiwan's international status.
Imagine this very rich friend who often guilt-tripped you into paying for them. Well, this is the same rich friend who otherwise would spend exorbitant amounts of money into their lavish lifestyle. But every time when it comes to going out with you, then they would remember on how they've got to save money and make you spend for them. Is it fair for your rich friends to piggyback on your limited resources? No, right? Well, this is exactly what rich nations are doing with less wealthy ones when it comes to carbon emission penalties. Experts call this carbon colonialism. Carbon colonialism is basically when rich countries live at the ecological expense of other countries. So simply put it, these rich and industrialized countries produce carbon on a large scale. But instead of finding ways to curb carbon production, they turn to poorer nations to compensate for their emissions. For example, in 2018, Germany stopped and banned domestic production of hard coal, which emits a lot of carbon. But German power plants continue to import hard coal from countries like Colombia and South Africa. Well, they could have easily found an alternative source of energy to replace coal, but instead, they rerouted it through other countries where increased production of coal would damage that country's ecology. Industrialized countries also import crops and meats from these underdeveloped ones. These underdeveloped countries end up clearing their rich forests for more land to grow crops or rear cattle because they need foreign exchange. Brazil and Indonesia are two big examples who are victims to this trade. Now the question here is this different from colonialism, where rich countries siphon off resources from countries of the global south? The chain reaction that is being set off during the process is also causing human rights violations. A study has earlier estimated that nearly 22,500 Ugandans were evicted from their homes for a UK-registered company to create timber plantations for carbon offsetting. Carbon offsetting allows countries to balance out the carbon that they've emitted by investing in projects like planting more trees that reduce carbon. Well, you heard it. This is a classic example of what carbon colonialism really means. It not only erodes the food and resource security of these poorer nations, but also hectically disrupts the nation's ecology.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
By CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here in Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the top stories tonight. Expect the RBI to further reduce GDP growth estimate in its monetary policy decision tomorrow, says the Group Chief Economic Advisor of State Bank of India in an exclusive interview with Business Today TV. Predicts an improvement in the October to December quarter. 50 basis points is the new 25 basis points, says Sonia Gandhi in an exclusive interview. Tells Business Today TV that a rate hike is needed to protect the rupee. Stock market decline for the 7th day in a row. Nifty ends at 16,800. Sensex falls 188 points ahead of the RBI policy. Metal and pharma stocks gain. The rupee regains a little bit against the US dollar but remains closer to 82. The British pound continues to weaken against the dollar despite Bank of England's decision to buy bonds worth $65 billion. 6 airbag safety rule for passenger cars deferred by a year to be implemented from 1st October 2023. Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari says decision taken because of supply chain constraints. With all eyes on the MPC meet outcome tomorrow, we spoke to Soumya Kanti Ghosh of SBI about the expected rate hike. He spoke to Business Today TV's managing editor Siddharth Zarabi about the rupee rout, the spike in inflation and the overall state of the economy.
What do you expect from the Monetary Policy Committee? A hike is a given, but the extent is a debate.
Yeah, thank you, Siddharth, for having me on the show. I think, Siddharth, the 50 is now the new 25. So all probabilities the Reserve Bank has to go with a 50 basis point rate hike just to keep the pace in conjunction with what's happening across the globe. Even though I think recently the Bank of England has given out some confusing signals yesterday in terms of bond purchase and the government. But keeping aside that, I think given the fact that Fed is going to hike by another 75 in November, 50 in December, I think the possibility the Reserve Bank will hike by 50 this time, and maybe as the pace of Fed hikes taper off towards the end of the year, the Reserve Bank can think of also tapering of the pace of increase. But tomorrow, most possibly a 50 basis point rate hike.
What is the impact of a 50 basis point hike going to be on the economy, especially growth?
See, I'll tell you one thing, Siddharth. I think growth surprisingly has been very strong. Some numbers are to be in perspective. Bank credit growth, which is growing at 16%, is now at more than a 10-year high. And this 16% credit growth is actually driven by agriculture, infrastructure, SME sector, and of course retail. I'll just mention one number. The retail sector, specifically the MSME sector, has actually shown the significant jump in credit disbursement this year. So that goes against the convention or the discussion that the MSME sector was worst affected during the pandemic. So I think it has held up very well. So if I take all these factors into consideration, also the fact that the real estate sector first half sales were 60% across all metropolis. So I think all sectors have been holding back well. And so my sense is that at the margin, it could have some impact, but as of now, we think that this rate hike could be a positive communication in the markets, in the sense that it is going to protect the currency also to some extent. So from that point of view, I think if the currency gets protected a little bit, I think the markets will take it with a bigger heart, and also the industry, because at the end of the day, a large part of the input costs are also imported in the Indian context.
What kind of number for GDP growth for the current fiscal are you currently working with?
See, I think the first quarter GDP numbers were lower than the RBI expectation, but I think it was more of an statistical artifact because the manufacturing sector disappointed because, there was a lot of other factors which I will not get into the details. But as of now, I think tomorrow the central bank could revise their growth projections downwards to 7%. We are currently working with an 6.8% growth projections, but there could be an upside to that number in the second half if things continue to do well. But as I said to you, and also the fact that if crude prices continue to decline, I mean, currently the RBI assumption has been $105 per barrel. Currently the prices are around $85 per barrel. So if the crude prices remain in this range, I think that could also have some positive effect on the inflation. So if I take all these factors into account, we are working within 6.8% growth numbers today. That's more of a statistical adjustment given that first quarter was much lower than 16.2 RBI projections. But going forward, there could be some sort of positive surprises if things hold up as they're doing right now.
Inflation has been very sticky as far as certain items are concerned, including beverages, fuel. There is a big risk. Artificial block has been put on passing on the natural movements of global crude to Indian consumers, and I believe there will be an inflationary build-up there. And if you look at many of the household segments, what's your own reading of the inflation trajectory from here on, at least till December, if not beyond that?
So I think, Siddharth, before I talk about the inflation numbers, one thing I would actually request, and we have been requesting this for the last 2 years, is that we desperately need a revision of the CPI basket. It's based on 2011-12 consumption expenditure survey where food has a weight of 46%. I think no amount of, guessing could help us believe that food still has a weight of 46%. It could have declined to much lower levels. Now, having said that and assuming that the CPI numbers has given out holds correct, my sense is that one, yes, there are some upside risks to the food inflation because this time the cereal inflation has been running at higher levels given the fact that paddy output and wheat output are on the lower side. But I don't think that's going to be much of a concern because a large part of the populace will be protected for the next 3 months from the vagaries in terms of the free distribution. And secondly, I think last time when we had this inflation running in double digits food prices after the crisis, 2009-8 crisis, I think protein inflation also was significantly higher. This time what we are saying is that there is food inflation, but it's sans protein inflation. So if I take these factors into account, I think food inflation, this month's inflation number could be around 7.10 to 7.2%. And next month onwards, the numbers will actually trend downwards. And most possibly, we'll get to an inflation number which is lower than 6% in March. So therefore, the RBI will have some sort of respite after September. But as I said to you, given the vagaries of the global uncertainty, I am not sure whether that could still lead to a situation of a pause in the rate hikes. But I don't think that there is too much upside risk on the food inflation, but there are some risk on the horizon.
Okay, let's move on to the rupee. It's become a massive talking point, and I have read your views in the past about the currency. This time, the global movement in the respective currencies, including the pound, where commentators in the United Kingdom are now saying that what is going on with that country, first Brexit, then Boris, and now what is happening to the currency management and an unfunded tax cut. What's your sense as far as the rupee is concerned? Is it something that we should be worried about, or do you think it will find a level very soon?
No, I think to your first point, I think yes, what is happening in UK, Bank of England, I think it's Bank of England is actually doing an open market purchase, which means it's injecting liquidity and the government is putting money in the hands of the people. So that's a classic recipe of a fiscal and monetary disaster, and that's why that is pounding that is pushing the pound down, actually hammering the pound, and also there are now talks about that Brexit could actually be downgraded in terms, the UK could be downgraded in terms of the credit ratings. Now, having said that, I think in terms of India, let me put some things in perspective that yes, the rupee has been volatile in the last couple of days. But if I actually look from the beginning of the Ukraine war at the starting point and today, when the rupee is close to 82, I think the rupee has depreciated by around 8.2%. And if you look into the dollar index, that has appreciated by 18%. Now, if we just go back and see what happened after the global financial crisis, at that point of time, the dollar index has appreciated by around 6% and the rupee actually lost 50% of its value. So clearly in a situation when rupee depreciation is much lower than the dollar appreciation, it means that the weakening of the rupee is mostly because of the strengthening of the dollar and domestic macro fundamentals. So that's the good part, even though the rupee has declined. Now, if I fast forward it and look into episodes of the rupee disturbances over the say last 10 years or even the 20 years, I find that whenever the rupee has depreciated, there has been also a strong case of rupee recovery after the market has actually recovered. This was the case in after the global financial crisis when the rupee went to 69, if you remember, in 2013 August, then it reverted back to below 60. So my sense is that the RBI has defended the rupee to a significant extent. It has now spent close to $100 billion, but with a 9-month import cover, I think it will be better for the rupee to depreciate a little bit. In economic parlance, we call it that we should lean with the wind and not against the wind. Let the rupee find a little bit of value, and I think after things improve, things will improve in the next 2 months at the Fed pace of rate hikes taper off and Indian inflation numbers come lower than expectations, I think rupee will have much ground to cover with. But for now, I think possibly the RBI can let it go a little bit, but not to a significant extent, because a larger depreciation also biggest depreciation, and the market actually then believes that there could be the rupee actually could go even lower. So my sense is that allow it to get to some distance, but after some time, but not to the extent that, what I will say, but may not be as, may not make it significantly volatile in the intervention strategy.
Just a quick mention from you on the RBI's firepower and the options before it. Like you very correctly pointed out, a massive amount of dollars have been pumped in by the RBI to stem the slide. There are other options before it. Do you expect the RBI to be doing something tomorrow in terms of signaling to the market as far as its intentions on managing India's currency is concerned?
No, I think, Siddharth, that's a very interesting point. Before I answer that, one small data clarification. Even I think a large part of if you actually look at the RBI intervention in the foreign exchange market and decline in the foreign exchange reserves, you will find that the difference is huge. That indicates that a large part of the decline in the foreign exchange is also because of revaluation, because the dollar had relentlessly strengthened against all other currencies. So that we must keep that in mind. So it's not entirely the fall which is explained by intervention. Now, having said this, I think the RBI had spent, if you remember, in the last policy, a considerable amount of discourse was on rupee. I am not sure whether the RBI is going to have the same level of discourse over there, but maybe the central bank could mention a few words about the liquidity normalization. Liquidity recently has been declined to close to neutral levels. Maybe the RBI, maybe the speech could actually find some mention on the liquidity levels. But the central bank may make a mention of the rupee, but may not be to the detailed extent what it meant last time, because last time it had explained the vagaries of this currency in an uncertain world when the Fed is hiking the interest rate.
Markets failed to stage a rebound, extending their losing streak to a 7th straight day as global cues remained unsupportive. The Sensex ended at 56,410, down close to 200 points. Nifty also shutting shop at 16,818. That's 0.2% lower. Asian Paints, Tech Mahindra, Hero MotoCorp, Titan and Bajaj Auto, some of the top Nifty losers. On the gainers side, we had some names like Shree Cement, ONGC, Hindalco, ITC and Apollo Hospitals, some of the names that were managing to see a little bit of an uptick in today's session, and a decent one at that on Shree that was up 3.5%, followed by an ONGC. Global financial major CLSA has said that the Nifty could fall by as much as 30% from current levels. According to a report by the Hong Kong-based group, data points from the bond and equity market have been hinting at a fall. The group said the difference between the 10-year Indian and US G-Sec yields have fallen to a 13-year low of 3.3 percentage points. This, according to CLSA, along with a near record valuation of Indian equity markets vis-a-vis bonds and other markets, indicates fears of a 30% downside on the Nifty. Incidentally, the Nifty has fallen over 800 points in just the past 7 sessions alone. Let's take a very quick break. On that note, back in just a moment.
PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis. These are some very common health problems that women face, and these are much talked about. Yes, these are problems associated with women, but each of these problems have different symptoms and are very, very different from each other. PCOS is polycystic ovary syndrome. PCOD is polycystic ovarian disease. Often these are used interchangeably. However, PCOD is used to depict milder forms of delayed ovulation and hormonal imbalance. PCOS is used to refer to severe hormone imbalance and metabolic disturbances. This can include obesity, insulin resistance and diabetes. The basic problem with PCOS and PCOD is that the hormones are not being produced on time by the ovaries, and that is why there is a delay in the monthly periods. When the monthly release of egg from the ovaries is delayed, this causes delay in monthly periods. This condition is related to increase in male hormones like increase in facial hair, also gain of weight. While endometriosis, something that even I suffer from, is an extremely difficult and different type of disease. Endometriosis is when the lining of the womb is found in abnormal places, such as outside the uterus, with symptoms like lower abdomen pain. In endometriosis, abnormal endometrial tissue is found over the ovary or at different places. It can be found in the fallopian tubes, for example. So during your periods, the blood gets collected in different parts of the body where it should not get collected. This leads to hemorrhage. It results in swelling and pain in the lower abdomen. Sometimes this pain may be only during periods. In many patients, it can be long-lasting and chronic, even when you're not on your period. So what are the symptoms really to look out in PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis? There are several celebrities who have spoken about their concerns with PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis. Katrina Kaif and Selena Jaitley, for example, have spoken about their struggles with endometriosis. Masava Gupta has spoken about her problems with PCOD. Victoria Beckham too has had her struggles with PCOS.
The treatment is till menopause. It requires suppression of the disease till menopause because the disease has a very high chance of recurrence even if a surgery is done. So the medical treatment is commonly in the form of progesterone hormone, which can be pills, which can be implants, which can be injections and intrauterine devices.
PCOS in fact affects 1 in every 10 women. Improvement in dietary habits, including exercise in your daily routine, is extremely important, is what doctors say. While the condition is often managed with medication, these are simple things that you can do in your own life to improve your health. Work out, also consume the right kind of food, and also watch out for period pain that may go out of hand.
Welcome back. Planning an overseas trip or asking a cousin to get you an iPhone 14 from the US where it is much cheaper? Or do you have a child studying in the US to whom you send money every month? Well, you need to be aware of the foreign exchange rate, which by the way is not the interbank rate you see on news every day. This report brings you closer to reality about how much you really need to pay if you're buying US dollars.
Let's start with what you already know. You will be spending much more on your vacation to the US this year than you did a year ago, thanks to the dollar flexing its muscles against the rupee. And if you have a child in the US, you are probably already feeling the pain. For a good college in the US with a tuition fee of around $50,000, a year ago, you were paying around 37 lakh rupees. This year, it's nearly 41 lakh rupees. But this is based on an exchange rate of around 82, which is not what you pay when you go out and buy dollars. You shell out more. In fact, as of today, more than 85 rupees in some cases to buy the US greenback. A survey by Bank Bazaar shows. The country's largest bank, the State Bank of India, sells a US dollar for 82.54 rupees on forex cards. If you exchange rupees into dollars in cash, the rate is 83.30. ICICI Bank and HDFC Bank have the same exchange rate, 83.47. However, purchase dollars in cash from ICICI Bank, you will have to fork out 85 rupees 2 paise. Bank of Baroda, another PSU bank, is among the cheaper options, while Axis Bank will sell you a dollar at 85.05. If you approach Thomas Cook, you'll have to pay 83.08 rupees for a dollar. The rupee has fallen more than 10% this year against dollar. It is, however, still better than the other major world currencies. The Japanese yen has lost nearly 30% of its value against the dollar this year. The British pound has slipped 21% to below a dollar and continues to weaken even more despite Bank of England's decision to buy bond worth $65 billion. The euro is down 18%. Even the Chinese yuan is down around 12% this year. So if you're asking a cousin to get that iPhone Pro Max from the US, instead of paying 90,200 rupees for the phone, you should probably be giving him the real exchange rate price, 93,500 rupees. And not just going abroad is expensive, the rupee's decline to a historic low will make it more costly to import crude oil and other goods, which would further increase inflation, which has been beyond the Reserve Bank's upper tolerance range of 6% for the previous months. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
The central government has decided to postpone the rule which mandated 6 airbags in every car from the 1st of October this year. Road Transport and Highways Minister Nitin Gadkari has tweeted that the date for implementation of 6 airbags in passenger cars has now been pushed to October 1st, 2023. Chetan Bhutani, who broke the story last week, joins us with the details. Chetan, why has the rule been postponed?
Well, that's right. Business Today TV was the first to report the story on September 23rd. That this rule of 6 airbags, which was supposed to be implemented from 1st of October 2022, will not meet its deadline. And however, in a series of tweets now, the Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Nitin Gadkari, has announced that regardless of all the issues regarding the cost and the variance, use of the issue of public safety is of utmost importance to the government, and keeping in mind the supply chain constraints and the macroeconomic situation, it has been decided to defer the timeline from 1st October 2022 to the 1st of October 2023. Well, when I spoke to my sources in the government, I was told that the government will not relent further from the October 2023 deadline, and in fact the auto companies will have to comply with the rules and regulations set by the government. In fact, the government was in constant negotiation and constant discussions with the airbag manufacturers and the concerned stakeholders, including SIAM and ACMA, for that fact. However, the sources are also pointing out that this rule of 6 airbags would be made mandatory from October 2023, and that every vehicle manufactured after 1st October 2023 would have 6 airbags, which means the front 2 airbags and of course the side and the torso and the curtain airbags would be included. However, we can expect more safer cars from October 2023. Remember, the issue of road safety really came into the spotlight in India after the unfortunate demise of the industrialist Cyrus Mistry.
Thanks, Chetan. Sports car super brand Porsche has made a big bang entry into capital markets with a $19.5 billion euro listing. Porsche AG made a strong start after it was listed at a valuation of 75 billion euros in what is Germany's second biggest market debut ever. Despite the current market weakness, the share was trading up 3% in midday's trade. Interestingly, the valuation of Porsche is close to the 80 billion euro valuation of its parent company Volkswagen. The Porsche IPO comprised 911 million shares, a play on its most famous car model. That's all we have time for on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
You see this glazed donut? It's obviously glazed, glowing and glistening, but not greasy. Do you wish for your skin to look like that without it looking greasy? You can now achieve the ultimate glazed donut skin by following a skincare routine that is gold standard for skincare. Your skin can now look glazed, glowing, glistening without looking greasy. This trend has taken social media by storm and we are not complaining. Just look at these influencers with glazed donut skin. They look fresh, well hydrated, look like spring impersonated. Here are some simple, easy steps that can help you achieve this look. Firstly, cleanse the skin with a non-irritating face wash. Second, you need to use a hydrating serum that contains hyaluronic acid. Will even help you plump your skin up to get that fresh look. Thirdly, make your skin's moisture barrier intact. Use a moisturizer even if you have oily skin. A rich moisturizer if your skin is on the drier side. Just make sure the products are non-comedogenic in nature. If you don't look hydrated and like a glazed donut, then you're probably not doing the right thing. Lastly, always wear sunscreen before stepping out. Come rain, snow, hell or high water. Say it again with us. I will always wear sunscreen before stepping out. And voila, here is your glazed donut look. Of course, eating well, sleeping well will help you a lot. And some of our Indian influencers are now stamping this trend.
Well, unfortunately, I've always had troubled skin, acne prone, oily, all the issues in the world. Imagine them, I have them. But then, of course, a good skincare regime is very important to ensure that you get that glazed donut-like effect. The glazed skin trend that is actually going viral on Instagram and all over the internet, which is all about well-nourished, well-moisturized, glowing skin. That is not just makeup, but actually is a glow from within.
Yeah, I guess you just have to be mindful about what you eat and you drink your water, you hydrate yourself, moisturize your skin, use your sunscreen, and I think you're good to go. Yeah.
We anticipate this glazed donut skin is here to stay, especially since it builds on popular skincare principles like glass skin and slugging. Simply put, the glazed donut face reminds us that glowing, almost reflective skin is the skin of the moment. Let's all now thank Hailey Bieber for this rather delicious trend. With inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Warm welcome. You are watching India Today. These are the headlines. Ashok Gehlot opts out of Congress president race as Sachin Pilot meets Sonia Gandhi. Digvijaya Singh tells India Today without Nehru and Gandhi's Congress is a zero, says decision to contest was his own. In election-bound Gujarat, Prime Minister Modi lays foundation for big-ticket projects worth 3,400 crore in Surat, hails double-engine government in the state. Massive step for women's right in India. Supreme Court legalizes abortion regardless of marital status. Big India Today impact. Nitish Kumar promises action against Bihar IAS officer who shamed a girl for seeking access to sanitary pads. 36 national games begin in Ahmedabad. Thousands gather to witness the opening. With a series of meetings and unending suspense, the process of choosing a non-Gandhi Congress president has turned into a daily soap opera. Here's the latest.
A drama in Jaipur explodes into a crisis. And the crisis finally upsets the party presidency apple cart in New Delhi. Tipped to become the next chief of the Indian National Congress as early as last week with the blessings of the High Command, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot walked out of the race on Thursday.
कल परसों की घटना हुई है और मेरी मॉरल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि वो प्रस्ताव पार होता, तो मैंने तय किया है अब मैं इस माहौल के अंदर चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ये मेरा फैसला है।
His brief announcement came after he met party president Sonia Gandhi at her 10 Janpath residence in Delhi. Gehlot formally apologized for all that unfolded in Jaipur in the past days. He expressed regrets that he was unable to fulfill the High Command's wishes, apparently regarding his replacement in Rajasthan.
मैंने सोनिया जी से भी सॉरी फील किया है, माफी मांगी है। 1 लाख के प्रस्ताव करने का हमारे यहाँ हमेशा से ही कायदा रहा, आप सबको मालूम है। दुर्भाग्य से उस वक्त ऐसी स्थिति बन गई, वो प्रस्ताव पास नहीं हो पाया।
The High Command, however, will take the final call.
Now, Mr. Ashok Gehlot continuing as Chief Minister of the state, because he is left it to Congress President.
That decision Congress person will take within 1 or 2 days.
With Gehlot stepping out, here enters another veteran into the game.
Nomination file करेंगे?
अभी तो कुछ तय नहीं किया मैंने, अब 30 तक इंतजार करिए क्या होता है।
The 75-year-old Rajya Sabha member and former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister joined Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra down south and showed up in New Delhi a day later to announce plans to file his nomination for party presidency.
I'm going to file my nomination tomorrow. Then the other date is date of withdrawal, that is 4th of October. So wait till then.
Meantime, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, a probable candidate for party presidency, tweeted out this picture. His lines candid enough, suggesting the election exercise could just be a ritual. Tharoor declared it a friendly contest between colleagues.
2 powerful addresses, 8 civil lines in Jaipur and 10 Janpath in Delhi changed the political scenario in the Congress party with 2 meetings. It was here that Ashok Gehlot, standing with KC Venugopal, declared that he was out of the race for the president. Conspicuous by his absence was Rajasthan in charge Ajay Makan, thereby underlining the fact that distance between the Rajasthan leadership and the party high command had grown manyfold in the past few days.
Back in the Gehlot camp, the Chief Minister's loyalists blew hot and cold. Some vouched for the high command supremacy.
अशोक गहलोत जी ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं, यदि सोनिया गांधी जी उनसे कुछ भी कहेगी तो वो उनकी कोई बात टाल नहीं सकते। वो मैंने उनके खुद के मुंह से सुनी है कि मैं मैडम को कोई भी चीज मना नहीं कर सकता, ये मैं जानता हूँ।
जो ये तानाशाह बैठे हैं केंद्र सरकार में।
Others warned of a full-blown rebellion in case the rival camp took over.
कर्नाटक सारे विधायकों में आक्रोश था कि जो लोग सरकार गिराने में सम्मिलित थे, अगर उनमें से किसी को आज सीएम बनाने की बात आती है तो उन्होंने अपना आक्रोश व्यक्त किया कि हम सुरक्षित नहीं है, हमारे अधिकार सुरक्षित नहीं है, हमारी सरकार सुरक्षित नहीं है।
An election to install a non-Gandhi at the helm of Congress in almost a quarter century, overshadowed by the political storm in the Congress-ruled Rajasthan.
It seems like the Congress party has reworked its strategy when it comes to the Congress presidential elections. But the question is, has the storm in the state of Rajasthan died down or will it come back roaring? In New Delhi, with Mosmi Singh, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
In a landmark judgment, the Apex Court today ruled that all women, married or unmarried, have a right to safe and legal abortion. This is seen as a landmark watershed moment for women's rights.
Protests for a basic right in America, the right to choose, which was taken away from women with a draconian judgment by the American Supreme Court, which banned abortions.
My body, my choice. My body, my choice.
For all those who hail America as a progressive country, juxtapose these protests and the Roe versus Wade judgment to what happened in the Supreme Court of India today. Every woman in India has the right to choose. That was the message from the Supreme Court. In a landmark verdict, the top court upheld abortion rights for unmarried women. For long, women in the country, single, unmarried women or victims of marital rape have struggled with societal stigma and a lack of legislation to back them. But the Supreme Court has now delivered a historic verdict. A 3-judge Supreme Court bench comprising of Justices D.Y. Chandrachud, A.S. Bopanna and J.B. Pardiwala ruled that we cannot perpetuate stereotypes that only married women indulge in intercourse, and hence there is no reason to restrict the provision only to married women. In its judgment, the bench also said that the distinction between married and unmarried women cannot be sustained, and women, irrespective of their marital status, must have autonomy to have free exercise of these rights.
The entire issue of abortion law had come before the Supreme Court because the text of the MTP Act as it stands did not even contemplate the idea of an unmarried woman in a consensual relationship. The rules made under the MTP Act only provided for late-term abortions for married women who did not want to continue the pregnancy, or for unmarried women who had been a victim of sexual assault, which is why the Apex Court had to, in its judgment, clearly say that the law has to keep up with the changing social realities and allow even unmarried women the right to exercise their free choice and bodily autonomy.
Today is the special day because today is International Safe Abortion Day, and the passing of this judgment on this day in itself is a remarkable and historical in itself, not only for India but for the rest of the world also. Now the discrimination that has been eliminated by the Honorable Supreme Court today, the violation which was prevailing between married and unmarried of Article 14, Article 21, it is eliminated now completely.
That's not the only historic takeaway from this verdict. While talking about abortions arising out of rapes and non-consensual relationships, the court has also said rape will include marital rape for the purpose of abortion. The Supreme Court has highlighted again that there is no distinction between married and unmarried women in case of rape as well, and so for the purposes of abortion, rape will include marital rape.
I think it's a landmark judgment, and especially when this judgment has come when the Supreme Court has tried to reverse the judgment of a lower court which had actually denied an unmarried woman to abort her pregnancy. So I think it's an important judgment, it's a landmark judgment, and I totally welcome it.
It is a landmark judgment given the fact that the Supreme Court has put the unmarried women and the married women on a platform and have given them the equal choice to abort their fetus, irrespective of the fact whether they are married or unmarried.
The Supreme Court's message is clear that all women in India are entitled to safe and legal abortion, a quantum leap for the fundamental right to choose for women. With Anisha Mathur in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
A senior officer in Bihar's Women Development Department has sparked controversy after snapping back at a schoolgirl who asked if they can be provided with sanitary napkins at a cost of 20 or 30 rupees. Harjot Kaur snapped and responded to the girl saying, "Today you're asking for sanitary pads, tomorrow you'll ask for condoms." The comment has triggered a massive storm and action has been promised by the Bihar Chief Minister.
अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
It began as a genuine demand by girl students of Bihar for affordable sanitary napkins.
हर कुछ के लिए तो सरकार देती ही है, तो क्या मतलब 20 और 30 रुपया का ये बिस्कुट ही दे सकते हैं?
In reply, IAS officer Harjot Kaur, heading Bihar's Women and Child Development Department, came out with a shocker.
और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
Not just mocking the demand of sanitary pads for poor, but wondering if the girl students will demand free condoms next.
इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को नहीं कर सकते, और अंत में में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना? लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा,
The heartless taunt, that too from a top woman IAS officer, sparked massive outrage.
बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है। ये गलत वे में बोली हैं वो कि आज सैनिटरी पैड मांग रही, कल को वो मांगेंगी, तो ये गलत है। सैनिटरी पैड तो हम लोग का जरूरत है।
After India Today reportage, the National Women's Commission asked Harjot Kaur to explain her distasteful remark.
Why is it that free sanitary napkins cannot be provided, and why is it that this lady has answered in such a brutally obnoxious manner? I think she needs to be made answerable, and I think she needs to be removed from her post.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar promised probe.
उन लोगों के लिए तो हम मदद कर ही रहे हैं, महिलाओं के लिए, और मालूम नहीं है, हम लोग भी कई बार जाते रहे, देखते रहे, इसलिए हमको भी अभी यहाँ आ रहे थे, उसी समय मिला, हमने तत्काल एक एक चीज को देख रहे हैं, अगर जरा भी होगा एक्शन लिया जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए.
While ally Congress and the opposition BJP tore into the woman IAS officer.
मुझे लगता है कि आईएएस ने बहुत ही गैर जिम्मेदाराना और एक शर्मनाक तरीके का और एक हास्यास्पद जवाब दिया है, जो नहीं होना चाहिए था. मुझे लगता है उनको स्क्रीन में सामने आके, वो भी एक महिला है, उनकी भी बच्ची होगी, उनको कहना चाहिए कि मुझसे गलती हो गई.
जब सरकार चुनाव में वोट मांगने आती है, कमिटमेंट भी करती है कि हम साइकिल देंगे, पोशाक देंगे, तो सैनिटरी भी दो, तो हम चीजें फैसिलिटेट करें. हम उसको अलर्गर बयान देकर बच्चों को कंफ्यूज नहीं करना चाहिए.
जब तुमको मैं वही उंगली वापस जुड़ा रही हूँ तो बुरा क्यों लग रहा है?
The woman officer called the charges fabricated and a bid to malign her.
और हम लोग जब सुनते हैं तो सुधार करने के पूरे प्रयास भी करते हैं.
Sanitary pads are still out of reach for a large chunk of rural women, who end up using unhygienic and unsafe cloth. With Sujit Jha in Patna, Bureau Report, India Today.
Activists, organizations and citizens have slammed Harjot Kaur for her "Ab kya condom mangoge" comment and has raised gender-based pricing discrimination in the name of pink tax, has been extracting money out of women's purses without even their knowledge. Being a woman in India indeed comes at a big cost.
20 रुपया का ये बिस्कुट ही दे सकते हैं.
अच्छा, ये जो तालियां भी बजा रहे हैं, इस मांग का कोई अंत है?
The viral video of a Bihar IAS officer snarkily snubbing a girl who demanded access to sanitary pads has triggered massive outrage. Activists, organizations and citizens have slammed Harjot Kaur for her "Ab kya condom mangoge" comment.
तालियां भी बजा रहे हैं, इस मांग का कोई अंत है? 20 और 30 रुपए का विस्पर भी दे सकते हैं, कल को जीन पैंट भी दे सकते हैं, परसों को सुंदर जूते क्यों नहीं दे सकते हैं, नर्सों को वो नहीं कर सकते, और अंत में जब परिवार नियोजन की बात आएगी तो निरोध भी मुफ्त में ही देना पड़ेगा, है ना?
The video has also triggered a huge debate over women's access to basic amenities. Being a woman in India comes at a big cost, literally. Do you know that women pay more for most products as compared to men? Gender-based pricing discrimination in the name of pink tax has been extracting more money out of women's purses without even their knowledge. It's an intrinsic cost that women incur when goods are exclusively promoted for them. For everyday products like perfumes, shower gels, face creams and razors, women have always been paying more as compared to products manufactured for men. 2018 saw protests over 12% GST on sanitary napkins, which eventually made the government repeal the tax. Women menstrual hygiene products are still labelled as a luxury item. The raw materials for them still are taxed higher. Women in the workforce anyway earn less than their male counterparts. Add to that this pink tax, and you would know why asking for a basic thing like a sanitary napkin is such a big deal. With Riya Modi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Hours before Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra enters Karnataka, a full poster Nataka has exploded. Today morning, flexes featuring the Congress MP and State Congress Neta Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar were torn. The party was blamed BJP's Dirty Tricks Department for the poster war.
Rahul Gandhi will be setting foot in Karnataka on Friday. But merely 24 hours before the Bharat Jodo Yatra's entry into the poll-bound state, the showdown has already begun. Rahul's flex posters are vandalized. Siddaramaiah's posters torn apart. And flex posters of the Congress's top man in the state, DK Shivakumar too, targeted. The BJP and Congress are now locking horns over the poster war.
ಮೊದಲೇದಾಗಿ ಯಾರೇ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಲಿ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೇ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ಹರಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ.
ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಅವರು ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಏನು ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ.
That isn't all. Just 10 days after he was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate, the CBI raided DK Shivakumar's several properties in connection to a money laundering case. The Karnataka Congress chief claims the ruling BJP is carrying out a witch hunt against him.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ನನಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಬಂತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ. CBI ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ತಹಶೀಲ್ದಾರ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಊರಿನ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಏನು ಯಾವ ದಾಖಲೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ದಾಖಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಆಗಲೇ. ಬಟ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪಾಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕನಕಪುರದ ಮನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಊರ ಮನೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ತೋಟದ ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The Grand Old Party claims the CBI raids are an attempt to deflect from the rousing reception that is ready for Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra.
This thing has been going on for a couple of years now. So it is quite natural that the timing is suspect. And this is all being done to intimidate us to go easy on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
With the state elections inching closer, the battle is only heating up. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, viewers, a quick break to stay with us. News and updates continue on the other side.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
In midst of growing tensions with Azerbaijan, which is close to Turkey and Pakistan, Armenia has signed a $260 million contract with India for procuring the indigenous Pinaka multi-barrel rocket launchers. This is the first time that India is exporting Pinaka missile system to another country.
This is the Pinaka, a fully Indian multi-rocket launcher system. A fearsome weapon that's deployed in large numbers with the Indian Army and with several more regiments on order. But 2 decades after this incredible made-in-India weapon entered service with the Indian Army, a massive milestone has just been achieved. Armenia, a country at war with its neighbor Azerbaijan, has just signed up to become the first international customer of this fully Indian weapon. The sale is part of a $260 million package deal for the country that's been embroiled in conflict since last year. The Indian Pinaka system, capable of firing furious barrages of 120mm rockets out to distances of up to 75 kilometers with devastating accuracy, will become part of Armenia's strike forces against a more capable and well-armed adversary. Each Pinaka regiment consists of 3 batteries of 6 Pinaka launchers, each which is capable of launching 12 rockets within a range of at least 40 kilometers in a space of 44 seconds. By signing up for the tried and battle-proven Pinaka, Armenia signals faith in an Indian weapon and represents a huge morale boost to Indian weapons industry. Armenia will also be eligible for the many improvements and upgrades being done on the system to make the Pinaka hit further, harder, and with smarter accuracy. The Pinaka takes its name from the celestial bow wielded by Lord Shiva to destroy 3 cities of the Asuras. Armenia will be hoping the system adds some much-needed firepower to its destructive conflict with neighbor Azerbaijan. For India, however, the export sale is a massive milestone, a show of trust and faith, and a much-needed psychological boost to Atmanirbhar Bharat that's finally on the world stage. Bureau Report, India Today.
More than 170 soldiers have been killed in recent clashes between Armenia and Azerbaijan, 2 former Soviet bloc countries fighting for the control of the disputed territory. Turkey aided with Azerbaijan selling them the Bayraktar drones, which destroyed Armenia's tank regiments. Armenia is now looking to Russia, the US and India for help.
Drone videos like this one showing an Azerbaijan unmanned combat aerial vehicle destroying an Armenian tank went viral world over in 2020. Using the Turkish Bayraktar drones, Azerbaijan successfully decimated the Armenian armored columns and made significant gains in Nagorno-Karabakh. The Russian-brokered truce was virtually blown to bits in the second week of September when artillery guns from Azerbaijan and Armenia opened up once again on September 13, resulting in over 170 fatalities and a fresh spike in tensions. Both Azerbaijan and Armenia have accused each other of violating the ceasefire.
2 days ago, we listened to the statement delivered here by the Prime Minister of Armenia. Regretfully, this was yet another evidence demonstrating that the Armenian side seems focused on continuing the confrontation instead of normalization. In Azerbaijan, we believe that our region has seen enough confrontation, destruction and suffering. It is high time for both our nations to engage fully and wholeheartedly in the post-conflict normalization so we can finally turn over the tragic page of our history and start building a better future for our children.
Azerbaijan initiated a major military offensive targeting the eastern and southeastern regions of Armenia with the use of a wide range of weaponry, including artillery and combat UAVs. The offensive took lives of 105 people, left dozens wounded. dozens missing, and inflicting various forms of material damage, including upon the civilian settlements and infrastructure. The scale of destruction and the intensity of shelling is so high that at the moment we have only the initial figures.
Azerbaijan and Armenia, both former Soviet bloc countries, are neighbors and have been at war for the control of the disputed territory of Nagorno and Karabakh. In 2020 conflict, Azerbaijan, backed by Turkey, was able to make major territorial gains in the disputed territory. Russia backed Armenia but remains engaged in Ukraine conflict, enabling Azerbaijan to test the limits of the truce. On Sunday, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted the foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan after the truce on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. This was the first meeting after the killings of over 170 soldiers. The two sides have agreed to maintain peace. Last week, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also visited Armenia and called the attacks by Azerbaijan deadly and illegal.
Our meeting again had a particular importance to us because of the focus on security following the illegal and deadly attacks on us by the Azerbaijan on the Armenian territory. We strongly condemn those attacks, we in our delegation and on behalf of Congress, which threatens prospects for much-needed peace agreement.
Armenia is hunting both for disruptive technology, including unmanned combat aerial vehicles, and also for heavy artillery and longer-range weapon systems to be able to deter Azerbaijan amidst apprehensions that the border skirmishes could take a turn for the worse. Bureau Report, India Today.
The army has significantly bolstered its firepower along the frontier with China by deploying a range of rockets and artillery weapons, and plans to procure an array of additional systems, including 100 K9 Vajra howitzers and UAVs to augment combat prowess.
One of India's newest big guns seen here in the tense eastern Ladakh standoff zone. For over a year or so, these tracked 155mm artillery guns have proven their mettle. This is the K9 Vajra T, built by Indian private sector giant Larsen & Toubro, far away in Hazira, Gujarat. But so impressed is the Indian Army with these guns and their ability to adapt from hot desert conditions to the icy altitudes of Ladakh that the Indian Army is all set to repeat its order for 100 more of these. The Larsen & Toubro factory that builds these monster weapons does so under license from a Korean company. But the K9 Vajra is now increasingly indigenous with very little outside help. Prime Minister Modi, who hails from Gujarat, put a personal stamp on the K9 when he rode in one during a ceremony. The factory has delivered the first order of 100 guns to the Indian Army, and the production line is still warm and buzzing. Therefore, the second order for 100 more guns will be delivered at a much faster rate. The Army's experience with the gun has been valuable to the makers. Deploying it beyond its intended terrain from the deserts of Rajasthan to the freezing heights of Ladakh, these lessons will go into the next batch of K9s manufactured, including additional winter-proofing and modifications to make them even more effective at high altitudes. The K9 has already proven its mettle in India's most hostile battlefield, providing highly mobile artillery support to any possible outbreak of conflict on the restive line of actual control with China. A repeat order for Made in India equipment means industry gets to think bigger, boosts investment in indigenous weaponry, and moves the country much closer to that elusive ideal of self-reliance in defense. Bureau Report, India Today.
Quick break to stay with us. News and updates continue.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we will talk about Mani Ratnam's magnum opus Ponniyin Selvan, which is just a day away from its release. Now, packed with Indian cinema's big guns like Vikram and Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, this epic saga is surely one of the most anticipated films of 2022, and fans have been thronging to book their tickets in advance. Here's the complete story.
Starring big guns like Vikram, Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, Karthi and Jayam Ravi, Ponniyin Selvan 1 is easily one of the most highly anticipated films of 2022. And it's also quite evident from the advanced bookings. In advance booking for day 1, Ponniyin Selvan 1 has already done a business of 11.3 crores gross, out of which the Tamil version has contributed the most so far.
நான் ஆதித்த கரிகாலரின் நண்பன் வல்லவரையன் வந்தியத்தேவன் எம் இளவரசரோடு தோளோடு தோள் நின்று போரிடும் பாக்கியம் எனக்கு கிடைத்தது.
அருண்மொழியும் கரிகாலரும் ஒன்று சேராமல் நாம் பார்த்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
What's more, the tickets are selling like hotcakes, and if reports are to be believed, the mark of 6 lakh will soon be crossed. Also, as per trade experts, this magnum opus is expected to bring in the family audiences in big numbers. The makers, meanwhile, are leaving no stone unturned to promote the film. A brilliantly edited video clip with scenes from Talapati and Nayagan was shared by them on social media as a tribute to Rajinikanth and Kamal Haasan, the two superstars of Indian cinema.
கடவுளா மதிக்கிறாங்கன்னு எனக்கு புரியல. நீங்க எப்போது இடையா இருந்திருக்கீங்களா?
சோத்துக்கு திண்டாடணும், 4 காசு சம்பாதிக்கணும்னா சாவணும்.
வயிறு காலியா இருக்கும்போது கோர்ஸ் செலவு, ஹோட்டல் செலவு கொடுக்க முடியாது சார். நட்புன்னு என்ன தெரியுமா உங்களுக்கு? நண்பன் என்ன தெரியுமா உங்களுக்கு?
சூர்யால என்னன்னு தெரியுமா உனக்கு? உங்ககிட்ட எனக்கு ஒண்ணு வேணும். வேலுநாயக்கரை தேடி பணம் இல்லைங்கிற வார்த்தை வராதுன்னு நிறைய பேர் என்கிட்ட சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. கேட்கலாமா? என்ன வேணும்?
The two icons had earlier come together for the audio launch to show their support for Mani Ratnam and his film Ponniyin Selvan 1.
என்ன கேரக்டரைசேஷன்ஸ், என்ன இது கம்ப்ளீட்லி வீரம், சௌந்தரியம், பயானகம், பீபிசம், ஹாஸ்யம். மணிரத்னம் அவர்களின் வெற்றி பட்டியலில் மிக முக்கியமான படமாக இது இருக்கு. அது மணி எப்படி எடுத்திருப்பாங்க, அப்படி வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஒன்னொன்னு அப்படி வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Which was shot along with its second part in just a matter of 150 days. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Now, S.S. Rajamouli, who took years to make Bahubali 1 and 2, was surprised to know that Mani Ratnam made both the parts of Ponniyin Selvan in merely 150 days. It indeed is an achievement, especially when the making process came with its own share of hiccups. Here's more on that.
என் தந்தை என்னை சோழ நாட்டிற்காக வாழேந்தும்படி ஆணையிட்டார். நான் சோழ நாட்டின் காவலன், சோழ மக்களின் வேலைக்காரன்.
நான் ஆதித்த கரிகாலரின் நண்பன், வல்லவரையன் வந்தியத்தேவன். எம் இளவரசரோட தோளோடு தோள் நின்று போரிடும் பாக்கியம் எனக்கு கிடைத்தது.
Director Mani Ratnam is all set to enthrall cinegoers with his epic saga Ponniyin Selvan. The magnum opus has been mounted on a massive scale but faced its own share of hiccups along the way. Now, filmmaker Mani Ratnam has been wanting to adapt the film for 28 years. The ace filmmaker was all set to begin production on the film back in 1994. But the film was put on hold due to budget constraints. He again tried to revive the film in 2010 but had to postpone the film for a second time as the team could not find the right set of locations and were denied permission to shoot in certain temples and palaces. The COVID-19 pandemic adversely affected the production process of the film and delayed the release date. The makers had shot one schedule before the pandemic gripped the world and then had to wait another 9 months to resume filming.
COVID was a big element into the thing. We finished one schedule and then we got locked down. And for 9 months we had no clue. And when it opened up also, we wanted to shoot it in real locations, and real places were not open fully. They had different rules for different states and different archaeological settings. So we had to wait, do the waiting game, plan it differently, and then be able to capture without compromising anything that we wanted.
The main cast of the film was changed after Mani Ratnam finally decided to start production on the film. For various reasons, actors such as Thalapathy Vijay, Mahesh Babu, Anushka Shetty, Nayantara and Vijay Sethupathi, among others, dropped out of the project.
We had a great team, both in terms of both in front of camera and behind the camera. It was just outstanding team, and I had all the support. And they put in the best.
Days after the teaser release, Ponniyin Selvan landed in fresh trouble after Mani Ratnam and Chiyan Vikram received a court notice from a lawyer. In his petition, he said that the Cholas could be misrepresented in the film and demanded a special screening of the film ahead of its release to analyze if the makers had distorted historical facts in the film. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Mughal rulers, their legacies and history have long dominated the world of Indian cinema. But with Mani Ratnam's magnum opus Ponniyin Selvan I hitting the screens, the Chola's ancient dynasty is finally getting their long-due recognition.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும்பால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலிகொள்ளும்.
In an industry that has largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amidst a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest movie makers, Mani Ratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained: that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured and contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of Mani Ratnam's next film know that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers who have preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say earlier this year.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जग भी जिक्र आया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी। चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला, मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया, मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे।
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacies. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what is deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan I has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
We are slipping into a short break now, but on the other side of our special broadcast, we bring you more about Mani Ratnam's magnum opus Ponniyin Selvan.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Southern cinema has left the audience stunned with its larger-than-life sets and intriguing stories. And the filmmakers have perfected the art of making movies which appeal to domestic audience as well as foreign viewers. But what makes these epic films a game changer? Take a look.
South Indian cinema has left the audience stunned with its larger-than-life sets and intriguing stories. To deliver the audience an experience they have never consumed before, the industry has often invested a lot of money for delivering grand experiences. RRR, the Telugu language epic action drama centered around two real-life Indian revolutionaries, Alluri Sitaramaraju and Komaram Bhim, and their fight against the British Raj. Set in 1920, the plot explored the undocumented period in their lives when both the freedom fighters chose to go into obscurity before they began the fight for their country. The film starred Junior NTR, Ram Charan, Ajay Devgan, Alia Bhatt, Shreya Saran, Ray Stevenson, Alison Doddy and Olivia Morris.
బ్రిటిష్ ప్రభుత్వానికి ఎదురు తిరిగిన నేరానికి నేను అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను.
RRR was made on a whopping budget of 450 crore rupees, whereas the animation took 6 months and there were nearly 50 animal VFX shots. The SS Rajamouli directorial grossed over 223 crores on its opening day, and its lifetime collection stood at over 1,000 crores worldwide, setting several box office records for an Indian film. Bahubali the beginning and Bahubali 2 the conclusion followed the story of Sivadu, a young adventurous man who helps his love Avantika rescue Devasena, the former queen of Mahishmati, who was a prisoner under the tyrannical rule of King Bhallal Dev. Bahubali the beginning and Bahubali 2 the conclusion received universal acclaim for Rajamouli's direction, the story, visuals, cinematography, action, sequences, music and performances, and became a box office success. The first part was made on a budget of 180 crore with a worldwide box office gross of 600 to 650 crores, whereas Bahubali 2 still tops the collection chart. It has been 5 years since the film's release, but it is still top grosser among Indian films, collecting over 1,500 crore worldwide in all languages. Rudramadevi was based on the life of Rudramadevi, one of the prominent rulers of the Kakatiya dynasty in the Deccan, and one of the few ruling queens in the Indian history. The biographical action film featured Anushka Shetty in the titular role alongside an ensemble cast including Allu Arjun, Rana Daggubati,